the strength to crush the spirit of the king.
Alright! I really like to exercise. And training is a lot of fun.
Time to meet your death, vile insect.
Pull out all the stuff!
Hadouken! Resurrection! Witness the power of the continent! This is the power of the king!
Moving on into the EU and Middle East, it's going to be Angry Bird versus Big Bird. Logan Sama, F word. Now I got to ask you, tell me a little bit more about these two players.
Well, I mean, two friends of mine, I must say, insanely talented young guys from that region. A region that is, you know, not large for its quantity of players, but the quality has always been like just sky high. Very interesting to see, you know, we saw Big Bird eventually go to Rashid, and man, did that just catapult his capabilities. And we saw him get to the EVO Grand Finals. Angry Bird on the other side has just been going through this and not a crisis, this just transitioning between characters and making it work. Started with the Akuma, then we saw the Zeku come into play, and he was at one point many people considered the best Zeku in the world, and then we saw him whip out the Seth.
And he's gonna get it to close out the first game. Angry Bird in the lead.
But the thing that interests me is against Big Bird, against anyone, he will whip out his pocket characters.
Yeah.
And he has that confidence in those characters. He's not hesitating. It's the opposite with Adele, with Big Bird.
A very interesting point now, you're talking about character matchups and their history. If we look at CPT this season, they played in top 8 in both Europe East, Middle East events. In the first one, Big Bird wins 3-1, and this is against Angry Bird Zeku.
Yep.
When we come back round to it in September and they're playing in the second event, it's Angry Bird that takes it against Big Bird in winners final, but this time he's using Seth.
Angry Bird is going to advance into grand finals winner side.
So are we going to see the Seth? Are we going to see the Zeku? We're pretty confident we're going to see the Rashid. I think that's the big question here.
With all things considered, I still think it's completely unpredictable to say who would take it over the other, because again, they've practiced with each other every single day. They stream on the same platform. They're streaming themselves playing each other with other characters. So it's a complete toss-up. Who's gonna pretty much shine over the other? Who's gonna soar to great heights, and who's still gonna be in the lab to figure out the next one? But this is gonna be the run back to watch between Angry Bird and Big Bird.
Beyond the battle.
Get ready.
Destroy. Begin.
Let's go.
Disappear. Kneel. strength to crush the spirit of the king.
All right! I really like to exercise, and training is a lot of fun.
Time to meet your death, fine insect.
Pull out all the stuff!
Hadouken! Resurrection! Witness the power of the Continental! This is the power of the king!
We have the Asia Southeast region to take care of now. We have SKZ and Xian. Tell me a little bit about these two players going head to head.
Well, I'm a massive fan of Shen, obviously, for a long time, a personal friend of mine, and a very entertaining stream. Got to be a top 5 Street Fighter 5 stream for me. If you're not subscribed, get subscribed. It's hilarious.
He's been doing great work this season as well during the CPT, just covering the online events himself.
Super educational
matches. Yeah, he's got a great
That's
brain.
what is entertaining, you know?
He's got a great brain, a great insight into the game, but he is deadly. We've known him for a very long time. Conversely, SKZ is very new on the scene. He's taken to it like a duck to water. Started out with Cammy, now he's got this Seth. And this is probably gonna be a mirror match.
Don't forget that Shen lost to Chuan pretty badly. He looked a bit lost against Chuan in the first CPT. And SKZ just like a knife through butter.
I think he's got the more solid Seth, but Xian's just good at getting in your head and making you make a mistake and forcing situations. But SKZ is very competent, and we have to say again, in terms of experience, he's in the formative years. Xian's like 10 years deep, I think, now in the FGC.
Big time.
He's got that experience. He's got that, you know, the durability to exist in the fire, in the heat of the moment, and that pressure. And for me, I think that's why in these head-to-heads, Xian generally comes out on top. But eventually, SKZ is going to have another breakout moment on top of this CPT victory he's had, on top of those glimpses that we've seen of him saving the day on SFL when, you know, Gustavo has to use his bum-ass Urian. We've seen glimpses of it. He's due another breakout. Is it going to be today? It might well be. Is he going to be able to beat the Senpai?
It's a very valid question, and it's going to be something to look forward to. It's going to be the Asia Southeast region between SKZ as well as Xian. It's going to be pretty much a battle of attrition, battle of the sets. We're going to see who takes it over the other. It's going to be Trigger 1 or Trigger 2. Either way, you don't want to miss it. So thanks again, F Word and Logan Sama.
Paraneuro device expansion completed. Pseudo personality asset is imported properly. Biological brain connected. Dawn unit 0. Startup sequence will begin.
Well now, little piece of junk. Time to wake up.
Flower unit 0. Activated.
Well, Jordan, who is a piece of junk?
Stall.
Show me something worth taking. Your data is now useless. Witness the power of the content engine. This is the power of the king! Your data will reside in me for eternity. The curtain falls.
I'll take you downtown. That's how you start the fight and finish it quickly.
Let's have some fun.
Let me zap you. Here we go. Whip up! That's it.
Terrific wing! Go beyond the battle!
Get ready.
Destroy! Begin!
Let's go.
Disappear! Kneel!
You do not have the strength to crush the spirit of the king.
All right. I really like to exercise. And sprinting is a lot of fun.
Time to meet your death. 5 insects.
Pull out all the stuff.
Hadouken!
Hey guys, how are you? jpsarrireviews here, and I want to say thank you to those who are watching with me tonight. We're going to watch this tournament. Last night it was pretty good. It lasted for 4 hours, so it was long, but there were some good matches. And tonight, of course, we're gonna continue with those matches. So what we're going to do is we're gonna just play it out and just gonna let it play out and see how it goes. But definitely excited to see this finals and see who comes on top. Definitely yesterday was exciting. There were, I would say, good matches, but not to the point that to say, wow, there were like one that was, kept you in your seat or something. It wasn't like that. Hopefully tonight, I think that there are some matches that people are expecting. The last of the night is going to be the one that most people are going to be looking forward to. So we'll see what happens. But I want to say thank you if you're watching this now with me. While we live stream this, or if you watch this later, the recording. Thank you for your time. But we'll see what happens.
in 2020, the lights went out. A global pandemic came and changed everything as we knew it. But like any true champion, we are choosing to find a way and light a path, even in our dark times. Every player in every region represented here, every viewer watching from home, you are a beacon of light, burning with hope and promise, illuminating a better tomorrow. This weekend is a reminder to ourselves that even when the stars don't align, we do our best. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Hollywood, Raw TV, and this is the Capcom Pro Tour 2020 season final. We keep fighting.
Truer words have never been spoken. We keep on fighting here in day number 2 of the Capcom Pro Tour season final. My name is Vicious here with Tasty Steve and St. Cola. If you guys missed it, day 1 was an absolute barn burner. You guys have to check out the highlights because we're already into day 2. We have a whole different list of players who have qualified into the Capcom Cup here for this fight card style exhibition where it is going to be first to 4, best of 7. And again, you guys do not want to miss any of these matches because each one of these matches not only highlight the regions, but the talent of all of these Street Fighter V professionals.
Now, we already talked about the fact that, the pandemic has drastically switched up what we aim to do here at the Capcom Cup Finals. However, that does not change the fact that we have some amazing talent here for you guys. And you touched on it already, but the format for these exhibitions, because they're all exhibitions with representatives from all of these regions, they will be best of 7, first to 4. That also means that these guys will have more than one opportunity to win. Typically, we do the 2 out of 3, but the first to 4 is actually a lot better. And to sweeten the deal, the pot a little bit more, these guys, if they win their set, will be going home with $5,000, and that is nothing to sneeze at. No matter where you fall in any tournament bracket all over the world, in your respective regions, that's nice. And just because they gave us the honor, the privilege of seeing them play, they still got an appearance fee to be here as well. And I think that's one of the most awesome things you can add to it because these times have been rough, and I feel like $5,000 to play a set of Street Fighter and make all these people at home happy is by far one of the coolest things we can get into.
But it's not just about the money, not just about the moat. It's about the pride. And you know what's going to feel real good? Being the champion of these individual regions. Look at the day 1 schedule. We had Piccolo versus John Lachey, JWA versus VX Bao, DR Mandrake versus CJ Truth, Rumors versus Somniac, Nephew versus Samurai, and to end that day, Luffy and Phenom came to play. Now, in day 2, we're going to have just as much heat, if not more, because we got SKZ versus CN, Angry Bird versus Big Bird, Kaba versus Mena RD, Takamura versus Infectious, Idon versus Smug, and Daigo versus Gachakun. If you thought day 1 was hot,
my God,
the spicy red dot, just wait.
It's so difficult to even call what's going to happen based off of day 2 because of how unpredictable day 1 itself was.
Yeah.
We had so many of the analysts going through it. All of us here were commentating each and every one of the matches, but we still had no idea how it was going to play out. And honestly, it's going to feel the exact same way for day 2.
These matches that we saw yesterday, I mean, hearing like your interviews, talking to these players from all their respective regions, just hearing the mindset that some of these players attach to these specific sets. We touched on the first day that these players get an opportunity to isolate their target instead of just being like, hey, I got to worry about 15, 20 players in the bracket. You can say, no, we want you to focus on this one player. And we've seen improvement on both sides. And some of these players, these are runbacks in some instances. And sometimes the player that won that initial set did not win the follow-up. And even more so, we've seen great improvement from some of those players who still ended up losing. Just immaculate play all around.
I mean, if you look back at some of the matches that we had, for example, especially JWA versus VX Bao, which is my highlight of yesterday.
Bow.
The fact that he came back and stopped this student's tracks, and he was the student.
This is what I was talking about.
No longer is he the student, he's the master. But this is the great thing, as you just said, it's about being able to have that laser focus and say, I'm going to have something different. Was able to come through with a brand new character and just put hands on.
But I want to say to all of you, those who are watching right now, again, thank you very much for supporting this channel. If you come in from my main channel, jpsarrireviews, thank you for doing that. If you are here for the first time, you haven't subscribed to this channel, I invite you to subscribe and to like the video, also to help the
over to the end.
for this to move forward so people can see it. But really excited to see what's happening. I want to say also thank you to Capcom for allowing me to co-stream officially with them, so that's good. Appreciate that. But definitely excited to see what they have to offer tonight. So there's some matches that I'm really looking forward to, particularly the last of the night. So that's gonna be probably like 4 hours from now, but we'll see what happens. But again, thank you to all that are watching, and let's have some fun tonight.
That match was amazing. CJ versus Mandrake. Actually, there's too many to choose from, but overall, the thing that I was most excited about yesterday, outside of just the amazing play, was that there were regions able to put on that normally don't get as much shine as they deserve, especially Australia. I would say their match was amazing with Rumors going up against Somniac. So overall, I feel like it was an amazing day yesterday, and today, it is a bit different in the sense that right now, with the rest of these matches, there's a whole lot of Capcom Cup qualifiers, things of that nature, which I'm sure Brian can speak to, but we have a whole lot of household names.
That we do. I mean, as far as yesterday, I gotta say as well, I really love the theme of getting to see the new up-and-coming players, and we saw a lot of like the established dominant player from that region go against the new face of someone trying to make a name for themselves, and that kind of reflected in my favorite match was actually John Lesche, what we opened up with, taking on Piccolo. I thought that offensive sequence, the way he knew how to manipulate the options, go through the wheel of offensive options to always keep his opponent second guessing, I thought he really came out and demonstrated why he is of that caliber of player. Even though you may not have heard of him beforehand, I know I certainly didn't know about him before this season, so I'm super grateful we got this opportunity to see what he's all about. But that said, I think today, like you said, the theme is a little bit more of the heavy hitters. We got a lot of big names, a lot of household regulars, and this is like really the premium Street Fighter V experience today.
Yeah, we have multiple people who have won Capcom Cup or won EVO in at least some Street Fighter game. We have an incredibly talented lineup. Each of these, as strong as the players were yesterday, as strong as the matches were yesterday, this I think is just at the absolute apex of Street Fighter V.
All but one Capcom Cup champion.
Yeah, 3 out of the 4, all here.
And then today's matches, we have, or at least as far as our first match, we're going to be having SKZ going up against Shin. Brian, how are you feeling about that one, bro?
I am super excited for this. I know, Rob, you love Seth. I know it's your favorite character. I actually do enjoy Seth myself. Listen, you're looking a little stressed. You should play
right over there?
Have some
I'm all right, bro. I'm all right. I'm keeping it professional.
Yeah,
we got the button down. We got collar shirts on today.
Live a little, you know what I'm saying? Everyone out there, play some stuff, live a little. And I got to say, this is a good showdown between 2 totally different styles of what this character represents. SKZ's that bully. He comes out swinging. He's like, my character's better than yours. My offense and mix-ups are better than you. And he makes sure you know about it. Cien, kind of a different approach. He's a lot more meticulous. He likes to go for those interesting setups and checkmate scenarios. Very tech-heavy, very intricate and deep knowledge of the game engine itself. So I'm definitely excited to see how that goes down.
Who do you like?
I like, in my heart, SKZ. With my wallet, I like Cien.
I think that's a reasonable pick. Yeah, I think it's great to bring up the fact that Cien is this kind of tech monster. That's when he won EVO back in the day. It was in very large part because of that. He's so able to figure out so many setups. I can think of multiple setups across the last 2 Street Fighter games that I would say are the Cien, or something that he at least popularized.
Right.
So for him to play this character, I think is a great fit. And I guess that's my pick as well. What about you?
You guys are both going with Shin.
Yes.
So I don't know if you guys noticed already, but I consider my guy SKZ, Neil, to be the Bobby Fischer of Street Fighter V. Before he even got into Street Fighter, my man was literally a competitive chess player. And with that being the case, I don't think that he studied this line quite well enough, because I think that Shin is actually going to get the W today, but it's no slight to my man's SKZ. I mean, in the end of the day, he might be Bobby Fischer, but he might be going up against Magnus Carlsen. So I think this one might be rough. It will be interesting to see this same dynamic as you brought up with Jaleshe, Piccolo, with what's the other match that we had with that? Rumors and Somniac. And then now SKZ going up against Shin. We have a lot of the new school from that region going up against the old school. And so far, at least the last one we saw, Somniac was able to win it and close it out for the old school. And then on this one, when it comes to Shin going up against SKZ, we'll have to wait and see if the old school can continue to hold on. And I need you guys to hold on until we come back from this break, where we find out Bobby Fischer or Magnus Carlsen.
Round 1, fight!
expansion completed. Pseudo personality asset is imported properly. Biological brain connected. Dawn Unit 0. Startup sequence will begin.
Well now, little piece of junk. Time to wake up.
Flower Unit 0. Activated.
Well, Jody, who is a piece of junk? Show me something worth taking. Your data is now useless. Witness the power of the content engine. This is the power of the king! Your data will reside in me for eternity.
I'll take you downtown. That's how you start the fight and finish it quickly.
Let's have some fun.
Let me zap you. Here we go.
Terrific wing!
Welcome back to the CPT Season Finals. People, we are live with that Street Fighter 5, and to prove it, D-Meech, I see you. J2C, I see you. Canadian, the homie coming through in the chat. I see you all like that. And I am joined with Tasty Steve and
You're just gonna call him out like that? I thought you were pre-recorded.
I thought you was pre-recorded.
Because it's your boy St. Cola, and I would never do it like that to the people. What I will do is introduce you guys to our first match of the day. SKZ versus Shien coming up on the deck. That's going to be some Seth Fighter 5, but I mean that in a blessed way, though.
In a blessed way, you say. I don't agree with you. I'll tell you what. So Seth has been running amok for majority of the time that Seth has been out.
Right.
And it's been concluded that Seth is a very, very strong character and has been used throughout the majority of Street Fighter League, the Capcom Pro Tour as well.
By you as well.
Oh yeah. But I got bodied by you, so I mean, like,
I wouldn't.
you must think that Seth wasn't that great in your opinion. No, I'm just kidding. My Seth was not. I'm kidding. I'm totally kidding. But let's get serious though. SKZ versus Cien. It's going to be an SFL throwdown. It's going to be just like the qualifiers that they fought into as well. What are your thoughts going into this match?
Look, we've heard what the analyst said, right? And look, and this is throwing all bias out the window. Cien versus SKZ. SKZ came in the Street Fighter League with a chip on his shoulder, I feel like. And I feel like he should have, right?
Yes.
And definitely lived up to it, if you ask me. However, when it comes to tech expanding upon a matchup, we've heard what Ultra David had to say. This dude, Cien, literally has videos about 100 moves you forget to punish in Street Fighter 5. He literally makes videos like that. So when it comes, I don't see SKZ doing it. I mean, you can make chess moves all day, but those are not Street Fighter pieces, bro. I'm just saying. So I think that SKZ is nice. I think SKZ, you put him in front of somebody else, it's going to be an easy cakewalk. But this matchup is going to be so much harder. I'm not going to say he's going to get beat up or anything like that, but he has quite the hill to climb if he hopes to beat Zien.
What you don't see, though, is those hours of practice where he's not, maybe on
That's
the
true.
streams,
That's true.
putting stuff up on the Twitter for the cloud, things like that. Not saying Zien is doing that, but I'm just saying he ain't obvious like that. He might be in the background studying, and that's a studious player. Anybody that's a chess player going to be mad studious when it comes to this game as well, too.
True.
So he might have something in his back. When you've been playing somebody for so long, you're naturally going to be holding stuff back if you're a smart player. You're naturally not going to be showing all your cards because you know the day may come when the prize and pride are on the line. You ain't trying to go down like that.
And I'm glad you guys both mentioned those valid points between both players. In fact, we do have the inside look as to how they prepared for the season final between SKZ and Zien.
One of the most prolific players in Singapore, Zien, I gotta ask you, man, are you excited to be a part of this event?
Yes, because I actually didn't really had a chance to, compete with like the locals in like something as big as this. I'm kind of excited, to play against SKZ.
From chess to Street Fighter, we have SKZ bringing that Seth yet again. Tell me, are you excited to be a part of this season final?
Yeah, definitely. So right now, this is like a good opportunity for me to play against him in a serious tournament format, and hoping that it'll be good.
Now, you qualified through Ways of Capcom Cup via the Southeast Asia qualifier, the second one. How did it feel to take that big win and when you made it into the Capcom Cup?
A lot of people actually expect that I'm definitely going to qualify because of my region, and I feel that I'm really close to not qualifying. Like, I lost the first one pretty quick. The last match was against Bravery. I practiced a lot with him actually. He's kind of like my student. We understand each other really well. And he even reset the bracket, and it boils down to like a very close moment that could have gone either way. I would say that I'm really scared, but I'm glad that the things managed to work it out.
When I reached top 8, I felt that I really had a chance to take it off. Although the Seth Gao matchup isn't very good because I knew that I have to play against Tron eventually.
Yeah.
But I don't think Tron was very familiar with Seth at that point too, especially since the character has been released for a few months only, and we don't really play that often. So firstly, Tron is a very strong player in our region, right? And in our weekly tournaments, I rarely ever beat him. When I finally managed to overcome him for the biggest tournament there was in the region, which is to qualify for Capcom Cup, it didn't feel real to me, but at the same time, I was really relieved that I finally did it.
On top of taking home that huge win from the qualifiers, making it into Capcom Cup, how does it feel being one of the representatives for the Asia Southeast region, and what does that exactly mean to you?
It definitely feels good. Our region have a lot of very good players, which are very underestimated. I wish to showcase more of the talent around my region, and I'm really proud to represent,
There's a huge weight on my shoulders because I'm also carrying with me like all the players that participated and didn't qualify. So definitely there's a huge weight on my shoulders when I was going into Capcom Cup. Yeah.
Now let's change it up a little bit. We're going to put the focus on your opponent for today, SKZ. You've had a good amount of time playing him. Can you tell us a little bit about what we can expect in his gameplay and what you've gathered in terms of information on his play style?
Now that we play the same character, Seth, it's interesting because like we both play different V triggers and a different play style. It's a lot more aggressive, but I'm more passive as a player. It's definitely something that I want to look forward to fight against because I practice a lot against Seth because my Capcom Cup has the Angry Bird. So it just came out to be like having another Seth to fight against. So I want to see how I would fare.
He's a very calculated player, so he's a student of the game. He likes to think about various scenarios and try to optimize each scenario. No matter what you throw at him, it's very difficult to break his strategy as long as he sticks to it. But he does have certain weaknesses. I've known him for a long time and these weaknesses haven't really changed. I'll try to attack those today.
Now we're talking about the matchup at hand. It's going to be a Seth Mirror match. Can you talk to us a little bit about the matchup on paper for the Mirror, as well as the matchup against Zien as a player?
A general approach to how he's going to play against me, what I perceive of him as a player, and what I think he perceives of me as a player. So I'm gonna try to adapt along the way of course. And hopefully it'll be a good set.
I do play with him here and there, so we do understand each other's play style and habit pretty well. So I think it boils down to who will be the less nervous or being more clutch in situations to close out the game.
And I gotta ask you this question for my boy F Word. Is there any chance we're gonna see Ibuki come out today?
No.
You're gonna just shut him down like that? Oh, come on, man.
A lot of people might sit here and say, they're uninformed that, SKC is free and all that corny garbage like that. But it ain't like that. This dude, in his first match of Street Fighter League, which you should be watching and should have watched, in his first match took down Punk.
Yeah.
Punk, the world's best?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? That dude is definitely some business. He a problem.
I'm glad that you guys mentioned his progress and prowess over in Street Fighter League, because again, people slowly started to figure him out, but he wasn't one of those cats that was getting discouraged. He was still learning.
Yeah, he was definitely
He was
still
on
in the
super
lab.
computer mode. He's
Yeah.
like, all right, I'm going to analyze this, I'm going to analyze that. And he brought even more points to the table for his team each and every one of those weeks, right? So,
Yeah.
again, there's a lot that could be said with both of these players. SKZ and Cien, again, SKZ is great at adaptation, hailing from Singapore, first at the Asia Southeast qualifier, meaning Seth, of course, and then you have the tried and true veteran, an EVO champ, Cien, multiple Capcom Cup appearances.
Yeah.
Also hailing from Singapore, getting first at Asia Southeast #2, and of course, maining Seth.
Look, it's a really we've already talked about how strong Seth is as a character, right? I think a lot of people take for granted the fact that not everybody's playing this character at the level that these two players are playing these characters. And we know Cien is ridiculous, but SKZ in his own right, like you said, that dude is a supercomputer. While we were here for Street Fighter League, he literally only talked about, he's like, yo, I'm playing this person. I'm trying to learn this. He was always on the grind about learning that information to be stronger. Given proper time, like we talked about earlier, it makes perfect sense that he might be able to take out Cien, and we're going to get into it right now. Cien, SKZ, day number 2 of the finals here for the CPT 2020. Let's go.
And this is one of the key differences that you need to notice on the bottom right and bottom left. SKZ usually rocking V trigger 2 and V trigger 1 and V skill 2. Cien, on the other hand, rocking V trigger 2 and V skill 1.
Forward throw. Nice. Light.
Oh yeah, that's what I like to see. If anything whiffs, he's gonna be pressing a button. 100%. That's that advanced tech, right? Even if you were to block it, you're still pressing in the timing of you actually blocking the dive kick, right? So the whiff punish, absolutely there. Cien, textbook performance in round 1.
Crush eating big man. What an axe kick right there from Cien.
Both sides, actually. Very, very accurate this time around. Hitting just the tail end of the active range. Except that one!
I feel like a lot of people don't punish that move. Quarter circle back to Tatsu. They don't punish that move at that range. That stand medium kick, a good answer to it. I like the fact that SKZ was on top of his game. Once again, this is part of it. Speaking of, with the lead.
More towards the corner, the anti-air is there, and the side switch, very smart play from SKZ. Just using a stand jab to reset the situation and at least maintain the corner against Cien with all that bar as well. Caught him jumping. Forward throw against Cien. Another one.
These tick throws starting to add up.
Yeah, that was a negative
The
situation, but it
cross-up
doesn't
jump
matter.
right, 1 round apiece. Oh, okay, wait a minute.
And this is going to be kind of tense, right? Going into the last round of game 1, both players fully stocked. Any major hit can lead to not only the damage, but corner carry.
You know, not much has changed since Street Fighter League. We see people using that stand-in heavy kick from Seth.
Woo! Speaking of, yeah, that gets whiff punch from Cien. Oof. Firing right back at SKZ. The medium punch, back throw now. Forward medium punch as well to check.
And these axe kicks tried to go for the anti-air this time. Not going to work out.
Just a little bit off the mark, but still, I think SKZ was looking for that as sort of a bait, more so than trying to find the mark. 'Cause that was way too far for a short axe kick. Ooh! Oh! You whiff punish the crouching heavy punch? SKZ was looking for the V trigger activation. Cien automatically knew it. He's like, "Come towards me, come towards me." There's no proximity block from that far away. If you're gonna go for the sweep, I know for sure I'm in the right distance to punish you, and that's exactly what happened.
No, that's true. That's definitely true. I mean, if you can see what SKZ's trying to do, he's trying to make Cien not get so active in this range. He's already made that standing heavy kick whiff, right? So you know he's going to start playing more to it. He's got 3 games to do so. What will Cien do to keep the momentum?
I feel like at this point, got to be a little bit less obvious what you want to do in the neutral. These trigger activations, especially, and things like that, got to be careful. On the other hand, listen, I got to pull it up right now. I got to talk about it right now. Cien, what is with this green? Looking like the Mucinex monster out here, man. We gotta get you a different color, man. That shade looking a little gross. I can hardly focus. My man slide on the ground like this. Like
mucus.
monster.
Just mucus colored.
I personally like it because it matches
like
his team.
that?
Yeah, it matches his team.
They need a better.
It's a razor, bro.
Yeah, but
it's a razor, Cien.
Did you see the nostalgia costume making him look? Just get in the match. Get in the match.
Oh, you don't like the bald Seth, huh? All right, moving on. Now we know where your alliances lie.
Wow.
Cien is up 1 game against SKZ. He tried to sweep it. He tried to sweep it. You saw it, right? Yeah, the V-Skill just absorbed SKZ on the way over. Back to back to back throws.
These throws adding up. Crouch medium punch. Once again, life lead on Cien's favor.
Yeah, in this corner, I really want to see what Cien or what SKZ has in mind. But okay, finds an opening, jumps right out of there. Now it's his turn to apply the pressure. Big air to air.
Okay, nice confirm.
Super important.
Target. Not dead yet.
Oh, no, he's hella dead. He absorbed.
I forgot the V skill was in play. Installing.
He had it in there.
Are you stalling?
Oh, he gets it.
Another one. Man, the V skill from Seth is very strong. V skill 1, I actually like it. You just tack it on the end of all combos. It's going to give you a nice chunk.
It's very interesting in this matchup as well. Like, you get a little bit of, ooh, I was going to say.
Cradle.
Pretty risky, and that's how SKZ likes to play. I was going to say, you get a little bit more in the neutral when it comes to like having that V skill, right?
No, that's definitely true. You have to play a little bit further back as well. Catches him jumping. Oh my gosh, SKZ in trouble. Back to the wall. He jumps out with the jump. Like, that's the 2nd time that's been successful. Here is the lead, SKZ in the corner. I like the backup.
You notice that Cien, again, has been fully locked with that V-Trigger too. He's just not willing to activate it so long as SKZ has V-Reversal. Because, again, if they're blocking and they try to go for the orb setup, yeah, here we go. Oh, that is an immaculate way to do that. I haven't seen that before.
I've not seen that.
I have not seen that before. Okay.
Oh.
He could have gone into critical art.
He wants to save the meter, but you gotta finish your play. SKZ, you gotta take the chance, and that's 2-0 on the side of Cien.
That money is burning a hole in your pocket. You gotta
right. You can't take it with you to the grave, baby. You
Scared
gotta
money don't make
no money.
That is
scared money don't make no money.
That's the thing, man. I'm glad that he actually managed to close it out still, but Cien, again, after that uppercut, could have gone for the critical art. It could have gone haywire in SKZ.
That was pretty good.
If he just messed up once. But I gotta say, that point where he went for V-Skill, the installed V-Skill into V-Trigger 2, I didn't expect that pushback to be that far.
I definitely did not. And you can tell. So I was like, wait a minute, it goes right in the V-Trigger.
So far. And he had to set it for it too. The orb followed SKZ right after.
He couldn't even do anything. He literally set it at the feet where you couldn't do anything, and then he had an additional approach.
What a set of plays here from Cien. Putting him up 2-0 against SKZ. What?
Using that cruel disaster.
Oh yeah. There it is. Yeah, the usage of V-Skill too. We haven't seen it too much, but look at the amount of damage you get and the corner carry.
Exactly. I was about to say the same thing. That V-Skill is so good at just pushing to the corner and closing the distance with an unexpected rate, right? Kind of gives you that Ken V-Skill kind of feel.
I see. That makes sense. Uh-oh.
Why? It just left it there?
Yeah, hold that. Hold that mix up. Oh, that would have been a big counter hit, but he went for the crouch strong instead. I wonder if he was like too far away to get the damage on.
I think he was.
Oh!
Damn! The crouching heavy kick goes straight into CA. That's another one on the board. That's the first round of game number 3. SKZ needs to make something happen. He actually needs to change up his game plan completely. And you even touch on this a little bit. SKZ plays a little risky, right? And even if he tightens that up, I feel like Cien is playing double safe.
Double risk?
Right?
Taking a page from SKZ's book. Using that jump light kick. But I think he just, happened to be at the right place at the right time, to be honest with you. SKZ was already committed to a move. Look at the anti-air once again from Cien. Been on point with that standing roundhouse. Oh, check it.
Confirm your stun? Are you done?
Nah, there's too much scaling behind it.
Big damage.
Oh, no! Oh. Not like this. What side is it on? Same side?
Oh, raw.
No way.
Cradle. Okay.
There's the activation. SKZ, we literally just talked about this before the matchup went into it. We were talking about this during the interview. You know, SKZ is one of those cats. He'll jump in, he'll get a dive kick, and then EX uppercut to steal away the turn.
He already
you are
has
negative
a
at
turn,
that
and then he just goes to EX for no. I don't understand it.
What happened? Was this a Street Fighter League?
Was
this a
literally
replay?
talked about it.
Hold on, was this a replay? Because my man just done did it the same way. Come on now.
Yeah,
you think CN ain't gonna put that in his database too? What is happening? Oh, come on, SKZ. We're trying to see some more games, some more sets, but easier said than done, dog. He's got these great round starts, these great jump ins, but it's putting everything together.
Yeah, his momentum has been very, very solid for the most part, but it's more about being able to close out these rounds.
Yes, without a doubt. And you know, Sien has been doing a great job of maintaining the pace and taking advantage of his opportunities, really. Taking all that damage in, getting his mix-ups in with V-Trigger 2. Just doing a phenomenal job. And SKZ now, again, putting himself in the corner, I don't know. Like, now you're putting yourself at so much risk.
Loves jumping and using that jump light for crossover, especially to get out of the corner.
But then more often than not, he puts himself in the corner, right? He did that just a little bit earlier today. Again, using that V-skill to kind of close the gap. You cannot jump on this man.
The jump, and it's been a series of pressure from SKZ. Sien finally finding a hole in the defense.
Do you see the improvement from Sien's activations? Do you see this right now?
He's keeping, and it's so good because he's keeping you in block stun the entire time, keeping screen positioning, and he's still slightly but surely pushing you and locking you in this corner. Just now getting back to the center of the screen, jump light to get out of the corner, SKZ on the activation.
Still kind of scary. Oh, the delayed axe kick catches SKZ midair. Yeah, you're gonna make it a plus. Yo, Sien just...
Oh my gosh.
Oh, he went for an axe kick! SKZ went for an axe kick. Sien was already mid-air.
SKZ not looking good right now. This is set point for Sien. Oh, dashed it into the crouching medium punch. EX Cruel Disaster gets the corner.
Man, this guy's tough.
Actually working out this time around. Didn't get confirmed for Sien. Axe kick. Stuns getting a lot higher on the side of SKZ, but he finally gets a throw. Momentum looking a lot better. Show me something. Gonna need these next 2 rounds. Even wants to go one more game. The jump in didn't work.
There's the anti-air switch. No, that was unintentional. 100% unintentional. He went over, he tried to press a button. It was autocorrect uppercut, and it's unfortunate, but Sien is gonna take it over SKZ 4-0, and you hate to see it happen that way, unfortunately. Again, he had the right idea. He chased down the jump, got the anti-air jab, just dashed under, and again, the uppercut, the shortcut uppercut.
Nah, we already know that was an accident, an accidental input. And this is exactly what I was talking about. Sien plays safe, right? But SKZ likes to be a little bit risky with some of the reads that he makes. Sien was playing double safe. He's like, you know what? I'm just gonna be extra sure.
Safer than safe.
Right, safer than safe, bro. He came out to the fight with full-blown pads on. He knew exactly what he was going for. But if you look at SKZ thought he was gonna find a way to eventually open up Sien, and it did not come.
And if you put yourself at these risks with that low health kind of character right there, it just equates to more damage. And to be honest, Seth deals a lot, right? Seth deals a lot. And there's a lot of situations where the V-trigger was just used just so it can get some health off the board on SKZ.
Yeah.
So you're just using that not for like a comeback factor, but just get that lead right there. I feel like that makes SKZ even more uncomfortable, and Sien just kind of answering with the standing heavy kick, getting these great reads, just made him break down, crack down, and I was hoping to see more, but I mean, easier said than done. I feel like if this was any other Seth player, yeah, this would have been a lot closer. This would have been way smoother for SKZ, but Sien being the leader of the Singaporean scene, being a leader for the scene out there, has been training the homie out here, that's a student, he knows everything.
Nah, he knows.
It was just too much.
Well, that's how it goes, man. I can tell you right now. I mean, but honestly, I'm still a fan. You know, SKZ definitely has a lot of growth to do.
Of course.
And I'm not saying that in the sense like he's a bad player. I'm just saying in the sense where you're fighting a player like Sien, you have to tighten it up a lot more. SKZ, back to the drawing board it is, but Sien's going to be the winner here.
And again, it was very interesting to see going into the matchup how often Sien would get that V-Trigger 2 activation. That was one of our talking points actually prior to seeing the match. We were trying to ask ourselves how often would Sien be able to land this V-Trigger 2 without getting V-reversal, and I'm sure the analysts had that in mind as they were taking a look into this match, but let's actually hear from them themselves.
I have never beaten him in a tournament setting before. Having had too long a history with Cien in fighting games, he simply understands me too well. This was a quote from SKZ on Dash Fight that we saw before this, and I think we saw exactly that in this match.
I gotta agree. I think we saw a clear example of discipline. I think that was the clear difference between these two players. SKZ is definitely a lot more offensive. He takes a lot more risks in his approach, and Cien was more often than not on the ground. SKZ, he loves to apply turn-stealing strings. That's one of Seth's biggest strengths, is that on top of very solid footsies and fundamentals, there's many options to go ahead and extend your strings to get plus frames, extend your jumps with these axe kicks, mix in the regular jumps. But at no point in that match was Cien really bothered to contest. If you get your extra turn, that's okay with me. What are you gonna do, throw me? I'll take that throw, because if we go back to neutral, I have the better neutral. I'm able to cash out more over time. The only time Cien really challenged was when there was something guaranteed. When he used that heavy kick to anti-air the axe kick, at those angles, that would beat both regular jump and axe kick, and Cien immediately had the answer. In situations where it was a little unclear what to do, if he was going to do a heavy tatsu to get plus frames, or maybe try to frame trap with something a bit more tight, Cien just didn't bother to contest, because he knew next interaction, I'll come out the winner here.
The bro, huh?
That was a wash. That was a complete cooking, and I'm sad to see it. Of course, I had Cien winning. And you know what? I'm glad that in that quote, that Dash Fight quote, he brought up history. Because there is an attribute that's deeper than just footsies, spacing, and things of that nature. And you know what they call it even in sports? Championship pedigree. Cien is an Evo champion. So in these moments, and it can sound arbitrary or, you know, maybe that did not play a factor here, but I can tell you for a fact that it did. I want to compare this, or, you know, show the contrast between this and a match that happened yesterday. Yesterday, we had Mandrake going up against CJ Truth. In that match, we saw CJ completely kept Mandrake out for pretty much the entire set. And shout out to Mandrake again, very strong player. But, you know, he got nooched up, he got pieced up. You know what I mean? 2 pieces with the biscuit, coleslaw on the side. And coleslaw's nasty. You know what I mean? But with that being the case.
I like it.
You like coleslaw?
It's not bad.
Okay, sorry. But with that being the case, I don't understand why, like, well, I guess I do understand. It was the pedigree. SKZ got hits. He got a whole lot of damage through pretty much every single game. But in the end of the day, what happened is we noticed that he took to the air a whole lot. Even if he had a big life lead, he will always try to go for those jumps. Again, those heavy kicks, as you mentioned, those are represented a whole lot. And generally speaking, when it came down to those clutch situations, we saw what? A dive kick into EXDP. The SKZ special. We saw the, in one situation, which players, you guys should definitely try not to do this. You know when someone goes for a jump or a move or anything like that, and it happens to get hit. Somebody goes for a jump, you happen to be pressing the button, and they get hit on their way up. They think you didn't see the animation of them leaving the ground at first, so they immediately go for another jump. That happened in game 1 with SKZ. He tried to go for Seth's slide into V-trigger activation. He'd been playing chess for so long all his life, he decided, you know what, I'm playing Seth now, my brain needs a break, I just want to slide into V-trigger activation. And, you know, he should have stuck to the chess instead of trying to play checkers right there.
The thing that stands out to me is when Cien was so happy back in the day to make Luffy's Rose with his slide. That's exactly the situation that reminded me of what you were talking about. The next match, we have Angry Bird versus Big Bird, 2 players who know each other extremely well, both in the UAE. They have been training partners. What are you expecting out of this match?
Battle of the Birds here. I love these 2 players. Actually, they're some of my favorite players to watch, and I'm so happy that Street Fighter V has kind of grown the Street Fighter scene to be much more global. We got to see a bit of Big Bird towards the end of the Street Fighter IV competitive circuit. Angry Bird, new on my radar for Street Fighter V, and I'm just loving the level of offensive play they bring to it. It's very like an intellectual offensive flow. They know how to mix up between the wheel of options like we've been mentioning. I kind of expect it to be Seth versus Rashid. That's my guess with the character picks, and I think Seth kind of naturally has some slight advantages over Rashid, so I'm kind of leaning towards Angry Bird taking this set, but we know they know each other so well that the mind games, I mean, we're going to have to be guessing at what they're thinking in these interactions.
Give me 2 sentences on who takes this.
Bro, you know I talk too much for that. That's one right there. That's 2 sentences. Angry Bird.
Hey, man, I appreciate it. Thanks a lot, Rob TV. Great insight, buddy. We're going to have Angry Bird versus Big Bird coming up soon.
Go beyond the battle.
Get ready.
Destroy. Begin.
Let's go.
Disappear. Kneel.
the string to crush the spirit of the king.
Alright! I really like to exercise, and skating is a lot of fun.
Time to meet your death, vile insect.
Pull out all the stuff!
Hadouken! Witness the power of the continental. This is the power of the king. Round one, fight!
Welcome back to the Capcom Pro Tour 2020 season finale. Guys, I am joined by none other than Vicious and the Saintest of Colas. How's it going, fellas?
The Saintest of Colas is
The
pretty good.
Saintest
That got me pretty good.
That got me right here.
So you can't get a regular. This is not a regular cola that you're talking to.
That's
You
top
people
shelf.
at home are not listening to a regular cola. This is the Saint Cola that you guys are listening to. And I got to say, it's obviously been an honor to work with both of you guys so far. But let's get back to it. We're going over to the EU and the Mid-East. We have Angry Bird versus Big Bird. Give me your thoughts on two of these players.
This is going to be kind of difficult to call, honestly, because these guys, they both have Bird in their name. So by default, you know that they are brothers. They are by default brothers. These guys are training partners for a very long time, grew up together in the scene as well. There's a lot that they've talked about prior to coming into this very moment about how they would train together, how they would stream together, even prep themselves for Capcom Cup, not just physically, but mentally. So it's going to be very hard to call, but I will say there's a significant change here that you might have seen in Street Fighter League these last couple of months. Angry Bird switching over to Seth, no longer using Zeku as much, but against Big Bird, I feel like he's going to be going against, using Seth against Big Bird. I should say.
Yeah, again, this is one of those characters where I feel like it really fits his style of play, that momentum-based, fast-paced gameplay where it's really hard to keep up, right? And the struggles that you have, you know, the 2-in-1 package of the character where you have to switch and be in the right place at the right time, that is Zeku, right? That's kind of the issue. You don't have the DP sometimes, you don't have that great neutral sometimes on the ground, but everything is there for Seth. Everything is there for Seth right off the bat. You don't have to down back like that. You're good to go. Having this enhanced character is going to be actually problematic for Rashid, who it's very difficult for him to get those anti-airs. Crouching mini punch has been nerfed and other things. But you know what? Enough of my ramblings. I hear the rumblings of the analysts. Let's take it over to them.
In fact, actually, we do.
Big Bird, it's always great to see you. I gotta ask, man, how does it feel for you being at the end of the 2020 season, preparing for your final match?
I mean, it made it feel better because I still get to close out the year or the season.
Are you excited for the new format as well as what's at stake for this exhibition?
Yeah, of course I'm excited. I mean, I think this is going to be a very good match.
You took third in the EU East and Middle East qualifier number 1. You bounced back in the online qualifier number 2 to take it all down. What was your mindset coming from the initial qualifier.
Actually, nothing like changed. Otherwise, other than that, I changed my main character. In the second CBT, I came there with a plan. If I play against any European player, just pick Zeko.
No, the wake up back throw, he's gonna get chipped. He was dead, he had to do something. What a slobber knocker.
Can you tell me a little bit about how you felt in regards to your own performance in 2020?
2020 has been like only 2 events, and it didn't really satisfy me at all. I'm really hoping that I get to, redeem myself at least with this match that's coming up.
Unbelievable. Dushaktik has ended the dreams of Nasser Esports. Big Bird, he's had it. That's loser's bracket.
In the second qualifier, you had to face off against your friend Big Bird. So I had to ask you, in general, like, what was it like knowing that you had to face off against him in winners finals?
This is not the first time I play against Big Bird in tournament. Like, we played a lot in tournaments, like local tournaments, international tournaments as well. I actually played Big Bird before in Capcom Cup, and it felt so sad that I had to play my teammate, especially in losers, so one of us is going out of the tournament. In the online CBT, it was different because, like, it's still winners bracket, and one of us could still come back and play the grand final.
But yeah, obviously I always want to make it myself. At least one of us made it. Like, if neither of us made it, that would be a lot worse. I lost, but I still lost like a good cause, which is him qualifying. So it didn't feel that bad.
Tandem engine, bro. Angry Bird is going to advance into grand finals, winner side. That is huge.
You and Big Bird have been the biggest representatives for the Middle East region. What's it like competing over there, or just the overall competition of the scene?
The FGC in the Middle East is very small, like very, very small.
Competitively, there's not been many tournaments.
The thing I'm worried about in the region is the matchup knowledge, because I don't get to fight against other characters. That's why my matchup knowledge is small, that I have to work harder on myself.
There hasn't been a lot of tournaments. Like, there's always been like 1, 2, 3 tournaments a year, and hopefully we can get bigger. And this time they'll have me, they'll have us, and we'll try to drive the scene forward.
What is it like being the representative, or one of the top 2 representatives for the Middle East?
For sure, we love to inspire a lot of people with our performances, especially when Big Bird got second at EVO.
Nothing is impossible, and I hope they don't have the mindset of it's not possible for us. Just hope they think that if he can do it, then I can do it as well. Because, we both come from the same place.
I 100% believe that. I definitely do.
Angry Bird is going to qualify.
How did you guys even meet?
We began friends even before fighting games.
We used to play football with the other kids in the street. Like, one day I came to his house and we randomly played Street Fighter 4. Then he destroyed me that day, and I decided to buy the game and surprise him without even telling him.
Because he played more, I started playing more as well.
He destroyed me, I destroy him, and then we learn a new thing.
And I felt like, at that time, the game is deeper than we thought. We started this journey together, and we're still continuing this journey together, and hopefully it doesn't end.
Having somebody that consistent is truly a blessing. That's pretty funny, and it's pretty cool.
Oh yeah, these guys have played each other a million times. They're training partners, man. These guys have grinded it to reach the highest platform in Street Fighter. They've made the Capcom Cup.
You're about to face off against somebody who knows virtually everything about you on a personal level as well as gameplay. How do you even approach a matchup like that?
He's 100% gonna be ready for me in the serious set. I'm gonna come with a new approach.
It's all about how the approach is happening, or whether one of us can handle the other approach or not.
And I have been preparing for him, and I hope it works out now.
How do you prepare? How do you actually prepare for someone who knows all your tendencies, knows everything about you, and you always play with them as well? Whoever gets the momentum, that's the guy who will win.
It's so hard. It's going to be a toss-up, but either way, we're excited to see it. So good luck to you.
Angry Bird and Big Bird, 2 class acts. That EU Middle East region. I gotta say, man, that story was super heartwarming. As somebody who met a bunch of his friends just playing fighting games in general, that means a lot. These guys have been I know during Street Fighter League I was talking about how these guys have been teammates for a long time. Right. This is what I was referencing. These guys power each other up. They always go higher and higher, and in all honesty, watching them play in Street Fighter League was a highlight, bro, because I never get to see those players with my own eyes a lot of times, and when I do, it's at these big events matchups where you can't really isolate on.
Right.
One of the reasons I love Street Fighter League, and I mean Capcom Pro Tour on top of that. Now we get to see these guys go head to head, and it's on a region thing. Both of their regions will be respected and shown properly here. We can take a look. We see we have Seth on one side, Rashid on the other side. We had quite a few highlights from when these guys have played in the past, and that's what I meant about the camaraderie and using each other as, you know, steps to get better overall. Seth on the side of Angry Bird, I think it's very smart that he switched to this character full time. It definitely fits his play style, especially with his mentality going forward. What do you guys think?
I 100% agree to that. We've seen the success he's had over in Street Fighter League. We've seen the kind of meticulous training he goes through day after day on his streams alongside Big Bird.
Yeah.
So again, that transition felt pretty flawless. I know, Saint, you mentioned that earlier. It matches his style so well for Angry Bird to pick Seth.
Yeah, for him to be so active and now be rewarded with this character where you don't have to switch. You won't have to switch back and forth. It's all in one package, and we're going to package this one up and send it right to you. Street Fighter V, Angry Bird versus Big Bird, the battle of the birds. Let's get it. Round start, V-skill, the big suck coming through in the dash up with the throw in the corner.
We got to talk about the most important thing here. He's actually using G. Big Bird is not going for the Rashid.
Is kind of wild. This is actually not the most fun matchup for G, you know. Not being able to anti-air effectively against the X kick, but it don't matter if you get him on the way down.
So interesting you put it that way too. Because, oh, wait a minute, let's talk about it later. Hold up.
Hold the phone.
Using that install. Oh, he went for the wake throw. Angry Bird delayed a normal. We saw a startup of some normal, and that's the biggest thing, right? Being able to anti-air as G, again with that crouching heavy punch, could be a huge thing. But if Angry Bird snipes it out carefully with that axe kick, it could spell trouble. But again, Big Bird was on point with that.
In the corner, as a four-framer, you don't want to be here. No reversal. Hold this. One more hit to do it. Oh, trying to dive the
Can you
jig.
see that? I feel like he went for an insta-air. No.
Oh, you're right.
Oh, you're actually. Oh,
you got to
command. Don't get command grab. Do not get command grab. We all knew it. We all knew it.
He heard it. He heard it. He said, I got you, bro. I'm not getting the hands on the man. Not today. Angry Bird come into play. I'm telling you, with this character keeping up the pressure and having these defensive options on the deck we don't have to switch is working out for him until he gets hit in the face with a crush. Oh, fierce to face.
Yo, he hasn't gone for any of the presidentiality power-ups whatsoever. Big side punish from Big Bird. There's the power of 1. Big counter hit 2. What's it gonna be?
Oh,
it's gonna be command grab.
Axe kick to do it. Talk to him for a second before you lay hands on him again.
Yeah, you have to build that meter as well with the speech. Yeah, look at how much bar he built himself going into the third round. Just shy of 2 bars for Big Bird. But Angry Bird going into the final round of game 1, fully stocked.
And that's the thing about G. On the other hand, you know, lacking some of the traditional defensive options, right? Still, if he gets you in the corner, it may be a wrap. And the low health threshold of Seth makes it even more dangerous. Careful about whipping buttons, too. Those light buffers from G are mad good.
Very great observation. Pass the V-skill 1. Power up. And I like that option. Angry Bird finding himself out of the corner.
Reversal, we out of there. Speed V-bar is going to be kind of dire because you're not going to be able to get V-trigger until later on in the round. But speaking of spinning V-bar, my man's got it locked and loaded. Angry Bird with the activation off the hands. Interrupt though with the jab to check.
I love that. Crouch jab, nice and easy. Making sure Angry Bird doesn't get anywhere for free. You got to pay that toll. It costs 2 jabs.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
These streets? Yeah, that's a lot.
In this economy, just Tom, that one. Oh, cross kick buffer, didn't get the conversion. Whistle gets the throw in the corner. We've seen this movie before. You don't want to be here. You better find the exit sign.
Okay, back
throw.
Wait, critical art is a problem. Oh, but it doesn't matter. So are the lows. He's sending them flying. He's sending them flying screen to screen. Looking like Michael Jordan repping Chicago right now. That was just...
Shout out to the Midwest.
Yo, shout outs to the Midwest. Shout outs to the Midwest.
We had to point it to him.
Looking real windy for a second. But yeah, catching that low. One of the biggest problems we mentioned prior to that whole situation happening was the fact that they were both engaged in V-trigger. Angry Bird did have the full critical art stock, and Big Bird was just a little shy of getting chipped out. So again, Big Bird having that patience, finding the normal to catch Angry Bird moving forward was just enough that, you know, threading the needle, having those intricate details is always going to be a factor for both of these players. So now I'm excited to see how Angry Bird plays the rest out.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, like, you're getting closer and closer to the wire. Even though it's like you got 4 games, you know, if everything goes in a bad way, right? When do you need to switch? When does the tide need to turn? Because you probably expected the Rashid, but he's going to G. And Zeku versus G, you know, it doesn't matter. Take it off the table. It's not on the script.
You can finish
He's
it.
sticking with it.
Talk to me about it a little
To
bit.
be honest, though, you're running the G against the set pick, or the G pick, I'm sorry. Second versus G is kind of off, so I still kind of like this. You got to make the adjustments as the player. It's a little bit more of gaming skill versus just like this, just like that, put him to the corner.
And again, you are mentioning, you know, different dynamics, but it's paying off significantly for Angry Bird. But no, you can't do that. Not like, you can't convert that way.
Some different, denies the command grab damage, and there's the Hecatoncheires. Hopefully I said that right.
You did, actually.
Nice! I practiced.
Let's go.
Just like Big Bird is getting fist to face, and you see here, Angry Bird with the practice of his own. He held this back from Big Bird. Poor Big Bird was like, dog, this is gonna be a wrap. This is gonna be a breeze, and it's not.
This time the meeting just ever so slightly, but here comes Angry Bird, gets the install. I wonder, again, what he's gonna do to even try to convert into that wheel kick. It doesn't matter. Big Bird getting the opening. No power. He's gonna dash up for Oki, and I like that. I appreciate that. Applying more pressure till he gets in the corner.
So the hands roll.
That's what I was looking for, right? He went for Hecatoncheires. It hit, but you can't go into the wheel kick.
That's unfortunate. There's a stun and done right here. Talk to him for a second again. Get that bar built up. And going the next round with even one EX is going to make any sort of footwork dangerous, right? Might get caught low. Even the EX fireball also stopping in the tracks. And remember, the low health threshold of the character, never mind. You got to see that V skill right there. Sticking out the buttons when you try to light buffer, gets denied.
The anti-air once again, not afraid of any of the axe kicks that might come his way.
Did he just whiff punch the 4 meter? Nah,
100%.
son.
Oh, 100%
nah,
he did.
son.
100% he did. He's also going to get the command grab. Close to stun is Angry Bird. He tried to get the stun instead of the power, but he gets it either way.
And this is a wrap right here. This is quick things right here. Quick things out here, right? I feel like it's just like my man's like not mentally prepared for him to fight a G of this level. They fought so many times. If you watch the stream, they fight so many times. But Steve, you got something.
I knew he was gonna pick G.
You knew he was gonna.
I believe.
I swear. I was like, there's no way. Cause look, man, I'm not commentating the match, but I'm gonna tell you right now. I was like, man, there's no way this dude's not gonna pick G. I was like, there's no way he's not gonna pick G. And we saw him play in Street Fighter League. Remember, we were like, oh, he's obviously gonna pick G, and you know, like that.
That's where he got the wheels going, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It makes sense.
Yeah, with that in play though, you got to think about like now as. You know, as Angry Bird, like, what do you do in these situations? Like, when you're facing against someone, you're like, you thought it was going to be one way, you switch to the character, that's what you do. And going the Ibuki pick, where you have the ability to strike from the sky still. You got the V skill also, it's a pain point too. Those two things might make it difficult, but it doesn't matter when he lays the crouching fierce on you.
So it seems like Angry Bird has taken the approach of going airborne as like the option against someone like G. He wants characters that can be able to strike from further out and not fear for an anti-air, right? But I don't know, that hasn't even been the case, right? I think Angry Bird has neutralized a lot of the airborne options when playing this fantastic ground game.
Slow crouching medium punch into the buffer, back fierce, EX, not enough for the finish. One more hit to do it, unloads the whole clip. Mixed time.
He had extra time to block that one. Stand jab, nice and easy, catching Angry Bird moving forward.
He's seen this before, right? He's seen those mix-ups so many times. They play so many times. It's gonna be hard to open them up.
Are they playing in the same room?
I don't know. We'll have to ask Capcom about that one.
I feel like they would be, to be honest with you.
Yo, Mothership just said one room over. I mean, they do live super close. And he got real in front of that face with the EX connects, back fierce, V skill, command grab to the skies. No surprise, it's gonna be a lot of damage.
One more for stun. Oh yeah, that was gonna be more than enough. And there's very little scaling involved. What's the reset? Oh, he's not gonna go for the reset. He's gonna go for the knockdown.
Pure damage. A lot of red. The flip outs. Try to EX. Nothing there.
Nobody's home?
No,
There's nobody home?
There's no lights on. You're gonna pull up and nobody's home.
How is he gonna deliver this kunai package? Are you gonna sign for it? I'm not gonna sign for it.
Come back tomorrow.
Oh. I'm not signing for nothing.
I'm not.
They're room over. You know he sent it to him because he heard him in the other house. He was like, yo, I know he's there. Send him this kunai with an explosive tag on it. Yeah. He's gonna know what character I'm playing that way. that's what happened.
But he left that door closed though. He said, I'm not getting opened up. Didn't get opened up by the V-Trigger mix-up. And that's the thing about Ibuki this season, like not being able to like kind of clean people up with like two mix-ups. You gotta put a little bit more sauce on it.
You gotta put a little more
put a little more sauce on top of that.
So there's not enough sauce to go around is what you're telling me?
Yeah, you need to get lost in the sauce.
Oh, that's fair.
No, get
You said
lost in the sauce. No, get lost in the sauce.
And that's the kind of character to do it. You have to do it with Seth, right? You can't be doing it with Ibuki. You have to stick to Mama's original recipe.
Ooh,
that's the
delicious
thing.
kind.
You can't add your own recipe to the original. That's not how it works.
I wish he would originally stick this character the entire way through. It's a player problem right here. Axe kick, they gotta start doing that. That's really, we talk about sauce, that's the sauce of the character right there. The axe kick, but here's the EX, back fierce, fireball again. Is this the same movie we've been watching so many times?
Getting the carry as well. Trigger is on deck. Whoa, okay, I thought it was gonna be activated. There it is, yes sir. After the sweep, forward throw. Pressure even more from the throws against Big Bird. He can't take any more, right? Yeah, here comes the trigger activation, checking the lows in case Angry Bird wants to escape. Hekatonkeries make it safe. Plus, in fact,
the flip out though.
That was so smart. That was
side?
so smart. He knew that Big Bird wanted to press a button. He was looking for any sort of buffer because after that follow-up in V-trigger, you are at a plus scenario. But Angry Bird, with the read, going airborne instead, knowing Big Bird wanted a buffer. It was so smart.
Big brain, Big Bird. I should say Angry Bird, to be honest. Crouching mini kick into the Tatsu right here, connects. Crouching mini kick, though. That's a great poke. Oh, denies the EX, dog. Take the meter off the table like that.
That was so weird, but it was cool.
Light check. That's a great button to just check people for tick. Those is the light kick right there. But the medium kick, the stop sign, no entry, baby, no entry.
I don't know if he's dead yet, but one more mix-up, he's going to do it. Oh, I don't know.
Oh, you got to finish your plate.
That could have been stand jab, crouch.
You better finish your jam plate. This is Seth. You better finish your plate. You're going to regret that one because it's done. It's done. Nice. 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 Angry Bird.
I know you said Big Brain, Angry Bird earlier, but I was thinking Big Bird. What was the other thing you said?
It was Big Brain.
Big Brain, Angry Bird.
Angry Bird.
I put it the other way around because of the scramble.
Yeah. I got scrambled because my man got mixed too. Now, going back to the Seth pick, this is what he should have did originally. Just stick with the character that you had because it was a player problem. He doubted himself, but now he's on the right path.
He was down 2 games prior, so I do not blame him for the slight switch up. But we saw how quickly that change or that mix-up ended for him, right? Going into the Ibuki pick, I think, again, with this downloaded Seth, he's slowly starting to put the building blocks together. But what happens if Big Bird were to switch to Rashid with the amount of games he has in his advantage?
It's going to be a hard stick. You're going to have to stick. Think about it like this. Every time you get to this end, it's really hard to stick to that character because you got to get the W, you know?
Yeah, you really, I mean, as Angry Bird, you can't switch right now. You're stuck to the set. This is all you got right here. Still, game point, Big Bird in prime position to take it. Nice deleting these dive kicks. Stay outside the distance and get that big punish.
You mean to tell me G is a Capcom gun? Oh boy. Anti-air, crouching heavy punch again. Other side, great block from Big Bird, but stuck in this corner. No! You thought it was deleted? No, it's just pushed up further.
Just a little bit more. That's the variance that you have from that. At any height, you can run that. Nice jump, medium kick to meet him in the skies.
When have we ever seen that as an air-to-air option?
Smart stuff.
Not ever.
Very studious right here. Y'all better be taking notes on how to deal with Seth. The interrupt, but doesn't get the conversion that he wants out of the activation from Angry Bird. The reversal, but still.
Oh, I like that. You're gonna bring your tracks. You still managed to press a button and got counter hit? What? Are you kidding me?
How you get away with that? That was a robbery.
Okay, wait.
Hold on now. Activation does it raw.
Oh, you're dead. You're actually dead. He had so much time to snipe it out of there. He's like, pull! V-skill.
Got a couple seconds. And now, Big Bird is on set point. Big jump in, round start.
No.
Double fist to the face. This V-skill. Stuck in the corner. Nice challenge. You got to get out of this corner, dog. Find the exit, and this is the one way to do it. Oh, you saw it?
On the way down. Great patience.
Nice second time to the corner.
No,
Big Bird. Yeah, he don't want to press her on that area, though. Activation plus frames. Catches the low crease up them fake easy, dog. I know.
What did he hit him with? That wasn't even a counter hit, but Angry Bird was still crouching. Uh-oh.
Activate feature going to do it soon. Does it off the crouching heavy kick. Hekatonkeries.
Switch for the plus frames. Yeah, backdash from Big Bird. He knew a normal was coming this time. He's like, all right, I'm going to make that read. I'm going to move back instead.
The bravery.
That could have been dangerous. It could have been a low medium kick.
Look at him. He's looking for that confirm. To stay alive, but the damage is
punish.
applied.
That is a punish. What is that? Aurora Borealis? In your kitchen? That was his head. He cooked him up with the critical art. Can I see it?
Can I see it? Can I see it?
No.
No. Aurora Borealis in your Regardless, Angry Bird having the hardest time trying to stop Big Bird from basically just imposing his will. And I'm not going to say it was him imposing his will, but the fact of the matter is that was a hard call out when it comes to these matchups. And it wasn't a character matchup like St. Cola said. This wasn't a character matchup. This was a player matchup. The fact that he was hitting buttons and some of these instances where you never hit buttons, that is him playing to your friend. When you play somebody you know, you take advantage of that, especially when it's $5,000 on the line. And I can tell you right now, they're probably going to split.
There's so many examples of that too, because there's situations on paper where you're like, you're plus here, you're minus here. So you're assuming, okay, they're going to respond accordingly. That was not the case. There were so many significant examples of that. If you missed it, you have to check the tapes on it.
No, that's definitely true. These guys are definitely playing to each other's strengths and weaknesses, right? Like if I'm playing Jeremy, I'm like, I know what Jeremy likes to do. I'm going to take advantage of it. Like that's what you're supposed. If $5,000 was on the line, I definitely would have did it. St. Cola, you got any words about this match?
He would have taken us to at least carne asada fries afterwards.
Yeah, definitely. We would have got dinner. We would have got dinner.
Yeah, but you think you have to hear it, right? Between these two friends, you're going to have to hear this the whole entire time. Like, bro, I just beat you.
I hear it every day on social.
Oh, my God.
I hear it every day on
And guess who has to hear it now? Angry Bird has to hear it from his boy for however long it's going to take. But it won't take long to go back to the CSI department. Let's see what they thought about this match.
Big Bird 4, Angry Bird 1, and in that, a character that we didn't expect, maybe a couple that we weren't necessarily expecting, although maybe not a big surprise. Talk to me about this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't 100% expecting. Actually, I was specifically expecting a Rashid coming from Big Bird side of things, but I'm not too surprised about the G because I have heard that Seth does pretty well against Rashid. But the Ibuki switch from Angry Bird really surprised me. But how this match went in general, yo, that was wild. The neutral from Big Bird specifically, this one I knew he was extremely on point. Seth goes for the heavy Tatsu. And you know that's fake. You can interrupt it with a button if you're on point. He didn't just try to punish it with a jab, with a crouch medium punch. He went for back fierce and it traded. He was a bit late, but it traded. But the fact that he even had the confidence to go for that, you can tell that these guys play a lot and you can see that Big Bird's extreme reaction skills. And then after that, I want to say he whiff punished Angry Bird's forward medium punch with a crouch fierce. His neutral in general was just phenomenal. Seth wasn't able to just jump all day. Hey, I might have to take back my Seth video. I'm just playing. Go ahead, Brian.
Well, like you said, I think the whip punishes were really on point, but in regards to that jump mix-up game, you know, Seth excels at jumping at people because of the mix-up, the axe kicks, the different angles, the different timings he can approach with that, and then just regular jump heavy kick, regular jump cross-up, and G's kind of a tall character, so G really has to think about those options, but you saw earlier on, I actually felt like Big Bird was not concerned about anti-airing too much. I felt like there was a lot of jumps that occurred, a lot of jump lights, and there wasn't too much challenge in those fronts because I feel like once you got back to neutral, if you survive that little bit of offense right there, the whiff punishes were huge. The crouching fierce was represented consistently going into EX rush. Once you land one of those hits with G, that's when the steamroll starts. And G excels at that neutral game. So I wasn't surprised when he was finding those consistent hits when Big Bird was overextending on him, that he was able to convert that to damage and he just kept the momentum. And that Ibuki pick, I'm not sure what that was about.
That to me was a big surprise because these players know each other so well. They even talked in the interview beforehand about how, you know, their journey started together and like they clearly, that is the kind of pick I feel like you make against somebody who you're not as familiar with. You try it out maybe,
right?
But it didn't go well. He went right back to the Seth. It kind of reminded me of the previous match where it was one player just had control. They were in control of neutral, but the other one had mix-ups. If they had throws, it wasn't that big of a deal. Right. I really like the way that was managed. Next match is gonna be Kaba versus Mena RD. Again, players who know each other extremely well. They're training partners. They play each other all the time. They have played in tournament too. What are you looking at from this?
Well, you know, Mena is the one who really made the splash at first for the DR scene, but I feel like Kaba has been representing hard the past couple of years. You know, he's gotten a lot of big top 8s, Evo top 8 under his belt as well. You know, Mena, Capcom Cup champion, so he's no stranger to the situation. But I think also the character dynamics, Kaba dedicated Guile main. Ryu before, but you know, that the meta moved on beyond that, so he picked up Guile representing the zoning and that kind of rush on offense mixed up with fireballs. Mena, Birdie traditionally not that great against Guile. I think he had a lot of options in previous seasons, a lot of strong fireball tools that have changed. But now I don't know who Mena's gonna pick. I have no idea who Mena's going to pick. I think 2020 saw the evolution of Mena from being the birdie player to being Mena the Street Fighter V main. So I'm excited to see who he pulls out. I don't think it's going to be Birdie. It might be, but I wouldn't be surprised if either one of them take it.
We've seen Abigail, we've seen Cammy, we've seen
Sakura,
Sakura. Yeah, we've seen a few.
We've even seen a little bit of Seth.
Yeah.
And one last point on that match that I want to bring up is just that on the Angry Bird versus Big Bird match, those explosive V-trigger characters like Urian with the Aegis or Seth with, you know, those teleporting all over the place doing 5,000 damage just off of jabbing you. You notice that in those matches, the explosive character was not able to land those hits. Big Bird did a great job of quelling that. And I feel like going up against a character like Birdie, Kaba going up against Birdie, with him being nerfed now, his V-triggers are strong. Like that V-trigger 2 buff was very big for him to have. But then they increased the hurt box on that Stand Fierce and made it linger out there quite a bit longer. So now I think that Mena is gonna have a hard time. If he goes with the Birdie, I'm predicting a wash, like 4-1. If he goes with the Sakura, I don't know who's gonna win that. I would have to edge it to Kaba though. I would edge it to Kaba.
Kaba has said that he thinks that matchup versus Birdie is 5-5.
I don't think that match. Look, I don't think
maybe versus Mena.
Yeah.
Okay,
maybe.
okay, yeah. Versus the best Birdie player in the world.
Right,
maybe it's even. I don't know. We'll see though. That match is coming up very soon.
Round 1, fight!
Paraneuro device expansion completed. Pseudo personality asset is imported properly. Biological brain connected. Dawn unit 0. Startup sequence will begin.
Well now, little piece of junk. Time to wake up.
Dawn unit 0. Activated.
Well, Jody, who is a piece of junk? Show me something worth taking. Your data is now useless. Witness the power of the content engine. This is the power of the king! Your data will reside in me for eternity.
I'll take you downtown. That's how you start the fight and finish it quickly.
Let's have some fun.
Let me zap you. Here we go.
Terrific win!
Two matches down so far for day 2, but the action does not stop. We're getting right back into it with St. Cola, Tasty Steve, and myself, Vicious, here at the Capcom Pro Tour 2020 season final. We're gearing up and getting ready to go for our next matchup. I do believe it is going to be the brothers in arms, Kaba versus Mena RD.
DR in the building, or not actually in the building, but definitely on the map. It's not only in a building somewhere. But no, I think that first off, I am one of Mena's hugest fans. I held up his hand on the stage when he won Capcom Cup, and as well as just Kaba as well, right? I've been to the DR, mad love, Esteban Sabroso, they gave me that name, you know what I'm saying? But when you look at these two players, these are two players, much like Angry Bird and Big Bird, they kind of go up off of each other, right? And Mena is kind of the pillar of his community at this point, and I love the fact that he's continued to build up these other people. And Mena gives Kaba so much love. Like, when I tell you, before I even met Kaba, he talked about Kaba like he was a god. So it's like, that lets you know that these guys are always pushing for each other. I got a lot of love for them both.
I mean, that all being said, what happens, outside the sticks is way, way different, because when they sit down, they mad aggressive. They are definitely going to be fighting the fullest, right? And that's actually maybe part of that friendship. It's like they want each other to get better, so they're going to be playing to get better. Mena RD, Capcom Cup champion, been playing a lot of different characters lately. You've been switching around. We've been seeing, even lately, like the Karen pick, Sakura, sometimes Amika, Abigail. I wouldn't even call it a crisis, to be honest. It's more about like trying to find the right fit for the right person that he's playing.
Yeah.
Sometimes the matchup, but a lot of times it's just like, who am I fighting today? And on the other hand, Kaba is one of the most established guys. Someone that Daigo has taken, things from in stylistically wise, in terms of like walk down kind of aggression.
Dude, Kaba has literally, it was at Capcom Cup in Vegas. He actually made my face do something that's dude, he was playing. I was like, oh my God, what? Like, I had to walk off. I literally had to leave the room because it was that good. Then that was Kaba that did that,
Yeah, we have plenty more to hear from the Dominican Republic themselves. Again, Kaba and Mena RD, you do not want to miss this. Let's take a look at how they prepared themselves for the season final.
We got another Capcom Cup champion in the building, Mena RD. I got to ask you, brother, how do you feel going into this 2020 season final against Kaba and preparing for this matchup?
It feels pretty good, honestly, making it this far, and this is what I prepared for, this match.
What's going on, man? I got to ask you, how does it feel for you being here for the 2020 season final?
Así que me hace sentir muy, muy bien y que todo vale la pena, siempre representarlo a mi país.
You took down the Central American qualifier and made your way back into Capcom Cup. Tell us a little bit about that journey and what your expectations were.
Yeah, I remember that tournament very well. It's difficult matches. I have to fight my brother and then Kusanagi 2 times, so there was no easy matches. Like, even the first match in the entire tournament was hard. So it felt pretty good taking it.
Mena RD is your CBT Central America 2 champion.
Looking back at your performance in 2020, you took down the first Central American qualifier for the Capcom Pro Tour. What was that like for you in the tournament?
Siempre me sentí con la confianza, con los ánimos de que yo puedo ganar, llame la victoria, llame la copa hacia casa.
And nice and easy, again, a championship point scenario for Kaba.
The last time you guys played each other in the qualifying events, Mena RD actually took 4th in the CPT Central America 1. Do you feel like he's going to be out for revenge this time around?
Mena siempre tiene algo que demostrar. Es que y siempre puede demostrar en cualquier escenario, en cualquier territorio, siempre puede demostrar y siempre lo hará y siempre lo ha hecho.
And I like it. I like the aggression from Kaba. Now it's forcing Mena RD to come in and make mistakes.
Now we have a lot of representation from the Dominican Republic. Can you tell us a little bit more about what it's like to compete in the Central America region?
You have to make sure to first beat all the hard things and all the hardships that come with being from Central America. Electricity is a thing here. Like, sometimes you don't have electricity. So yeah, it's pretty hard to make it as a Latin American player. It's worth it, and the culture that we all have is like a big family. So when you win for them, there's no better feeling in the world.
Siempre es un orgullo para mí yo poder representar tanto a mi país como a mi región. Demuestra que nosotros sí pertenecemos al mapa, nosotros sí tenemos talento.
Or is he just going to spin it after an anti-air? into the critical art, send him full screen, give him this damage.
You've seen each other grow as professionals. Can you kind of shed a little light on what it's like seeing you watch his success and like seeing him grow exponentially as a player year after year?
It makes me feel really good and really proud. What we're doing is working. You know, the strategy that we're using, the way we approach the game, the way we approach the competition, it works. So when I see it works not only on me, then that means I can help more people.
Kaba secures the victory for Psycho Shinobi.
Going into this exhibition, tell me a little bit about what we can expect from him and his playstyle.
Well, his playstyle and my playstyle, I think, are very similar. We're both very aggressive. Just thinking, like, should I risk it here? What am I going to lose if I do this? Like, we both play like that all the time.
Mena RD.
Bueno, la última vez que yo jugué con Mena es difícil, tú sabes. tengo que utilizarle mucho el riesgo, porque realmente él se aprovecha mucho si nota que tú estás un poco cohibido en el set.
It's usually very stressful, but we both know each other, so it's always going to be a good match.
And that's the best kind of match, right? A lot of familiarity between these two players. They've played in multiple stages on both high level and even in like the same home, right?
Yeah.
So it's going to be very tough to call either way. I'm excited to see you guys go through it, but for the most part, I feel like, again, Mena RD has just so many options with his characters, as many options as Kaba has with his hairstyles.
That's actually true. Kaba looks ridiculous all the time. Every time I see him, he looks cooler by proxy.
Kaba Mars? Kaba Mars?
I saw him in his homeland, and my man was just looking like a superstar walking out there. You know what I'm saying? But no, you're 100% right, man. Like, Kaba is one of those players that you look at, and I'm always just amazed by some of the things he can do in game. And I think it comes because they have such a strong community where they're always trying to play. Like I said, I've been over there. I've seen and commentated exhibitions over there. Those guys are a very strong community. Got a lot of love for each other.
Absolutely.
It's awesome to see this growth, man. It's amazing actually to see this growth.
It's going to be amazing to see them, rep the DR. I mean, that's what this entire weekend has been about, repping those regions. But they're really be putting the heat to the flames right here. And having, on the other hand, you see on the right side, it says Mena RD's running the birdie. He may pick a multitude of different characters. And it doesn't matter what he picks. It's still going to pose a problem. As Kaba said, if you're lacking or slacking, you're going to get bopped. If I catch you out here lacking on these streets, you're going to get bopped. And it may be like that because even if it's birdie, where, despite what Kaba may say on the Twitter, I might have to get you on blast for that one, may say it's a 5-5. It's actually pretty difficult for birdie. But then again, you see the Wallsy style that's still implanted in Mena RD. It's still a problem. Like if he catches you just once, it's a wrap.
It's a walking fortress coming at you, right? With like a full arsenal. Yeah, that makes sense.
I think the major question is, are we going to get what Mena RD are we going to get? Are we going to get Capcom Cup birdie Mena, or are we going to get like World Warrior? I'm playing a bunch of characters Mena, and it could be any, and he's going to the Karen versus Kaba. Mena RD versus Kaba. DR on the map. Let's see what happens in this set.
I don't think Karen's a bad pick. She has ways against the fireball. Once she gets in, it makes it real difficult. It makes Gal feel real unusual. She's got great buttons, the crouch mini kick, the fierce, all these things, when she's in that range to play. So you got to be super careful with your Kaba. He's been working on this. Minardi has. And you see that this is how that he's going to start his gameplay. Put you in the corner, make you feel real unusual. He's been working on this character for so long, for the past couple of months. And let's see if this can take down Kaba, though.
I like him using the classic Karen outfit as well.
It's kind of nice, dog. That green.
These jump-ins, adding up the activation. The baby boom parade. Let me see him.
Coming down the street.
Right.
Medium. He's to finish the plate.
Try to go for the overhead.
It's always the overhead that
I knew you
stuff.
would say that. You love that move, dude.
Vicious was waiting for it.
He loves that move.
It's quite the opposite.
Oh, yo, did he delay it? That's not going to hit. Wow.
Yes, it is. The baby boom coming through in the clutch. Got to finish the job. Both of them had to versus that one touch, one hit situation. Just a dab will do you. Just a slight bit activation though. Hold the throw.
Wow. Yo, I love the call out though, going for the throw after the block sweep activation. And that's a legit call out, right? Because a lot of times when you're fighting a Karen, you're expecting her to instantly go to the buttons, right?
Right. All right. And RT with just one.
Look at active minutes in the neutral, trying to lock down this guy on the corner.
That's just, you know, representational of his style, right? That button-C style comes through with this character. She's so strong when you find those confirms, and he's really good about finding those if you can just find one crouching mini kick. And, you know, commentator's curse comes through sometimes.
I'm gonna tell you right now, it's really funny to see their contrasting style, and I don't mean funny, I mean it's interesting, because you see Mena has this very active walking fortress style, like Vicious said before, but Kaba has this active, yo, I'm not gonna let you hold that ground style, and I know it comes from specifically playing Mena RD, big damage on the table.
Yo, if you can't work the ground, we're gonna go to the sky.
Oh.
If I got this corner though.
So bye.
Jump, trying to catch him walking on in. Look at this patience right here. No trip card, just text a throw. Stuck in the corner though. Not where you want to be.
Oh, that was a bait right there. Still didn't get the proper anti-air. You see him go for that crouching jab. Daigo-esque crouching jab for the anti-air. Oh, the crush.
Follow up. Oh no, big damage right here. Going right for the super.
Oh, this is not going to kill. Yeah, Vicious just told me it's not going to kill. Just
flagging those fingers. He's a Karen player. He knows the death threshold is at. But just roll! Runs it wrong!
Just roll!
It's raw!
That was raw!
Send it
back!
That was raw!
Send it back!
Your donut!
What are you? An idiot sandwich!
Oh man, no, like you can tell that these styles are definitely like clashing a little bit, right? And I feel like Kaba's style comes from the evolution of playing Mena RD so much, and I feel like I see so much of each of their games in each other's play, especially how they answer some of these instances. I'm very impressed already. I love to see these kind of matches. Same thing like we saw in Angry Bird versus Big Bird. You love to see these small instances in which they're taking advantage of that personal information from those players.
And I feel like, you know, that hesitation that he had. Like, you don't really see Kaba this pensive.
You don't.
You don't see
you
him.
Definitely don't. You definitely don't.
And so it's like Kaba, you got to get back in the Kaba mode that they're used to. Fighting in the core zone, right here in the chest.
I feel like it has a lot to do with the character choice that Mena brought to the table, right? With that Karen, he's like, okay, I anticipated some other character. It could have been like so hard to call. You have like what, Birdie, Abigail, Sakura, Karen, all obviously that
Mika, you just go down the list.
Half the list, right?
I honestly think it's just one of those moments where Kaba is just trying to get himself acclimated here into Game 2.
No, I really, I like that you said that. I think that is a true fact, right? Like, Mena can play so many characters, and think about it, like, Kaba doesn't know what character he's going to play, so he's going to have to adjust it. But even still, just the call-outs that he was doing, you still see him calling out some of these Mena RD specific situations and trying to take advantage.
And now take advantage of this corner push right here. Can block load in the corner. It's not where God wants to play at.
Oh.
EX connects. This is the problem. When she's got bar, you can't be throwing out projectiles. You gotta be super safe about that. Kaba eating a ton of damage already.
Oh, crush. V-skill to get the knockdown.
The throw. The chase down. The hot pursuit. Coming this summer.
Crouching heavy punch. Gets the crush on top of that. Reads the jump out of the corner from Kaba. Kaba's in trouble right now. Flash kick. Okay. All right.
Fierce connects. EX. And the push with the V-skill with the back throw. Good call out right here. Kaba, I need to see the return over seat. I'm even going to try to throw. Yeah, but at that angle, it might have been dangerous to do it, so I kind of agree.
I would have light kick, flash kick with my life, bro. Light kick, flash
that
kick.
might have been bad, though. You're going to do it anyway. Still. Oh! Nice 7-framer coming through.
Oh!
Upside down kick. Flash kick into the super. The Popeye's arms, and that's a family-sized meal right there.
My God, that's a 20-piece, bro. They get it in the value box.
We'll have leftovers for a while.
You're going to throw away the coleslaw, though, because, you know, Rob...
Hold on now. Hold on. Chat.
I love coleslaw, bro.
2 for 9.
I love coleslaw, man. I'm just being real. Not from, like, regular establishments. Yeah, it got to be homemade.
It got to be homemade. It definitely got to be homemade. Just like this usually got to be a little bit different. You know, maybe not so homemade where someone's, you know, been able to acclimate to your style. You got to do something a little bit different. You know, maybe go back to the kitchen with it. Kaba, though, starting to get a little more poking.
Look at this active style. This is that active style that we were talking about. And you can still see the shades there. This time breaks the throw, tries to go for a tick throw, not ready for the actual throw, the follow throw.
On hand. The tag. Oh, the jump in, though. What are these reads? It's because you know this player. Stuck in the corner. Find a way out. Kaba. Still got V-trigger to work with. Not out of this game just yet.
Oh,
nice slow catch.
Activate.
The boom.
Boom parade. Let me in. Let me dash behind these bad boys.
Baby boomers. All these zoomers. Falls to the fireball.
40 seconds left on the clock. Full CA on the table for Mena RD. Oh, he was looking for it. He's definitely looking for it. He's trying to cash out. He does not want to give Kaba a game on the board because he know what that means for the boat. EX for Sinha, let me out. Yes, oh my God.
No way.
Why is he doing this?
What is your problem?
Who hurt this man?
That was a red light.
Who hurt this man?
But he said that was a red
That
light.
was a red light.
They got him on camera. They got him on
They got him
camera.
in 4K. We caught you in 4K. In 4K.
Bro, they caught you in 4K?
Nah. It's so hard because there's moments where there's just like a burst of momentum and it's so hard to read him. And you think Kaba has these moments where he's like, dog, it's my game to play.
Yeah.
But he said, nah, I'm
he's
not
like,
gonna let you have that way.
He's like, I know what you're thinking. You're about to get relaxed. Well, guess what? I'm not going to let you do that. He's like, I'm going to hit a button right here, throw off your entire game, right? And it's not even as simple as a button. It's like big jump-ins versus some of these booms that Kaba's throwing out. And I'm like, why would you jump then? It's like, because you know exactly the pace that he's trying to control. And those call-outs definitely add up. They add up to matches, and that's what you just saw.
I gotta say, going into this next match, I bet you both a two-piece meal that Kaba is not gonna flash kick this next jump in from Mena. Mena's gonna start off the round with another jump in. It's literally been like 3 rounds.
All of us in the chat out there, everybody watching, he owes us all if he messes up.
It's been 3 rounds straight.
Give me a 1 if you
Watch,
can hit.
he's
Give me
gonna
a 2.
jump. Dang it!
You owe us all a meal.
Yeah, I want
Let
that
me get that Popeyes,
too.
baby.
God, it'd be the anti-air though.
Yeah. That was good. That was good though. Nice light touch right here using that answer. And that's one thing you have to do with dogs. You have to be able to have these articulate and perfect anti-airs. They got to be pristine and precise.
Oh, big jump. Once again, just jumping over the boom.
The range on that jumping heavy kick is so good too. Especially in the corner. Nice fierce to catch
The
him.
side switch and the stun. Oh,
you
no,
gotta get
there it is.
the one touch.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Kaba in trouble right now. Down 2 games and a round. This is a first of 4. This next round could put Mena on match point.
There's the flash kick we were looking for right there. Anti-air. Dash up low. Clip one with it. You still owe me the meal, Jeremy.
Right, I
you
still want
owe me
that
the
too.
meal. Beerus will try to get out of this pressure right here. Anti-air. Back down to the ground.
Oh, wow.
Oh, Beerus, if you would have believed. If you just would have believed.
It's the sun.
Sunday. You gotta believe.
Oh.
Leave him alive.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Bless him.
Take me to church.
Overhead.
All right. Okay.
We got the boys. But I like him trying to at least go for the heavy kick activation. But that got stuff though. Kaba with the flash kick back to mid-screen. And Kaba having to alternate between like the zoning kind of pressure right here and also the buttons like that with the buffer into the EX.
Just dashing him down. And this is that moving wall that I was talking about. EX to get through. The skill for the knockdown. And putting yourself back in the situation. Jump on this side. Kaba with the lead. And he's up around this life lead, looking pretty solid. And just backs up a little bit, anticipating that. There's the activation off of the sweep. No combo confirmed. Nice scramble here.
Jump. Still. Oh, nice check. Kaba still in it.
Kaba on the board.
Okay.
This is what I like to see. Now you see Kaba being a lot more active, like you pointed out before. His typical game style is like, hey, I want you to be active and force you to make these mistakes.
Right.
Now he's literally saying, you know what, I have to take this instance. Instead of giving Mena the chance to jump while he's looking for those booms, because he's done it multiple times, he says, you know what, I'm going to back up and jump in on you. Gets the big hit, started this entire momentum, threw him into the corner, and that's the kind of Kaba I like to see. When he controls the pace, it is so hard to stop him. And it's mostly because he's used to playing players like Mena RD.
Exactly.
So it's really one of those things I love to see happen. I love to see it play out.
It's exactly how you mentioned before, right? Kaba is one of the best when it comes to active defense. It's not just backing up and forcing those errors. He's actually checking your approach every single time. Even in that last instance, the sequence was the standing light kick into EX Sonic Boom, right? So he's always looking for you to try to make a move in his territory. That's the kind of active defense that we were talking about earlier.
At the same time, we have seen a few drops and not as many hit confirms that you would think that would come from Mena RD, right? Like there's a few situations where I feel like it could have led into a lot more, and that's because obviously he hasn't put as much time into this character as, you know, his birdie pick, you know, the natural birdie pick, or even the Abigail, right?
Yeah.
So there's still a little bit of that you know, it's still rawness. You gotta cook it a little bit.
Gotta cook it a little bit.
It may come through as this match progresses. He already has some on the board, and it may, as this goes longer, just allow him to get these hit confirms and say, oh, I need to clean this up a little bit.
I'm still a little upset that he jumped in the second round of that game, by the way.
You almost flew, Jeremy.
I digress.
Stand medium punch getting more active in the neutral. Now this is the Karen we're used to, right? Just walking up, hitting the stand medium punch. controlling the neutral, but this also gives Kaba a chance to play his normal game, and his normal game is offense. Look at how he has this life lead stunned pretty high on the side of Mena, and this is starting to go downhill.
I like his economy of buttons, just stopping a lot of these approaches right here, the dashes. Nice DP right here. The EX Kaba, or the normal Kaba.
Oh, the jump in over the boom. This is not good. Push to the corner right there. Tick throw.
There you go. Stun is rising.
Oh, catches him with the boom on the way out.
The baby boomers coming through, dog. These are yours, and you better pay support.
Wow.
And you better pay support. This is what we were wanting to see, and it's the defense and the offense. Knowing when to go in, knowing when to get the sweeps like that. The 7-framer coming through. What?
Oh my God!
Yo, he knocked the hair. He knocked the wig off the head.
Right?
Oh, that's how you feel. Huh?
Yeah. Jeremy, your ball's beautiful. Okay, come on.
I like the jab to stop the approach. Staying light kick EX boom. Can we talk about that? Yo, Kaba.
That's masterclass right there.
That is actually masterclass right there.
You don't see lower players be doing that on the regular, but that's such a good part of this game plan to check a lot of these dashes, EX dashes, things like that, just to have that out hot and ready, dog. You have to pay for it. Careful though. Stuck in the course, not where you want to be is Guile.
He's looking for a boom right now so he can EX through it. And you see him just walking him down to the corner, and Kaba gave him all the space, and now he's stuck here. Eats 2 throws, activation off the standing heavy kick, low forward, goes into the record, activate off the standing. Are you serious? My man is reading right now. My man is reading raw. Oh my God. All right, it's cool. It's cool. It's cool. It's all right. It's okay.
Oh my God.
It's cool. It's all right.
What a drop.
It's okay. It's okay.
What a drop.
It's all right.
Hold on now.
Bro, my man did stand like he's like.
Hold on now. See, situations like that make you feel unusual.
I was like, all right, he's going to get out of there, obviously, with the B trigger. Stand like kick, boom, activate. Word?
Oh my God.
That's how you feel?
So, but, it's one thing for someone to drop something. It's another thing for someone to take advantage of that situation, get the punish, get the victory, and stay composed. If the spaghetti lands on the ground, you got 5 seconds. If you pick it up, it's all good to go. Don't do that. Don't do that. That's not
off the ground.
Yeah, don't do that.
Don't do that.
Don't do that.
So what are you supposed to do?
Throw it away, Vicious. Jesus Christ, just throw it on the ground.
Or you up the top, bro. You up the top if you want. You up the top of it. Well, if the part that didn't touch the ground.
Look, man, you know who touched the ground? You know who touched the ground? Mena RD Kaba running it right now. I can't believe we have a game in front of us. I mean, I ain't gonna say I can't believe it, but I'm happy.
Oh, let's go!
The birdie!
And then we have the birdie. We talked about it. We touched on it, but now it's on the screen. Let me see what Kaba does to slow down Mena RD's birdie.
Listen, Kaba said on his Twitter that this was a 5-5. Even if it's not, on the paper, he may be feeling like that, and that could cause him hesitancy.
Dang, he was on the ground. He was down, but he wasn't out. Picks up the birdie. Oh, that's gonna be big damage.
In the bait. You gotta hold this right.
Oh,
man, that stun. No, it's not.
Goes for the overhead. Not ready for it though. In the crouch jab. That's
that light touch, that light stuff right there. Oh. Okay, Mena coming back with the birdie pick right here.
Oh
nice
my
God!
God!
Immediate
Walk up
the fireball with the armor of God, dog.
Punish. Gonna hop over that EX boom. Not too prepared. Actually, that was a really good EX boom. Gives him a little quicker on the recovery.
Walk up the man again. Mena RD with the confidence behind him. And this is where he plays best. When he has that confidence, when he believes in his character. Ooh. Interruption. Crush. Great placement of buttons. And you don't want to be caught in the corner, especially with man grab character.
Yo, Guile still fighting though. Guile still fighting though.
He's swinging, but he on death's door, dog. He's trying to hide it. I see the blood seeping through the clothes right here. One more hit to do it. It's a one-touch situation. Oh, he got him.
Oh, no.
Willie ain't free, dog.
Oh, that was such a good.
B reversal.
I like the patient.
EX Dolphin God.
Get out of here.
I wish you guys could have seen it. We all literally did this at the same time. It was just, yeah.
The skip to my Lou. Yo, EX Dolphin dives in the clutch. If at first you don't succeed, you do it again.
Yeah.
Who's going to suspect that? It didn't work the first time. He would never.
I would have.
Does it.
How many willies were freed in that round?
Do it again.
It was like
only
one. The other one got put back.
The other one topped back into captivity.
He was like,
into the corner. It's
this
like free
ain't
Willy.
so cool.
No. It's like,
do it again.
Yes.
One time for the 2-time,
Right, one time for the 2-time. One out of 2 made it. It's okay.
Yeah.
Anyways, it got you the W. I feel like you're doing these call-outs now, and by you, I say Mena's doing these call-outs because he realized that Kaba, he's on his scent, and he's like, oh, you brought out the birdie, huh? Mom's cooking. I'm on my way. Like, he knows that he's like, you know what? If I can make him go to this birdie, I have a better chance. You already said how Kaba feels about this matchup, right? And he's put this on public. That means he feels surely that this is a 5-5 matchup. That means it's left to the player to make it a match. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like Kaba feels like he can take this set just based off of the fact he switched to birdie. This is a long reach, obviously, because I'm not a mind reader, but just the way that, you know, I feel like he presents it makes it feel like something that's very doable.
Again, having that pensiveness is not something you want to have against a Capcom Cup champion right here. Multi-tournaments that he's been a victor of. And big jump and big read. He understands how he wants to play. EX Kaba, though, coming out in the clutch.
What? We got to be careful, Stun. Stun's getting up there. That stand line kick trade definitely helped out Mena still.
Oh, this is looking bad right here. Now it is set point. Mena RD. It was birdie all along. It wasn't the Abigail, the Sakura, the Karen. It was the one that you won Capcom Cup with. Falls to the EX. That's unfortunate. Stuck in the corner.
Yeah, tries to interrupt that EX before it got to the second hit. Didn't work out, but Kaba still fight. Oh, no anti-air.
So many. It's like a mental stat kind of thing. Is he gonna EX me? Is he gonna jump in on me? It's just like you're trying to understand what he's trying to do. Anti-air the crouching medium punch, but still good at that distance right here. Also not a cross-up. Jumping for free.
Yeah, that crouching heavy punch. I mean, at least there's something there, right? Because there's been way too many jump-ins that Mena has gotten away with, and this might be donezo.
Oh
this
my
might
God.
be skip to my Lewis at the end of you. No! Oh my God! With the did you see the trophy? He hit him with the super hit. The trophy was right in front. That was godlike.
This is why I'm a Capcom Cup champion, dogs.
Just in case you forgot, I got the cup. He dropped it on you. You better steal.
You guys are wild, man. I don't know what to do with this.
What? How can we not be wild with such great matches? When
Yeah,
you see
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
yeah.
I'm just trying to be prepared. That's all.
But to see the birdie pick come out in the clutch right there, which Kaba was already afraid of, and like naturally, people always look at what's on the paper, like, oh, this matchup is this and that. But someone who's practiced this so much to be like, I know how to play against a person and do these specific things out here to really make make magic happen.
Right.
The birdie was the pick all along.
Yeah, granted, he did get 2 games with that Karen pick initially, right?
True.
He was just trying to get Kaba a little bit more conditioned to that style of aggression. As we see here, those offensive plays that Mena RD made in the first 2 games really shook Kaba, right? He was trying to test a little bit. He's like, all right, what is your defensive capabilities all about against an aggressive character like Karen, right? It's not going to be a steady walking fortress. It is a full-on turbo-sized tank.
No, that's definitely true.
It's turbo time when it comes to Karen.
It's turbo time. Throw him to this corner. No, I think that, like, you're right. Mena definitely kind of stacked it to where when you have multiple characters, especially in a situation like this, right? You're like, well, look, I have multiple characters. I can start here and work my way to the birdie, right? You have multiple times to get this play out, but also these scrambles you see right here, that was the mental fatigue that let you know it was getting closer and closer to filling that cup and calling out the birdie. The birdie comes out, the gameplay changes once again. That neutralizes a few of the options Guile has. He's instantly slid under the boom and just walking him to the corner. It's a very scary thing to have to deal with Mena RD when he feels confident in a matchup, especially if he's walking you down with birdie.
And it's not easy to do all that stuff. Those are predictive movements right there.
Yeah.
And, he has to change his style because you can't be the wallsy, kind of buttonsy kind of birdie that you used to be. You got to be really picky and choosy with what you do. And when you land those hits, check the cup right here. When you land it, it hurts. On top of the head like that, what a way to go. What a way to go to remind you. He's the Capcom Cup champion for a reason.
No, but you do bring up a valid point when it comes to playing as birdie. You're not allowed to throw out the heavier normals as often as you'd like, because that was one of the big significant changes for the season of Street Fighter V. They're trying to make sure that some of these heavier buttons are whiff punishable, right? So again, he was a little reluctant to make that switch up, but the analysts called it as well. They were saying, you know what, Mena has a full wheel of options, not only in his gameplay, but characters themselves. In fact, I want to know what they had to say in regards to how the matchup went. We have it with Ultra David, Rob TV, and Brian F.
There we were. It was 2-0, and comedic genius Rob TV came up with the idea of having a broom because he was pretty sure it was going to be a sweep. Huh? Get out of here. Get out of here.
Okay, that's bad luck. That's bad luck. You can't put it on my foot. Okay. I think we should use that broom to sweep away our take when we actually thought that all of us had Kaba beating Mena. And honestly, Kaba is someone, Mena, I should say. Mena is someone who I know for a fact, and on one personal level, he's someone who is inspired by people doubting him. So I think that he might have heard our take there and took his game to the next level. When it comes to that match, am I good to give my take on that match right now?
Go for it.
Are you still sweeping? Okay. When it comes to how he played that match, even when he went to the Karen, I was surprised that he went with the Karen pick, right? Even when he went to it, I was like, oh yeah, my man's about to get smoked. I'm not gonna lie to you, man, I'm gonna keep it a buck here. But the way that he played that, it was phenomenal. And then even going to the birdie, I think we've seen a lot of the same things. He kept Kaba uncomfortable. He filled up the space with a whole lot of things. In the Karen matchup, he kept walking him down. He decided that the risk reward on him jumping was worth taking a flash kick or a crouch spears, and the placement of his jump ins was phenomenal. So you guys at home watching that, don't think that he's just doing jumps. The spacing, the timing, that's all specific player reads. And the last thing that I'll say on that is just that in general, when it comes to clean play versus like a more active style of play, generally speaking, clean play is by far more respected. I think that that's an antiquated take, and we need to start understanding there's more than one way to win.
And that's exactly what not just Mena, but I think a lot of the players in the DR region represent, kind of known for that more offensive style. And like you said, Mena is all about making you uncomfortable. I mean, the way he approached that, you were saying during the match, oh, I would expect him to use EX command dash to react to the booms, go for some whiff punishes. That's not what we saw. No. He preemptively committed to that command dash with the Karen. First of all, that pick made me uncomfortable to begin with. We knew he had like 30 characters to choose from. I did not predict Karen at all. I'm not sure if Kaba knew that was coming as well. But that command dash committed. I'm just going to occupy the space. The jumps committed. I'm going to occupy the space. And then when he got down to that range, low forward, low forward, low forward, none confirmed, but he represented it, kept pushing to the corner. And then, Kaba, he had a great adaptation after that sequence. Those two games went down. He's like, look, this traditional Guile kind of sitting back, trying to zone. It's not working. Offense is the way to go. If you're going to occupy my space, I'm just going to occupy that space before you can. So once he got even 2-2, switch it up on you again. I'm going to make you uncomfortable. But back to my signature character, back to my birdie, representing a lot of the same mentality, always occupying space. You never know when the sweep is going to come. That's unsafe on block, but that crush counter gets him in. You never know when that the dolphin dive is going to come. That's definitely unsafe if it whiffs. You don't know when it's going to come in. And finally, once you're shook, you see that little shimmy, walk back and forth in your space, command grab. He uses that like a footsies tool. At the end of all that chaos, there's a very solid fundamental understanding of the game. And Mena, he proved us all wrong. I mean, we all called Kaba, so he definitely proved us wrong today.
I don't want to classify this as being like we're all shocked to see Mena.
Oh, no, of course not.
Yeah. But still, yeah, Kaba did blow him up when they played in the CPT Online Central America #1.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what happened here. So next one is going to be Takamura versus Infectious. We're going to Europe at this point. We have Takamura, a player who has been, I feel like, getting better every single time I see him.
Mm-hmm.
And Infectious, already one of the best.
Right, I'm glad we mentioned that kind of wild style because I feel like Takamura, when he burst out into the scene, that Ken in Season 1 and Season 2, he was about that run life. He would run into your face, mix you up nonstop, and I think he's learned how to kind of tone that back a little bit here and there. And now that he swapped to Akuma, he still represents that wilder Ken side, along with super strong fundamentals, super strong footsies and whiff punishes. And like you mentioned, he's always been in that like 30-something range. I mean, he was really close to qualifying in Capcom Cup in 2019. Infectious, on the other hand, he's been a regular since he burst out in Street Fighter 4. I think he had that set against Tokido back in the day, and since then he's been one of the mainstays in Europe. Watch Infectious if you want to see the mind of someone who's breaking down the game to a strategy. He makes it look so easy. It has never been so clear to me how a high-level player can go into a match and say, I'm going to focus on these options and this is my game plan, than when watching Infectious play. No frills, just straight game plan and execution, and I'm excited to see that.
Yeah, I definitely echo those sentiments. And before I give you my take on that match, I would like to do something with the chat. Chat, 1 for me, 2 for David, 3 for Brian F. Who has the best Infectious face impersonation? Okay.
It's got to be 3.
Okay, now moving on.
It's got to be 3.
Okay, yeah, that's definitely 1. 1 for Big Hollywood. Big Hollywood. Okay, now that being the case, can I give my take? All right, now. I feel like Infectious is one of the most clean players that I have ever seen. Bar none. His dash checks, when we watch this match, look out for the dash checks. Look out for how he deals with Akuma's jump-ins. Of course, I don't know exactly what his direct options are going to be when dealing with Akuma's Demon Flip, but just like we saw earlier from VX Bao with the Urian going up against Jawa, he had all kinds of unique answers. I'm expecting to see much of the same thing from Infectious. He does not let someone get in through the air or through the dashes, so I think it's going to be an extremely clean style, somewhat similar to what we see from CJ Truth, and I think he has the edge. But Takamura, again, an amazing player, and it feels very good to see someone who's always been right there on the cusp of greatness finally start to jump over that hill. Much respect to him.
He definitely is doing that. Well, we'll see that soon. Before that, we're going to have a special message from Steve Aoki.
Beyond the battle.
Get ready.
Destroy. Begin.
Let's go.
Disappear. Kneel.
Strength to crush the spirit of the king.
Alright! I really like to exercise, and training is a lot of fun.
Time to meet your death. 5 seconds.
Pull out all the stuff!
Hadouken! Resurrection!
Yo, what's up everyone? It's Steve Aoki here. I hope everyone is doing amazing wherever you are. I'm here in Las Vegas in my studio, Neon Future Cave, and I'm here to share something very exciting I've been working on, a project I've been working on for quite some time, and I get to share it with you guys now. It's with Street Fighter. You know, growing up as a kid, I used to play Street Fighter 2 in my local arcade, and I would play every day after school. So going back to that kid, young Steve Aoki, to now, and be able to announce that Dimmock is doing a collaboration with Capcom for our Street Fighter collab, combining my style and the classic 16-bit aesthetic together is so exciting, and I can't wait for you guys to see it. Actually, I'm wearing one of the shirts right now, one of the Street Fighter Dimmock collaboration long sleeves. So, check this out. This is another piece from the collection, Street Fighter Dimmock. In the front. On the side, you got the Street Fighter Dimmock on this other sleeve, but this graphic on the back. The classic Ryu graphic on the back. Yo, bangers, just bangers. And guys, these are just 2 designs that I showed you, and we've been working on a lot more. These are awesome. You can check them out right here. Also, RK1UP that we teamed up with on the collab has made a special countercade that goes with this collaboration, and you can also get that while supplies last because they're super limited, so make sure you get them before they're gone.
I need me one of those counter cabs. I really do. Yo, Steve Aoki hit us up with one of those cabs as well as some of the other merchandise they have with Dimmock in their collaboration with Street Fighter. Again, did you see the artwork on that hoodie? They had the original Ryu from Street Fighter 4.
Discussion about this.
Dude, I'm telling you, I've seen that on a poster when the game was first coming out. I'm like, that artwork is sick, and I'm glad it was on that hoodie. That's easily my choice.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell you right now, and I'll talk about this on my stream actually. I was like, man, they have this sick, like bleached, like Street Fighter 3 Third Strike art shirt. I was like, I have no clothes that have been automatically bleached. I know everybody talks about my jeans and how ripped up they are. This is the first shirt I'm gonna own that has bleach stains on it when I bought it. That's the only one, and it's because I'm a fan of that Street Fighter 3 Third Strike art. I need it.
Yeah, I'm definitely kind of with you on the Third Strike one. Street Fighter 4 one's pretty good, but that Third Strike kind of hitting different, though. Kind of hitting different. So, you know where to get at, to hook us up.
Dimmock.
One, two. But we're going to also hook you guys up with some new matches on the way. Takamura versus Infectious. Boys, tell me what's going on.
And this is one of the matches we've been very much so looking forward to. Both of these individuals have been powerhouses.
Yeah.
They've improved exponentially throughout their career in Street Fighter 5.
No, this is definitely true. I mean, Takamura was somebody that I've always been kind of like keeping track of anyway, because I've always seen, not saying that they weren't good, but like I've seen the potential no matter what. Infectious is just actually on another level. We talk about how nice he is. Yeah, I know they were like over there making fun of his face, but like my man's super nice. He's super nice.
Night and day when it
Like
comes to the
night
game,
and day,
right? Like
right?
when he's in the zone for the game, it's a whole different machine. When it comes to outside of the game, he's a real friendly, approachable guy.
He's like the Terminator, bro. Like while he's playing Street Fighter, my man legit does not flinch. He's like, come with me if you want to die. It's like the opposite.
Wait, what?
Like,
Wait,
that's
hold
exactly
on.
what it is. He literally, he's trying to execute you. He plays with such, like, he plays to take you out. He always wants to win. On top of that, I've seen some of the content videos he has. My man is so intelligent when it comes to just the meta of playing Street Fighter 5 that he can break it down in videos for you. And personally, like, I think he's one of the best players in the world. No questions asked. No questions asked.
For sure. Listen, you got to talk to the AI himself.
I did, actually.
The beeps and boops, he understood all that? The zeros and ones?
Bro, you are
I can't do it.
diverse with the language, B.
We had to make sure that we got some sort of like translation program to make it look like he was speaking English. In fact, take a look for it yourself. We have Infectious as well as Takamura in this interview.
The calculated stone cold killer, we got Infectious. I gotta ask you, man, going into the 2020 season final, how do you feel preparing for this exhibition?
I think it was a really tough season overall, really brutal. Only 2 qualifiers, so there was a lot on the line. So I'm happy to be able to have made it to this stage.
One of the representatives from the EU West region, we have Takamura. How does it feel to be here for the 2020 season final?
Je suis satisfait de mon parcours cette année, malgré le fait que ce soit en...
What does it mean to you being one of the representatives for the Europe region in Street Fighter 5?
Yeah, it's always a good feeling to represent the region, kind of put on a display of what the region's capable of.
Bien sûr, c'est une compétition internationale et je vais tout faire pour représenter l'Europe.
Oh no, straight back at you, says Takamura.
Now, I know this is a stretch to ask you if you're excited because I rarely get to see emotion from you, but being able to compete in a 2020 season final despite there being no Capcom Cup, are you excited going into it?
Obviously, it's a shame that we couldn't get Capcom Cup going, but the alternative's quite unique, so I'm excited to take part in it, yeah.
You took first at the Capcom Pro Tour European West qualifier, the second one. Tell me a little bit about your journey throughout the entirety of that bracket and what your expectations were.
Quite a challenging run. I was just glad that I came prepared for each match, and thankfully it paid off.
How did you feel in that moment as soon as it hit?
I think there's a feeling of relief after it's all done. Then I start to unwind, and the relief and happiness that you've made it kind of comes over you.
Now your matchup today is against Infectious, and he qualified through ways of the European West qualifier, the second one that is. We want to know firsthand from your experience, what is it like to actually play against him?
Je l'ai affronté plusieurs fois en tournoi. Infectious, c'est un joueur très patient. Je pense qu'il est prudent.
You're known as one of the most composed players in Street Fighter history. I gotta ask you, what is the secret to maintaining that mental composure, or are you secretly just a robot?
Well, no, I think I am human. I think I've told some people before that it's something that I've practiced. So over time, over years, focusing on composure during stressful situations, because it's something that I saw the Japanese players Daigo, Takedo doing during Street Fighter 4 days. So I took that on and thought, if the best players are doing this, then you've got to be able to stay composed.
What is your strategy going to be like against someone like Infectious?
Stratégie contre prendre le moins de risques possible et de m'adapter à la.
Takamura, he's a student of the game, really strong competitor.
On s'est affronté à plusieurs reprises et ça allait dans les deux.
In the past, when we've come up against each other, I've generally taken the victory, but he has beaten me before.
On a beaucoup joué ensemble et ça va être un match serré.
He's got the potential to be like one of the best in the world.
J'ai gagné, j'ai perdu.
So it should be a very interesting match to see what he comes with.
As much as I love that interview, I'm really inclined to believe that maybe Infectious was programmed to believe he was a human.
My man had the stutter. He was like, "Are you a machine?" He's like, I think I'm human. Dude, I don't trust that, man. We might have to check my man's wiring to make sure. All you got to do, this is what you do. All you have to do, you want to find out he's a machine, the next time you interview him, ask him to divide 0 by 0. If his head don't explode, then he's human.
I think the answer would be, what is pi? Like,
What is pi? If he gives you
the whole damn list, he goes all the way through.
3.1497821. Oh, bro, get him out of here. He's a machine.
We've been talking a lot about the machine. Let's go to the wild style. That is Takamura.
Yeah. Yes.
This dude is ridiculous. The Akuma play it's from a distance. You see like a lot of like risky style kind of play, but it's all calculated. All of his stuff that he does, and it's been refined over the years. Before, he used to just kind of risk it all, throw it on the table. But now there's a lot of intention behind it. He's a lab monster, so everything that he does, it may seem kind of wild, but it's all done with purpose. All done with precision and pristineness. He's going to need all of that to take down Infectious, who is the machine.
My man has definitely refined his play. We talked a little bit about this before we even came in here to talk about this today. We spoke about what Takamura has done to become a better player, and he's made leaps and bounds, in my opinion, in all honesty. It's 100% true. And then you look at the fact that he's playing Akuma, a very strong character. Some would say the best Shoto in the game because of those tools. I feel like Takamura has made the greatest decision by being like, hey, you know what? I'm just going to double down on my efforts. And we've already talked about the fact that Infectious has been messing with other characters. I don't think that matters when you get an optimal Akuma. I'm just saying. And I'm not saying it's going to go one way or the other. I'm just saying that, you can have all the characters in the world. But if you're fighting an Akuma, you better hope they drop something. That's all I'm saying.
And it's funny that you mentioned that. We've talked about this a little bit even before we got into this matchup. When we talk about Takamura, we always think about the early days of him playing Ken, right? There was very little footage of him playing, but when he did, he was in like the upper ranks of like top 32s and like European events, playing as wild as he is. And we got to talk to like Logan Sama and F-Word about it. They would actually, preach, Takamura is definitely one of those cats that, although he can be a little aggressive, he's one of those characters or one of those players that keeps in mind what to do to adapt to the other person. So now that he's come to this stage, it's very, very interesting to see how he's going to play out the matchup against Infectious, right? It's going to be Akuma versus Zeku.
Infectious versus Takamura. Game start right here. And Infectious has played Akuma in the past. He's kind of dabbled with the character. In fact, I believe he did really well at a tournament with this character. And he's dabbled in a lot of characters. He's a multi-character specialist, so he's going to know how to deal with the character. Right here, DP round start. Look at that. The distance that he's holding him, but
Fan medium kick with the whip into red fireball. My man Takamura, this is exactly what I was talking about. He said in the interview that he's going to play really safe, and look at what's happened already. Infectious on the verge of stun Takamura, full control, and this is what I meant by having a full control Akuma. My man has not moved from the corner in 10 seconds, bro.
Oh, he tried to dash in with a tag. He's so stuck in being an old. He loves his old kind of play. He's one of those Zeku players that really favors the old style of this character that's really predicated on just going for the zone.
Yeah.
And then he switches to young, and just to get that
the V skill too. We do look, first off, we haven't seen, personally, I haven't seen many Zekus out here for a while now. The fact that my man is committing to this V skill to keep it going. Wait a minute. Oh, snap. V-Trigger on the side of Infectious. I didn't even notice.
That's really good against this matchup. They can't go to the skies to the fireball, but when you get a crush like this, hold the OTG.
You forgot.
The Tatsu right out of there. The jump back fireball.
Fireball.
Yo, he was on the shooters were on the roof, dog, with the scope. Boom, boom.
Hey, can you grab my frisbee while you're up there?
Yeah, just toss that right down, brother. Takamura with the first one. Using the V-Trigger fireball, gets the jump in.
Cross up at that. Push back to the corner, big crush count. Wow, the red fireball gets extra carry to the corner. Let's go.
The trade.
Oh my God, Takamura.
What I'm talking about. He'll slug it out with you when he knows he can. And right here with the health differential, this is perfect. Hold the throw. There you go. Takamura with the first one.
Wow.
Hello? That was mad quick.
That was super quick.
That was the most intricate Akuma play.
What did I say? My man has refined his style, and when I've been paying attention to him for quite some time, and I'm pretty sure I was like, man, every time I see him play these matches, they get uploaded. I'm like, he's getting better and better.
Right.
He's starting to understand how to control the ground so much more, and the way that he's making Infectious think, I think he just asked them to divide 0 by 0. He might be trying to do it right now, but we got a few more games to play before we get there.
I'm really curious to see if there's going to be like a switch more towards the young style, because you can't deal with the jump ins as well, but that great footsie kind of play that character has, the walk speed, EX dash, you have to react to those things, and the great medium punches and crouching medium punch all add up to a lot of damage and stun to get those things done. The neutral in that version, way better than old, but he's so stuck on old though. He's so stuck in being the old man with the old hands.
I could see why he'd want to do that initially during the phase of trying to back Akuma down, but we'll see if he makes that transition.
Definitely a person that has been, he's going to play one way, and he's so stubborn. And we've seen it over the years, right? He will stick to the style, he'll stick to his patterns, he'll stick to his strategy, and he's going to force it upon you. Like, and if it doesn't work, it's like a oops.
Yeah, he's definitely playing back a lot more now.
I want the Kokus.
And I think I 100% agree with you. I want to see what he does if he switches to Young. I want to see that control with Young Zeku. He's going to be able to move around a lot more. This little back and forth game that he's playing, this kind of goes in Young Zeku's favor. That's why you switch to Young Zeku.
Yep.
But like you said, my man, he's been pretty hard-hitted right now.
This is kind of working out here with using the Kokus as a poke tool. Getting the knockdown, hold this throw. Careful though, counter hit. Back throw.
The pace has changed, and my man didn't switch once. Not only did he play stubborn, he didn't even switch over to get the V skill this time.
It's not just programming. It's like you gotta download the update later on. He don't have that right now. But what he does have is the upload on Takamura right here. At least in that last round was super strong and using just most of Kokus and pokes with light kick. And that same light kick is really blessed. It leads into quite a bit. It's a great check for these dash-ins and walk-ins and things like that. Strong tool in the rear back from the Kokus, also saving him at these max distances.
Ooh, Fushin flip with the EX on top of it. Dash up to get some space. I like that, actually.
Massive mental health lead.
Sweep activation check with the crouch jab, Infectious. Ooh. Well, now we talked about what Infectious said, Takamura said in the interview. Speaking of saying, hey man, I'm gonna play really careful versus Infectious. That round got a little looser, but Infectious was playing that much tighter. He was like, you know what? I'm trying to strangle a competition.
So he exposed his IP address. He needs a VPN. There was no protection left for Takamura to go to.
None at all. Man, using the Kokus to get through, and this is one of those things where like you can tell that he's a masterclass of this character because a lot of Zeku players, and when they use ult, they don't have a fireball game. They don't really have a good projectile game. He has one down, and that's his game plan right here. Using the rear back of the Kokus to kind of avoid the fireballs, sending pokes at the max distance, always shifting back and forth. We were saying how Young might be like a deterrent, but really at this point, run your programming, bro. You're fine.
And on
You're
top
doing
of that,
just fine.
you talked about him using fireballs, right? Like Takamura was doing a great job being like, I'm just going to use these fireballs. You see Infectious using that Graham more so in the neutral. On top of that, it stops Akuma from walking forward. You're not going to be able to walk in and get a medium kick on with anything if you just block Graham.
Yeah. Takamura has something different for us right now.
Getting more active, more fireballs. He's stepping further back just to make sure that Graham whiffs. But once again, he's got to put himself in that position if he wants to start an offense.
In the heavy one, taking these risks, and I feel like Takamura, he starts jumping in and seeing what he's asked for. But then again, Infectious has some great anti-airs like that. The projectile at the very tip of the toe.
He lost so much damage from that trade.
Not even close enough to get the punches on this too. Like, you throw these out for free. Infectious with the masterclass of this spacing. Walk up, throw the Great Life, making that do a lot of damage.
Once again, you see him backing up and playing this range with old Zeku so he can have those grams. And now you see Takamura stop throwing fireballs, but here's a big conversion on the side of Zeku. And now we see the young Zeku. Now we see the young man. And the cross-up on top of that. Infectious change routing programming.
Too young.
Installing.
Installed. Download complete.
The set theme just starts playing.
Yeah. Does not connect. He was ducking, dog. It's a caution.
Oh, the standing heavy kick.
And you see Takamura trying to find an answer for these Kokus, trying to get the parry, but it's not coming through in the clutch. Hold the EX. Oh, didn't block. Oh, didn't block in time. Activation time.
Yeah, after the target.
No.
Go for the DP, pulls the trigger a little too late. This is going to give Takamura a huge cash out. Still has a little bit of the trigger left. Crouching heavy punch. This is the third time maybe. This time he didn't get the crush, but he did get the damage, and this round is just about over. If Takamura can find one more block punish on the V trigger, I see it. See, now Takamura shifting back into that more careful game, because of course he started to open up a little bit. He's like, you know what, I got you conditioned. You're going to do something looser. And he's like, no. Second game went the way of Infectious. But now Takamura's trying to tighten up that play and getting opened up by Infectious. There's the young man again.
Gets the stun. One more sequence after this is going to get it done. He's from the EX. No, he's going for the reset for the DP. Takamura.
Wow.
Studied and studious with the art knockdown. Hold this. Tech though. Still hold this one. Oh, he got caught. What did he do?
Oh,
it don't matter though.
Gosh,
my man just did it.
He just set that out.
He's like,
no,
you know what?
No fear.
He upgrade. That alone was the upgrade to fiber optics. Now he's hitting 1,000 up and 1,000 down. That was so much damage.
Oh, bro.
You know that power.
That's a lot. That's
It's a lot. That's a lot. And that was a lot of
damage.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage.
Bro, that damage that my man the 2 combos he did at the end.
That's Zeku. That's Zeku. People forget about this character. What the character can do when he gets even just one EX bar.
Yeah.
He can get things really going. And with the low health of Akuma, lowest in the game, you got a whole lot of these pressure situations because if you get opened up, it's a wrap.
I gotta say, there's also a lot to take in when it comes to seeing the back and forth between both players. I feel like I'm gonna call it now. I think this set will be the closest match we have today. With the back
really? Okay.
Okay. I guess we're about to find out.
No.
You already all of us and the chat watching.
That's why I said
quite a bit.
Bro, they're gonna come up to you when we back able to go.
All right,
outside.
game number 4. Let's go. Here we go.
I'll point them out, guys. Just find me.
Exactly. That's just with the lead. Still, going strong. But Takamura starting to find some answers to Koku. But I feel like every time that happens, Infectious has an answer right back. A rebuttal.
Like these grams already. I like it. Knock down, set it, make them have to walk around it, make them have to navigate it.
Projectiles. Kind of shifting back and forth. Takamura trying to get that crouching kick. Don't want the fireballs to catch him. But careful, you throw out those fireballs, there can be a DX situation off the flip, but the DP to do it. It's in the corner.
And crouching medium punch is trying to get a little bit of range to it. That also makes, you know, Akuma respect your range a little bit more. But you got to be careful. You can be whiff punch. That stand medium kick, definitely one of the tools.
Yeah, great poke to kind of interrupt the fireballs and things like that. And that standing light kick. And now you can't jump if you're Takamura. There's bar at the bottom in terms of V-trigger. If you jump, it's going to hurt.
Oof.
The double Goku?
Hold these. Uh-oh, and that's what I was talking about. That standing medium kick with punish gets the full knockdown and the trigger. This is not looking good.
Wake up, crouching medium kick.
He could have comboed into that.
You gotta believe.
Whiffing.
You gotta believe. It's Sunday, I know, but you gotta believe. Hold the throw. Crouching medium kick finally catches a walk back, and just like that, the EX Goku coming in the clutch. Infectious. Infected him with that crouching medium kick. I'm telling you, the change has made that made stronger, but round start with the medium.
He could have confirmed that in the crouching medium kick in the DP.
Uh-oh. He's turning around quite a bit. There's the stun.
No, Takamura working on a gold bar up there. Oh,
he spanned it.
We're going to Fort Knox. That's a gold bar, baby. Boom!
Look at Gooch. Ooh. With the lemonade.
Yo, and you're going to have a seat. Ooh. Get out of here. That's what I'm talking about. Get off of my ship. Get off my ship.
All right, Takamura, expensive spend, especially in the last round right there. Now you're in the final round to build off all that bar. On the other hand, Infectious with a ton to work with. Spins one of them for the EX Goku. Deep dish DP right there.
The deep dish.
Oh, yeah. All the flavors right there, too.
In Chicago style.
Yes, sir. Of course.
Hey.
Better than New York. Anyway.
Oh, no.
Medium punch.
Chat, chill.
Check
chill.
Twitter. Forward throw. Oh,
head though.
Back. Yep, switch the sides. Okay. Oh, stand.
He's ducking, dog. You gotta watch out for that. You won't reach like that.
That was a combo? Oh, that was godlike.
Flip him low.
Yo, the side switch. Yo, the stutter step.
Try to get that perfect positioning. That's just one more hit to
Oh
do it. Yo,
my
the parry.
God, that was
the parry.
sick.
Oh, the
my
meeting.
God,
No vegan.
It's not over. It's not over.
Wake up with it.
Oh,
No,
my God. What do you mean?
What are you
What do you mean?
What are you doing?
What? Now, hold on. Now, wait a minute. What? What?
Yeah.
Huh?
Okay. What is going on? What is going on?
Oh.
There's nobody here. What are you doing?
What's going on?
What
are you doing? There's nobody here. What are you doing?
I don't know what to do with my hands.
How do you control the beast?
What happened?
I thought the machine would be enough. How do you control
Who would have jumped? Who would have been like, I'm gonna put myself in the corner? Like, who would have did that? Who does that?
Who would have thought, huh?
Would have thought.
Not me.
Not me. Definitely not me. And obviously not Infectious. It was not part of the equation.
That's the thing, dog. You know, Takamura starting to introduce some new things. I wouldn't even call it tech. It's just new kinds of movements. Finds the crush, target combo, take him to the corner. Closer and closer. Does it again. Trying to get that win.
The neutral jump? What?
That jumping medium is really good. Has that downward reach.
How come nobody talks about that? I get hit by that move and I'm like, I don't even know what a hitbox is on this thing.
Deku players get away with a lot of reset, though. I believe in these medium kicks, though. I think he gets a lot more than just getting a demon palm. Still has him caught in the corner. Activation, trying to meet in the skies. Nothing there. Stealth jet.
Look at how often Takamura's going for these jumps.
Just gonna wait for him like that. Just box it out. I like that. Don't risk anything. Let him run out his bar.
Defense mode. Zeku.
Yo, hands are up. Get the light
the stand light kick into the V trigger too. Keeps the corner. Uses the EX slide. That was bad. The delay gets the DP.
Forward-handed punch, the throw bait, the bless and the finesse.
Why does that move just look like forward medium punch? I hate that.
I know.
Every time.
Capcom, please.
Help me.
Takamura with another round on the board. Getting close to that 3. It was looking a little bit dire. Yo, commentators curse. DPs and EX like that, hair on your chest.
Gets the throw into the corner, that crouching medium kick once again in old man form.
That was so brave with Techie right there.
Oh!
Trade. Target combo. Double heavy punch. Tries to dash up, and there's the check by Infectious. He gets a back throw. Tries to read the air fireball. It was the EX bad call out, and now Takamura's in control. There's the activation off the fireball and a forward throw. Oh my God! Standing heavy kick. Oh my God.
Oh, you in trouble.
Oh,
Face it out.
Not this time.
The weight, the bait, and the bite. All right.
Oh, bars.
We're all tied up 2-2, 1-1. Who's gonna get that 3? DP, round start. I love these anti-airs from Infectious. Really, again, masterclass to be able to DP like this and call a lot of these demon flips. Shut down the air. Parry there.
Oh,
gosh.
Corner now. Forward throw, stuns on the table. Crouch medium kick works out. Actually doesn't take the bait with the jump this time. Could have confirmed. Could have confirmed, but there it is right there. Side switch, spin the meter. Yes, keeps the corner with the slide. Goes back to old man Zeko. Here's the pressure.
Nice.
Oh, yeah. That V trigger too.
Can't do that, my
That
friend.
V trigger too. Fireballs worked out. I can't believe
Oh,
he
you
went
couldn't.
forward
You
throw.
couldn't. Your play. Who's gonna take for the situations? Back rolls. Back against the wall. Pits are sweaty. What is this man gonna do? Oh! The fierce to the face. Put him in a place.
Look, I'm clenching right now.
Oh.
I'm clenching right now. Not just my hands.
Everything is
But I'm
clenched?
clenching. Everything is
Like you
clenched
ate
right
something
now.
bad. I
Like
understand.
I ate something bad.
Ooh.
Ah, man.
I ain't going back to that place. I'll tell you that.
Woo. That's how you know the Street Fighter is good. You start to get like
It's
the
like-
flashes in your hands. Like, damn, I would have DP'd.
And you're not even playing.
You're not even playing.
We ain't even on the sticks. Vicious. Can you give us a rundown?
I was trying to make it look like I was trying to make it look like the connection was interrupted. We weren't supposed to break the wall. Come
sorry,
on,
I
man.
didn't know what was going
Come
on.
on, man. He broke the connection. We're not actually here. Don't
Did
you
I
know?
bye-bye you? I'm sorry.
Don't you know?
Bye-bye.
Unbelievable.
Man.
But no, I told you it was going to be a close set.
Oh,
Right,
you did. But you didn't want to bet no food on it, though.
I already owe you 2 pieces. That's 4 already. Come on, man.
What's the chat? What's the chat?
No. I said you and you. I didn't want you.
You and you. That's you and you.
all there.
And you and you and you. That's the whole chat.
And you.
And you. And you get a 2 piece. All right, we're done. Back to the match.
Takamura on gameplay.
Here we go.
Too good. The match is in the comments.
Game number 6.
They don't not come back here.
They're not going to let us back in the
They're
field.
coming back. Again, these light checks, using the light kick and the Coco's at max range, just shifting. It seems like it's so simple, but you really gotta, check at the distances that he's at, making sure it's not punishable or not jumped in too. Not doing it so obvious that, Takamura can't just read and get a good jump in. Goes for the EX though, that's an option right there. Instead of doing a normal jump in, just a demon flip.
Bro, my man is hunting with crouching heavy punch. Get off of me. Bro,
Oh, it's
still combo. Jesus. Oh my God, I almost had a seizure.
It's a Kuma.
They actually still comboed. I almost had a seizure right there. That was crazy.
It's a Kuma. Of course it did.
Oh my God, why did that combo? Bro, I didn't even know what happened. Right? I was like, he's obviously gonna fall out of this.
Yeah. In any normal case, it would be like that, but this is a Kuma. This is Takamura on set point.
Capcom, help me, please.
The patch notes coming soon, huh?
Patch notes coming soon. I'm gonna need them.
EX connects. Met him in the sky, no surprise. That would be that.
Oh my God. The way he loops his leg around,
Yeah.
you know that hurts. Do it again.
Nice crouching kick to catch the crouching fierce, but the back throw.
Cool. Crouching medium kick. He's trying to build this wall of defense once again. Takamura's getting a very, very ambitious with these walk-ins.
Again, shifting back and forth. Careful though. Any confirmed action, I should say. Takamura tries to go for the double demon. They don't work like that, dog.
Tried to bait him out to do something infectious, just holding his ground. Goes for a flip and a throw. You're not ducking. Wake up, EXDP. Wait a minute, double fireball and full CA on the table for infections. Back throw.
Oh, I love this option. Now you're in the corner.
Takamura
Dash
up. Takamura down around. We're going to the last round, game number 6. 1 round apiece right now.
Obviously, Infectious needs this. He needs this to stay in the game. But the whip punch against the heavy kick. You see Takamura's like, dog, I can acclimate too. I can download you. Now get out of this corner.
Oh,
heavy kick.
do it again. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That's a good button, isn't it? That's a good button, isn't it? You like that button, don't you?
You like that, don't you?
But it is to get that crush, but Koff catches the dash. EXDP stuck in the corner. What's the option?
Full CA. Trigger on the table, infectious. Oh, my man was fishing with the heavy kick. Gonna keep the corner, spins the meter. Wake up, EXDP. He's a crazy man. Didn't you see his hair during the interview? Come on.
Infectious still dashing with that low amount of health. Catches him off guard.
Hold his
From
elbow.
behind. Oh, they get the confirmed sweep.
This dude, Takamura.
Oh my God, heavy kick. Oh, the DP on the elbows. My God.
What's happening?
No, my God. How you gonna cross-cut someone's ashy elbows like that? With the lotion on them? With the lotion on them? Nah.
Let's go.
I don't know what to do.
Let's go. Even the analyst is standing up in front of their invisible desk. It's crazy.
Over machine.
I'm pretty sure I read a book about this somewhere.
Humanity has a chance.
In elementary school.
Humanity has a chance. Listen, it was still as close as it can possibly get. Every single round went down to the wire, and every single game went down to the final round.
Wait, it's over? Bro, I didn't even know it was over. Bro, oh my God. I was like, why'd the analyst leave? Is this over? Who won? Wait, Takamura.
Takamura won 4-2 in a slug match.
Bro, I actually
Pure unadulterated slug match.
I knew I was invested because I legit didn't know the match.
Right, I wasn't even looking at the score either.
I wasn't even looking at the score.
Minute, to the last confirm, and Takamura able to get the victory. I mean, everyone talks a lot about Infectious and his accolades and stuff like that, how good he is, but Takamura is super studious himself. He just doesn't show it like other people. He's not out here. He doesn't really make YouTube videos or post a tech on Twitter, but he is a lab rat, a lab monster, and you see it right here, able to acclimate, deliberate, and put my man to defibrillate.
Man, he's gonna need some deliberation after this, though. I know that. I really want to know the thoughts of especially the analysts on this one. I mean, we're not going there yet, but it's just more about the fact that you kind of see where Infectious was kind of like losing his nerve in some of these situations. We saw that one match he did three throws in a row, and it was more. And Takamura just held his ground. He didn't make any moves. He's like, you know what? I know that I got you. I'm in your head now. I got you flustered enough to where you're making these crazy call-outs, trying to go for multiple throws, and now I can take advantage of that. You unravel it, get to the center of it, and then you take the W. Takamura, this is exactly what I was talking about, though. Yeah. Takamura plays so much better given time, and he's definitely elevated his game. He's beat Infectious. That is one of the best players in the world, if you ask me, and just stellar play all around. Definitely the closest set I feel like we've seen all weekend at this point, and man, good thing you didn't. You should have bet the chicken.
I could have bet the two pieces, bro. But I didn't have the analytical mind like these fellas over on the 9th floor. Let's take a look at how they felt with this match.
In that interview, Takamura said that he was planning to play patiently, and we all know that he's much improved, right? But when he said that, you and I looked at each other and we were like, we'll see.
We'll see, and we did see. I am so impressed with the level of play we just saw. And we mentioned before how Infectious always comes in with a game plan, and I thought that was very clearly represented from the beginning. Yeah. He was in an old Zeku form 99.9% of the time. I think he only switched one time to get a corner cross up, and whenever he did the V-trigger extensions, which forces the switch, and even then he switched right back to going to that zoning style, slow-paced control, always trying to control the air options. And it was up to Takamura to find that patient but balanced approach to be able to bulldog his way in. And I love the answers he presented as time went on. Whenever he approached in the air, the demon flip options. We saw that Infectious was ducking those command grabs. Takamura adapted, represented more demon flip palms, which beats the crouching. He was always trying to stop his jump arc short because old man Zeku's, that vertical DP, doesn't cover the entire range. So he constantly mixed those in along with approaching on the ground, and I was shocked when I saw the usage of that parry from Akuma, the V skill. He whiffed a few of them in the beginning, and I was like, was that an input error? The first one I saw, I honestly thought it was an input error, and this man made me shut up quick. I mean, the fact that he was calling out those grams, getting the parry knockdowns and forcing his way in, I'm just so impressed with that level of neutral control, not even to mention all the clutch moments that happened when it came down to those final decisions.
Yeah, you were just saying that we could do a whole podcast on just that match.
Yeah, that match alone, you could definitely expect more content coming from me on that match. We should probably do a podcast or something maybe next week. But before we get into the analysis on the match on this one, I have to say my man Stephen A. Smith is my biggest inspiration when it comes to this commentary stuff or media personality stuff, right? So when I see him do it, I think, oh, I can do this stuff as well. I don't think it'd be too tough for me. But then I realize a big difference when it comes to this esports stuff and regular sports. At least when Stephen A is wrong, he has to wait a day or maybe a whole week before he has to face the music. I just picked Infectious to win, and now I'm up here looking like a fool because I was wrong.
Man, he's always picking up the losers. What's up with that?
Hollywood stamp of approval because that nooch was superb. That was phenomenal. And speaking to that, I always try to add a little bit of, like a little tidbit. Like, man, I wish someone would have told me while I was, coming up as a player in my super intermediate phases. in that match, it was not decided by the wake-up game. It was not decided by Oki. If you notice, Infectious, he woke up with low forward maybe about like 3 different times, and he never got blown up for it because they were playing so patiently on the offense. That was phenomenal.
That was calculate the algorithm real quick.
Yeah, his algorithm got messed up right
By the
there.
way, it was obviously number 2 from the previous segment. It was obviously number 2 was.
Oh, he's on the on the Facebook.
It was number 3.
Correct
for sure.
Yeah.
The next one that we have coming up is one that we're all really looking forward to. This is going to be Idom versus Smug. We have 2 players who know each other very well, again, as almost all these matches are today.
Yo, we have the reigning Capcom Cup champion, my guy Idom, going up against the reigning People's Champion, Smug the Beast, the mayor of Duff City. That's a hard one to call right there. I'm not gonna lie to you, and I'm a little bit worried to call it because I've been wrong on the last 2. Idom, please, bro. I want to be right just one time today. I got my man Idom taking it.
Give us some insight, because it's a match that you know.
You say it's hard to call. I mean, let's be real here. I'm the biggest Smug fanboy. I mean, I look to him for inspiration as a player, as a content creator. Idom is the guy that you vote with your wallet right now. Idom has such a strong record versus Smug. I mean, if you look at the characters, Laura destroys Balrog. That is terrible. There's so many situations where Balrog has no options versus the Thunderclap that allows her to set up her mix-ups and get more pressure, more turns than against the average character in the cast. A lot of people can interrupt those kind of pressure strings, get the turn back. Not Rog, no cross-up to represent, poor lows to go underneath.
Oh my
Rog might need a cross-up to field this matchup so Smug can get more wins. On the other hand, if he goes Poison, you know, Smug has an amazing G, and G does fare well against the average Laura, but maybe not the world's best Laura. But if he decides to go Poison, I think Poison kind of smokes G. I mean, people talk about G being cheap. You know, G can't get in. It's very difficult for him to get in, and if you try to pop V-Trigger against Poison in order to make that comeback, if you don't win right then, it is checkmate. She's going to spin that bar, EX heart rate, get the plus frames, get the pressure. You don't get to play from that point forward. So it's kind of a risky pick for both characters for Smug, and Idom just has that winning record. I got to go with Idom.
You play both of those characters, right?
Yes, I do.
G and Balrog. Sound like a whole lot of downplay.
Yes. Well, it might
From
be.
this guy.
It sounded like a
downplay from this guy?
No, he was downplaying tremendously.
Balrog does need a cross-up.
All right, but we're just going to cut through both of you guys. Please buff Honda, and we're going to have the next match very soon.
What? Honda.
Round 1, fight!
Paraneuro device expansion completed. Pseudo personality asset is imported properly. Biological brain connected. Dawn unit 0. Startup sequence will begin.
Well now, little piece of junk. Time to wake up.
Dawn unit 0. Activated.
Well, Joey, who is a piece of junk?
Install.
Show me something worth taking. Your data is now useless. Witness the power of the content engine. This is the power of the king! Your data will reside in me for eternity.
have some fun.
Let me test you. Here we go. With fast,
Terrific wing!
It's time for the North America East region to duke it out with IDOM versus Smug, a match that we've seen time and time again. If you are a Street Fighter V fan, it's an NLBC classic, but I want to hear from the boys across the pond. Logan Sama and F Word, tell me your thoughts going into this particular matchup. You guys have seen these guys duke it out so many times.
Yeah, man, we got the champ against the mayor. You know I love Smug.
Oh,
I love
how can
Smug.
you not? How can you not?
He has got it cut out for him, though, against, another machine, a street fighting robot.
Absolutely.
In IDOM, the reigning champ.
Look at oh my gosh, the matches.
Obviously, they didn't play in CPT this year, but we've seen them in the SFL. They met in week 5. IDOM won that one 2-0. They met in season 2 as well previously. Smug won that day.
The trade-off for Smug, he's finding the gaps. No, not enough. The sunset wheel, one more touch for IDOM's gonna be enough.
IDOM's been getting the better of him for a long time.
Yeah,
and I think going into this, you have to say on form, IDOM's the favorite. But for me, the fascinating thing here is what is the character match going to be.
Yeah, I think there's some interesting dynamics. There's a massive impact that alone is going to have on the outcome, I feel. You got Poison, you got Laura, you got G, you got Boxer, and I feel like Poison Boxer, from the more I've seen that match, the more I'm seeing Boxer's one of those matches that's a bit more tricky for Poison than her usual. Right? But then if he picks Laura, I mean, just go watch Brian F's stream, and any time within the next 10 minutes, you'll hear a complaint about Laura versus Boxer, right? Rightfully so, a pretty tough matchup. Then you got G, who I'm not sure has a hard time against either. I guess he can fight both of those characters, so maybe he'll go G.
You're looking for a way to stop IDOM, you need to look at Smug's play. It's the key.
Is IDOM going to be able to overplay the bad matchups, or is Smug going to be able to overplay his bad matchups? It's all about stealing that 1 round or 2 rounds to make all the difference.
It's going to be big, that first game.
We're going to see if Smug can postulate the possibilities against the computer, the walking computer that is IDOM between these two. It's going to be the NA East region going down very soon. F Word and Logan Sama, hope you guys enjoy one of the best regions out there. And still, stay tuned. It's going to be IDOM versus Smug.
Welcome back to the Capcom Pro Tour season finale 2020. We're still recovering from that last set, and I know you guys are too. And while you are recovering, I just want to give a huge shout out to the VP boys, as well as Mark, Richard, the twins, of course my brother from another, Logan Sama, as well as my bro F Word. I wish you guys the best, and hopefully we will catch up soon, man. Great work over there. Keep it going. And my boy Jammers too. Don't think I forgot about you. But regardless, how are you guys feeling about this next match? NA East, IDOM versus Smug is the next match that we're going to have for you guys. Give me your thoughts on Smug and IDOM before we get in here.
So there's a lot that's been said from the analyst desk that kind of linger within the other two folks from across the pond, F Word and Logan Sama. We've seen these two clash head-to-head time and time again. It really comes down to the character selection, right? We're looking at Smug with both Balrog and G, can do particularly well against IDOM's Laura and Poison respectively, right? But it all depends on the matchup, I feel like. But if you're looking at it player to player, again, Smug is the kind of cat who would bring something new to the table every time. But IDOM, again, we talk about Infectious being a computer. Yo, Kawaii is definitely one of those cats with zero emotion. He's also one of those cats that study the game down to the T and just understands the full fundamentals that go into Street Fighter V, and he is the Capcom Cup champion, the current reigning Capcom Cup champion. So again, he's got all the adaptability, he knows what you want to do, and currently as it stands, he has the winning record against Smug.
We cannot count out Smug though. At the same time, Smug, when he's really focused, and it's not just, random tournament time, when he's really getting down and dirty for like a Capcom Cup kind of champion kind of thing, he really focuses, laser focus. Like he's defeated Bonchan before in this same way, where he's like, if I know who I'm fighting, it might be a done deal. He has taken down IDOM recently. There's an Autorama tournament recently that he took down IDOM. So they do, while it is in favor of IDOM, it's still back and forth. I don't think it's going to be a clean wash.
I'm gonna tell you right now, we were there at that Capcom Cup when that happened, and I was in the back, and I even told them, I was like, yo, Smug is looking kind of crazy right now, and I'm a big Bonchan fan because I'm a Nash player, but I'm telling you right now, I was like, Smug is playing on another level right now, and I want to see if he's ready for the next level. Let's get some words from our NA East recipients and check this play out.
Yo, we got Smug in the building. I gotta ask you, man, how does it feel to be here?
You know, it actually feels good because, you know, it was a little challenge. So for me to be here and make it this far, you know, it means a lot.
I gotta ask you, bro, how do you feel?
It is still pretty exciting to be able to play like one last match for the season.
Oh, he's still alive! Oh, he's still alive!
How has your life changed since becoming the 2019 Capcom Cup champion?
Yeah, the thing with winning Capcom Cup is like everyone's like, I feel like focused on you. Everyone's trying to play and like beat you, trying to like devise strategies. Everyone's like figure out how I crack or where I crack. So I feel like it's a lot more attention towards my gameplay.
IDOM just reset in grand finals of Capcom Cup for $250,000.
How did you feel having to face off against somebody you've played with numerous amounts of time?
I wasn't too nervous. Like, I knew I usually don't do too well against him, but I wasn't expected to be in grand finals anyway, because, I obviously wasn't the favorite going into that tournament, so it's like, I made it this far, I might as well just keep playing the way I was playing.
You took first place in the North American East qualifier, the second one, a stacked qualifier which had a ton of heavy hitters. You had Shine, CJ Truth, Knuckle Dew as well. What was your mindset going into that tournament?
I thought I was going to get washed, to be honest. I thought I was going to lose. I thought I was going to go 0-2.
What? Wow.
It was just something I didn't expect. You know, was many killers that were in the tournament, so it feels good to qualify.
Oh, and the bait the punish? Okay. Smug's on it.
Now, outside looking in, we feel like you took it down with the greatest of ease, honestly. But please tell us what was going on through your mind. Walk us through that win.
I think it was winners finals. I played Shine, and it was very close. You know, I think he was winning at first, and then I ended up clutching it out. I made a comeback. Keep on my A game. You know, just make sure everything is sharp. I'm playing sharp. Don't make too many mistakes. You know. Long story short, I was trying hard.
It's gonna be Smug in grand finals, winner's side.
You were already solidified into Capcom Cup, and since we've changed it up into the season final, you are solidified as the main representative for the East. What does that mean to you, being a representative for the East Coast?
We're looked as like the strongest region in the US, so like we're always held to like high standards because, you know, people always want to see us play and like see us do well, so yeah. Honorable.
The NA East is just so many good players, so you will always have competition. Any character you want to learn, there's probably a player that's a character specialist. That's why I feel like the competition is very strong here.
Moving on to talk about your matchup today, you have to face off against Smug, a player that you've played a good amount of matches with.
Like, to play against Smug and like be like, okay, now we're both playing the same game, and see like somebody you watched all the time play, and to be able to play against him always like felt kind of crazy.
That's gonna be
He's still alive. He jumped back. Oh my God, the block. Jesus Christ.
Bro, FADC out of my way.
Tell me a little bit about what we can expect for this exhibition.
Like, he's a very strong player. He's one of the strongest in Street Fighter V in general. So it's always good to have competition like that in your scene, you know? So I always feel like it's always good games every time I play against IDOM.
Two of the strongest players in America, in the world. We got a Capcom Cup champion, and Smug just being an all-around everything, a content creator. He does his own videos, he plays crazy, and you were just talking about, St. Cola, how you feel Smug would go in and be so much more prepared for this matchup than any typical matchup.
Again, like, when he is like on his game, he's like focused, and it's not time to be messing around and, you know, doing stuff for the chat. He's with that. He really gets laser focused on, like, you know, what the player wants to do and has something in particular for it feels like almost every single person. We saw that when he fought Shine in the CPT, right? And then even when he's just doing during other tournaments and stuff like that, just having these weird interactions. I saw once like a jumping light into V skill with G, and it's like, who's doing that? It's Smug. Only Smug.
Yeah. He's come up with a lot of the different like innovations for G over the course of time as like G was released into the wild, right? I think he was definitely one of those cats to really set his style of play, and he is the reason why everybody fears the command grab, to be honest with you. He talks about how many long frames, like 12 long frames.
12 long frames, scooping people.
We're probably going to see it. We're going to see it a multitude of times. Again, this is one of those cases where it's going to be down to studying one individual, right? In a head-to-head scenario, who will come out on top? We see IDOM and Smug both hailing from the East Coast in the USA. We see Capcom Cup champion as the qualifier for IDOM, and Smug respectively first at NA East number 2. Again, nothing to shake a stick at. Again, there's so many heavy hitters in there.
When it comes to explosive Street Fighter matches, I feel like these two have given me some of the most reasons to be excited watching them play.
100%.
I mean, we've heard Brian F. talk about he looks at Smug for his Balrog. You know what I'm saying? That tells you a lot about his play. Now, it's not making him, the best player in the world or anything like that, but you have to notice IDOM versus Smug is going to be a banger, a barn burner. Gentlemen, take it away.
Again, we're going with the G pick right off the bat for Smug, and as the analysts have mentioned, G does have a pretty decent time against Laura, but it's not just anybody's Laura. This is the Capcom Cup champ.
The one that really put this character on the map that, Ever Neutral doesn't feel that good, but when he runs his game plan, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Great jumping, dealing with the fireballs. That is a pain point, especially level 2 one right there, but great call out from IDOM.
What are you going to do when she gets past neutral, though? You know what I'm saying? Like, then how are you going to stop this? Well, that's a great...
There's your answer right there.
That is a great counter move, honestly.
Great counter running. Excuse me, let me interject my point here. And now you're put in the corner. Stun is rising. Smug with the anti-air crouch fears.
Get some of the best lights in the game, but also with great buffers behind it, right? Just twice over, Smug was not ready for it. Now it's IDOM's turn. Oh, that was such a sharp angle. Not enough for Smug to commit to an anti-air, and he's going to pay for it. He hits sunset flip.
Overhead connects. That's not the stun. Oh, but still gets it done, man. That was tight. But all right. IDOM, I see you.
Even if he wasn't dead, again, it was one hit to stun.
Yeah, it was one hit for the finish right there. But you see these, I didn't get to talk about this until now, because now it just came up. Even in these drop situations, he's got so much awareness of what's going on in the game that he's ready to just pick it back up within milliseconds.
We saw that giant comeback. Another anti-air back-to-back from Smug. Way more attentive to the air approach this time against IDOM. Pushing him to the corner. Full critical on deck. Slight mishap there from IDOM. He had the punish, but here comes Smug. Don't sit there. Don't get caught sitting there.
Back dash though. Reads the throw and able to get the situation. Activate V-trigger. This is where IDOM can really shine. Hold his command grab. That light kick throw command grab is super powerful. Has a lot more range of V-trigger. And now you got to hold the stun. It's done. IDOM with the first one. With the elbows.
Bruh.
Bows only. With on bows.
IDOM gets close to you, and I don't know how you stay calm. Like, I don't know how anybody stays calm.
I don't think you do. I feel like I should have paid a little bit more attention to Smug's camera. I feel like we're lucky we get to see the facial expressions as they play, but honestly, no. I mean, I'm sure Smug has been in this situation 1,000,000 times and a half at this point, but what can you actually do at that point?
That's true. That's true. I mean, I feel like if you're playing somebody like IDOM, you need to do that research to know exactly where you're going to even have an opportunity to hit a button. But IDOM has accounted for those things many times. I've seen my man have like 100 win streak just playing on PS4. So I feel like there's not many situations he won't be prepared to deal with, or at least has seen before.
I mean, this is just that ability to just like know what people are going to do, have the read on them. And also, he's talked about this before on his stream, the risk reward is so important to him in this fight, in any fighting game.
In any fighting game.
But for him, he really drills that out. He's like, well, why would you do that there? Because this is a risk and reward. Like, he understands it for not only his character, but for other characters.
That makes so much sense.
And that decision making allows him to stay solid, stay safe, and get these wins, even when things go a little bit scrambly.
So we saw the first game go towards IDOM. Even though he was down in terms of the life lead. Well, he was at a huge life deficit, actually still managed to make a comeback. Very, very impressive all the way through. Again, the air approach has been paying off for IDOM a good amount of times, at least in this round. Smug doing a fantastic job of trying to deter that approach with IDOM. He's just as stubborn as ever.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the way you got to play.
Ooh, the big counter poke!
The buffer on that sucker, too, but still, in the corner, up smash, counter, hit the flip out. You see him rotate the defensive options, but there's not a lot of defense when you're caught in the corner against G.
Don't get caught. Don't get caught sitting down. How does he know
it's a
when to press the
two-frame.
button?
It's a two-frame. Even when you're not even laying down, it's a two-frame.
It's so scary.
Oh.
Oh no! Check the low from down. Oh jeez, he's dead. He's dead from that far away. That's a classic. That's a G classic.
Yeah,
You already know. So as soon as any G has meter, V trigger, or any bar down below, you already know it's EX rushing low.
Right.
Without a doubt.
Have that in the mind. Smug starting to fight back. More fears. No connection. Back throw. This is where you really got to, put the pedals in the metal. Put this character in the corner. Get the command, grab, strike, throw.
Ooh, that was
to the face.
Yeah. A little awkward there for IDOM. Getting caught, whiffing a pretty large button in front of Smug.
Those Fierce's activation. IDOM's comeback point right here. They make the return over seat.
And you were talking about the risk reward, right? Going into it with the overhead, backed by the thunder, the fireball, thunderclap. Thank you.
Just like that. Crush, EX, pick up. Oh, you see again.
Oh,
but
that
gets
was
a throw this time. Smug acclimate. I'm telling you, he's studious and studies.
Oh, this is tough. This is gonna be a chip sequence. If he does that build V reversal in time, I think you might be dead. Anti-air. Oh, there's the V reversal. There it is. There's nothing you can do.
Yo, that's chip, no dip. Cheetos, Doritos, or Fritos. Take your pick.
Can I get
Take your pick.
Can I get all three in a party bowl? Or?
Come on, man. What are you doing?
I'm hungry, man.
Okay.
Maybe I'm just trying to eat.
All right, that makes sense.
IDOM was a little too hungry right there. He overextended just a little bit. But y'all like to see the fact that you talked about rotating those defensive options, especially in the corner. There's a super important versus G. It's terrifying to be in a position with G where he literally can just grab you and kill you. So rotating those defensive options are really, really good. I also feel like Smug is the best at calling you out on the worst decision in those situations.
Oh yeah.
Well, 12 long frames. Thanks, bro. Boom, you just lost. So I think that really, shows what part of his gameplay stands out the most in some of these situations. It's also why he excels with G so much, because he's really good at controlling range anyway, with Balrog not having any, fireballs. But being able to control that neutral versus a character like Laura is even more important. And I'm surprised we haven't seen more presidential power-ups.
I was actually just thinking the same thing, but there were so many instances where Smug would get the knockdown and immediately go for the Oki setup as soon as he can. If it's mid-screen, if he were to get any sort of combo in the corner, then obviously that would be the most important time to get the presidentiality level. But for the most part, I feel like IDOM did such a great job of keeping the game outside of the corner. That was the reason why we didn't get to see that presidentiality level as often. And that's what I was just about to ask. Do you think Laura, or excuse me, do you think IDOM is going to be sticking with Laura or Poison, right?
Going to the Poison pick, and now I'm kind of with it, because you can make this character feel unusual, make him use a V reversal, and then you don't have to deal with the V trigger, or they have to hold that pressure and eat all that damage. Which is really good, as the analyst had said about keeping him out. But going in right now is IDOM.
Oh, that was a giant neutral jump. I mean, like, that trade happened, but for Smug, that was a lot of damage taken. Ooh, big jump in.
EX.
Ooh. Oh yeah, caught the gap, swinging with that forward fear. It's gonna be corner to corner, dashing up twice over. The interruption.
Caution kick. Now it's my turn to play. The Molotov coming through.
Afterwards.
Yeah, don't press that damn button. I just said don't press that damn button.
Don't you do it.
Don't do it. Don't do it. That's a hard situation though. There's not much you can really do. You don't have the traditional reversals. You don't have a 3-frame. You just have to guess.
Sir, a big punish there for IDOM. Heart rate +2 scenario. Don't even try to move. I think Smug was caught trying to jump out of there, but the crouching jab caught him in the free jump frame.
Unusual jump. Ooh. They catch the crouching fears. Billy Rock throw. There you go.
Another heart rate. We talk about that being one of the biggest threats against G. Oh no!
This is how the party starts, dog. It's 9 p.m. Everyone's invited.
No, he whiffed! I wonder if you tried to whiff into command grab, like whiff the special into special.
Points to throw, still alive. Clips him low, flip kick to do it. Got a little bit more bar to work with.
Oh, I like that. That would have been so interesting if you got that critical low. Oh my god!
Oh,
how? I saw a reversal on the side of IDOM, and Smug grabbed. You could see Smug.
Yeah.
He's happy about
Yeah,
that
he
one.
like,
He's like,
I did that on purpose.
I shouldn't have gone away.
But he did, and it's fine to have those moments, though. You ride that momentum. At the same time, IDOM's really situated before, where he's like, that's cool. I'll leave it be. It's fine.
Heart rate again. Catches Smug with the backdash. Big jumping, even bigger damage. Presidentiality level coming up.
Tech, still in the corner, though. Activation, of course, off the crouching medium.
Great block on the overhead.
Hands are up, a command grab again. This stun? Oh man, this is looking unfortunate.
And it's
level 3.
Max presidentiality level coming up as well. Anything will do it. A grab. Okay. Great late tech there from IDOM. Great patience. That was a low heart rate. Yeah, make it safe.
Nice fireball to challenge the strike. You know what? One of the things that IDOM's always said is like, dog, you got to make me afraid to use the whip. And you see that right there with the great jump ins and dealing with these and finding these gaps and dealing with it like that, man. Smug, studious and studied.
You were talking about Angry Bird and that Big Bird match where you talked about G's normals and how good they are. In this matchup, they definitely, I mean, we know that, Poison has crazy range, right? However, up close, some of those situations you do have to contest. You have to make sure that Poison is not comfortable just constantly keeping you under lockdown. I like him testing right there because then that means IDOM might potentially swing in some of these bad situations to stop him. That's what you want in these matchups. That's exactly what you want. Unerve the player and take advantage of their mistakes.
So we see the momentum shift yet again in favor of IDOM. Are we going to see a switch from Smug, do you think?
I wouldn't think that a ROG switch would be good right here. This would not be a good time for ROG. One of the many matchups that ROG definitely has issues with. That whip just disallowing any of that forward movement pressure that the character has in terms of dash punches and stuff like that. You really got to make the reads with like an EX upper, and even then that's really risky. And even if you get it, she has so many ways to B skill switch out when she finds it confirmed. So I don't see a switch. I just see a switch up of kind of play.
I missed it. Oh, my mistake. I was thinking of the last instance where Poison actually hit, but you know what? I'm completely wrong. I was looking at the wrong screen.
We'll save it for later.
I was looking at the wrong screen.
We're gonna have a close.
My mistake.
It don't matter. It could happen. It could happen. B skill stocks up. Seeing that the presidentiality levels are going to help out this match. The fireball. Ooh. One of the best in the game. But he's in there. No more zoning.
Ooh. Ooh.
B reversal. He's so good about just putting the pressure back on the opponent.
Anti-air from the other side and the command grab. How many long frames? To be fair, he had so much time to prep all of the ingredients as Laura came down. One more throw will do it. The roundhouse instead was
medium kick. Fine.
No.
It's Mark. Tech though. So the EX.
Ooh.
You gotta watch your 6.
Oh, and that was a meaty elbow.
That was hella meaty.
That was a meaty stand strong.
No vegan, dog. I'm looking at the menu. I only see meaty options right here. Hi, Dom. Staying alive, fighting back just like that. Oh. That forward heavy punch. This timing is pristine.
Sunset wheel.
Take a ride.
Again, yeah, checking the jump. That defensive option, deterring it.
The challenge, though, from Smug.
He's not going to go into presidentiality level. He wants that Oki situation so much more because you can open up IDOM immediately after or have the chance to. He gets it again! That's 2 times straight. IDOM is getting antsy with those defensive options now. Presidentiality level. This is going to be dangerous. And no!
Oh, that was a wrong decision. I don't know what he's trying to go for there, but now he's getting punished and mixed.
Oh, okay. Wow. Whatever I just said prior to that match happening, now I could copy and paste. Now that IDOM has the momentum on his side, do you think we're going to see a switch? Man, that was actually pretty intense. That was all because of one slight mishap from Smug, reading a little bit too far into the future and committing to the sweep after backing up. He thought IDOM was going to sit still in that corner, wasn't going to flinch, but instead went for that jump out option.
I mean, at this point, I think you just stick with the pick. I just think the mistakes. I think you just stick with the pick. They're player based, right?
I agree. I think that if you look at the fact that he can switch to Balrog, right? Yeah. But I feel like that's something that's going to be way too easy to deal with for a character like Laura. There's no point in switching at this. There's no point now. However, if you have G, you still get the fireball control. Right. You still get the opportunity to make him fear that approach. We've seen how he's adjusted to a few things, right? Balrog's jab is not going to stop Laura from doing anything. But G's will. You can't be up close to
G's will.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's one of the things that you have to think of. And I guarantee you he's considering that. Even more so, Idom is considering that, and that's why he's not swinging so much up close. He has to wait for the whiff, then he commits to a button.
Yeah,
He started off with that down forward heavy punch a couple times to chase the backdash. If you're crouching, that's going to clip you. You confirm, get the knockdown, start your game. You can just walk back. You're not going to do that versus G. He has a fireball, so you're going to second guess those little instances. And I want to see if he's going to continue to do so, but you never know. Smug's a crazy guy.
You guys have both convinced me. I honestly think that Smug doesn't really need to change. I mean, it's been pretty back and forth against both characters, right? When it comes down to the prep work, you only have to isolate one enemy this time, and it's only Idom. So, I mean, that's still a pretty hefty plate.
That's a
It's
lot.
only Idom. It's the Capcom Cup.
Yeah,
2019.
it's only Idom.
But we'll see how it works out. Again, it's going to be G versus Laura, sticking to the guns, right?
I like this option. Again, we talked about it. Also got that robbery factor of V-Trigger, right? That's going to come out in the clutch, but this is not looking good. Round start with a double overhead.
Did you see how sharp that jump was from Idom going in to start the offense, and now Smug dashes in his face?
No. Finds him on the meaty. Back fierce V skill. Stock up.
Ugh. No jump out option for Idom. Smug doing a great job of deterring those options. Look at that. He's forced Idom to sit still. Ooh, that could have been huge if Smug blocked it, but still, the EX elbow coming from the side of Idom. Looking to use that armor. Great interruption on the thunderclap, but he missed the sequence. He missed the sequence entirely.
Like that. It might
Big
be a
block.
wrap. No! That's so unfortunate. Overhead cost him almost damn near everything. It's a one-touch situation for both people right here. Trying to get him low.
He did it again. He
tried. Fireball. V-trigger fireball to fade on through the three-pointer.
From downtown?
Downtown.
Nothing but
He's
that.
on fire.
Boom, shakalaka.
He's eating up.
Smug. Getting closer and closer to that game point, dog. That's what he needs. I like these pokes right here, using the great neutral of this character. A lot of people, when the character came out, they're like, this neutral's not that good. But look at these buttons, dog. Even when they're not buffered, they are a stop sign. They're a stop sign. No entry.
And I like this. Look at Smug just walking Idom down. Idom has been buffering a lot of normals, but still Smug just barely outreaching.
Heavy kick, really great.
Look at the spacing of the low medium kick, really checking away. And I like that, backing away from the threat of the thunderclap. He's controlling the momentum so well. Smug has just been dictating the pace immaculately. Anti-air on point, full critical art as well. He's waiting for a confirm. You know he's fishing with the heavy buttons, but so is Idom. He's looking for those heavies.
Uh-oh. Trying to figure out what's in your wallet. Gets the light touch, the light stuff. Falls him off the fireball, the sunset. This may be the last one you get to view.
Oh my
Jump back,
God!
kick.
Jump back!
No way!
Take a look at that kick.
Are you kidding? Who does that?
Beat the shoes.
Who?
Beat the shoes.
That's why he's a Capcom Cup champion out here.
He just posted up, shoot the J, shoot it.
Do it.
Contact force, Smug, gets the forward throw now. Dashing up, getting some of the Oki.
Crushing a kick again, going back to that kind of footsie style gameplay, but you gotta be careful these bust out moments. EX covering his approach.
Oh, and what a time to jump out as well, interrupting Idom's sequence.
Pure pussies right here for it. Heavy punch. EX. Yo, I'm so glitched.
Over, yeah, such a sharp angle, getting past the wall of the anti-air. That stand strong wasn't enough from Laura. Now stuck in this corner. What a time to throw out the low medium kick. Big jump and cross up. This is going to be important here. This sequence could actually kill Smug.
If it can land, activation does it raw. Nice anti-air.
Oh, he knows! He knows too much! He knows too much!
Away.
You know why he jumped back?
100,000%.
He was about to get scooped. He was about to get grabbed. I felt that. I was like, oh, bro, my chest tightened. I was like, no, don't do it. But he jumped back. That was so smart. On
big
the
brain.
side. Oh, man, that was so good.
I felt time freeze. As soon as he whiffed, especially, they went, and it was just, you either sit there or you jump away and make this read. You know what's crazy, though? I think that Smug called him out. Like, he knew he was going to jump back. I think that rush punch afterwards was to be in hot pursuit
I
of
think it was
Idom's
to catch
movement.
the backdash. I don't think it was to catch a jump back.
Oh, for real?
Because if he did
That's
if he
fair.
did jump back and he did wheel kick again, it would have caught him.
Oh.
So if he did dash punch, if he was just walking back and he did dash punch, he would have had to block it. He would have had to hold
That's
the
very
B
true,
skill.
yeah.
So if he
Good
jumped
point.
back again, he could have did another wheel kick. I think the wheel kick would have caught him, and that's the only thing I believe believe it would have caught him because he jumped back. That height, that angle, I don't think anything else would have caught him. I could be wrong, but that's just my,
I think we could all agree to that as well. Again, Smug was just trying to catch the move.
Yeah, he wanted the, he didn't want him to get free.
He was 2 steps ahead of IDOM. It was just, it was either the backdash or the jump back, right? So that was very impressive from both ends, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, but IDOM, again, using all the tools of character in such a way that you don't typically see from other people. That means that he's mastered it, right? And that you don't really see that from other players, like when they kind of switch around to different characters, or even other characters or people who play Laura. Like using all the tools in a proper manner. We saw the jump back medium kick to catch him as a fussy. That's ridiculous.
That was nasty.
That was so gross.
I felt so dirty after.
And
that.
usually
I got it. I'm the
disgusting.
I feel like I'm the cleanest sometimes, but at the same time, I got to scrub it up. That was nasty.
And it's usually the gross things are usually about like the V-trigger robberies, but just usage of the normals of this character has put him on game point against Smug.
Already off to a very aggressive start is IDOM against sustaining this lead against Smug. That's going to be a stun. We're going to see some thunderclaps. Thunderclap, hey. Jeez.
Dom's getting clapped today.
Oh,
pressure on the challenge.
Oh, you thought? Okay.
Still, this will make this comeback to RG, V-trigger, the great equalizer in life. You gotta have those buffers. You gotta be able to open up and just like that. Catches him low. Crouching meaning kick as a
Yo, that was sick! Yo, we caught IDOM trying to move! Anything will do it for the stun. Anything will do it for the stun. That's it.
That's it?
That's more than enough. Critical art, light it up.
Sound like that? Is that what G's super sounds like?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Anybody who gets hit by that, it's everybody does that. That's what happens. In the corner, everybody's gonna get clipped by that. It's gonna be a KO.
I like that crouching meaty kick though. That was such a great use of that tool to catch anything that coming on through. But nice flip out. Again, rotating the defensive options right here to get outside of some of these mix-ups and not get close to the front of her face. So much have for lunch. Disgusting. Ugh.
Like anybody could go for a meaty stand strong right now. The fact that Smug chose low medium kick, let's see if he does it again. Oh, low
with the light.
Command grab might be incoming. I told you it might be incoming.
Yo, call him now. The stun again. Smug. One more sequence after this is gonna get the win.
Don't throw him again. He's gonna throw option select. Watch.
Hit him with it. Hit him with it for the children. Always a command grab for the finish. Now I'll let you even look at the camera.
Okay, so maybe not. He's looking for the activation. No, not yet. After the forward fierces, he needs another sequence exactly right there.
The reversal.
The reversal was there. Good
And
decision
the
from
sweep.
Smug. What? That was nasty. That was so far. And listen, the last time we saw him throw out the sweep, he died for it.
Yeah.
He died for it.
Not this time. My man said, I'm going to get it right this time.
Thank you.
I'm going to get it right this time.
I knew you weren't going to do it. I felt it.
Yeah, I didn't expect the sweep to come out right there. I was like, what are you going to do this time around? But Smug is reading these situations so well. I mean, we saw the read last time to try to catch the jump back. This time, dash up, sweep gets the job done. And you, like you said before, he got deaded last time for block when that sweep got blocked. So you have to look at the fact that he's reading some of these situations where IDOM's trying to get out and taking advantage of them. You saw the jab in the last game literally, he was like, you know what, thunderclap. He's like, you know what, I don't want to do it. He's like, I ain't dealing with none of that.
I don't want it.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. I feel like if you're playing Balrog in this matchup, you're not doing that.
That's
You're
very
holding
true,
every one of those instances because you're too afraid to hit a button. And we've seen what happened. If IDOM gets a hit, whether it be counter, whether it be clean, you're going in the mix.
Yeah,
So,
you don't have to worry about maintaining a charge as G. You can just go straight into it. So
straight.
that's a really significant difference between the two characters, right? If you're so preoccupied holding up a charge as Balrog, you're not going to get those chances again if you miss it once.
Right.
Automatically, IDOM would know if you get hit with that jab and he doesn't go for like the dash punch as Balrog, well, IDOM's going to be like, all right, well, I'm pretty sure he has to maintain his charge again, and I'm just going to go straight for it.
I mean, honestly, to have what we have right here, the final game between the two, at the very limit, like a lot of people, I was looking on my Twitters and things like that. Everyone's like, yeah, IDOM's gonna take this. You know, he's got this easy. But I told y'all, out there, there's some people talking some mess. I told y'all out there, there's gonna be mad close right here. The final match between the two, the final game. This is game point, Smug versus IDOM, and we're going to the limit.
Big counter hit conversion off that jab, walking on in there against Smug's defenses. He tried it again, but the buffer stopped him. Once more, IDOM with the stun. Give me that thunderclap. We the club now.
Love in this club.
Hey!
In this club.
Hey! Oh, nice
Love
tech.
to making back, love to hold him back there. Now we go forward with the V-trigger activation. Just the on the dash. Mind the speed limit.
That's the thing with
Mind the
IDOM,
speed
right?
limit.
Even though he's sitting there, don't slack on the down back. He's definitely going to press a button if you try to steal his space. Don't get in his face.
Right. Oh, damn. Jeremy, relax.
I learned it from you, man.
Oh, you're welcome. EX next right here, stays in front. This is set point for IDOM, but Smug's fighting back just like that. V-skill going up for the Oki.
Oh,
immediate all.
Love to see that anti-air. From that angle, it makes you feel happy. Feel nice inside. Okay.
Still smile. I like that crush kick to catch these claps, dog. Like to deny that pressure. And this is where Smug really loves to play. This max distance right here finds the fierce to the face. That's a crush in the B skill.
Yeah, but that route, he's not going for the presidentiality level. He's getting the knockdown for the Oki setup yet again. Back throw, defensive back throw.
Gotta finish the plate though. Don't let IDOM stay alive with V-trigger.
Oh, the splash! The
Final
splash!
game!
Looking
Final
like Steph
round.
Curry out here. He throws it up and you just wait for the splash.
Final game. Final round. Smug versus IDOM. I told you it's gonna go to the limit, and I didn't lie to the people. Jumping medium kick to catch the walk in. On the other side.
I do it again.
On the other side.
Who do it again? Oh, jeez. Oh,
Looking bad. This is looking dire.
Oh, this isn't good, Rick. Oh, he's dead. He's actually dead. Sent him to a different dimension. He was going to fly out to outer space, and you were never going to see him again. Not in this version of Street Fighter V.
I'm going to send him to the next dimension.
To the next dimension.
He was out of there.
What a set, though. Smug versus IDOM going down to the last game. The adjustments are happening in real time right before your very eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, that was an NLBC Classic. And if you're not watching NLBC, you're missing some of the greatest Street Fighter matches in America, in the world, in all honesty. And of course, you know, shout outs to my brother Vic, Team Spooky holding it down, and NYC Furby, Arturo Sanchez, one of them SFL players. Shout outs to Team Spooky, man. They hold it down for NLBC. And if you want to see these guys play on a weekly, head there. But right now, $5,000 was on the line in this set, and you can tell because both of them were playing with it all on the line. Look at the defense on the side of Smug to slow down what IDOM had going right there.
This is setting us up for some amazing, amazing Street Fighter. Honestly, each and every one of these matches has gone like increasingly down to the wire, right? And it's been super intense to watch. It's been unpredictable thus far. I mean, again, we talked a little bit about it. The analysts kind of mentioned it too. They were like, you know, IDOM again does have the better record against Smug, but this is the closest I've seen in a very long time.
I mean, like, if we look at the recent history, to me it makes sense. I've been watching them fight for a while. To me, it makes sense that it would be this close. But IDOM gets to retain not only his Capcom Cup champion, but also season final champion of this region. That's a 2-in-1 deal right there.
Like I said, man, like when you talk about Street Fighter in North America in general, you have to talk about the East Coast. You have to talk about NLBC. That's why we have the saying, the NLBC Classic. It's because these guys week in and week out play in these tournaments. And this is one of the hardest tournaments in the world. I dare you to play in NLBC and try to get that W. Try to get top 8. Those guys are way too good, way too good. So when I see people play, when I see Smug play, when I see IDOM play, when I see any of the East Coast players play, especially any of them that come on NLBC, I'm always impressed because these guys go in every week to try to get better at Street Fighter V, and you couldn't ask for anything more. But I would like to ask the analysts what they thought about that last set. Let's take it over to the invisible desk.
Just about as close as it gets right there. And on a night in which I feel like a lot of these we've been talking about, this is actually about neutral. This is actually not about big comebacks, actually not about explosivity. But in this match, a lot of it was controlled by Smug and Laura from IDOM. Nevertheless, able to get the job done.
Yeah, honestly, looking at that as far as like the matchup wise, of course, before that match we were talking about, is it going to be the Laura versus Balrog, Laura versus G, maybe some poison. We did see a bit of poison there. But in general, what we seen there was that in the end of the day, IDOM has this special talent. Like I feel like with Punk, for example, his neutral game, Daigo, everything. And then when it comes to Adam, his player reads are just completely immaculate. I always talk about how I do think that Laura is a bit underrated as a character, right? But honestly, a lot of the stuff that we see Adam do is just not character specific. He's gonna get more out of it, out of his natural talent by using that character Laura. But when you see a regular Laura player act, and regular being anybody outside of Adam, when they do land that hit, they do not make the right read time and time and time and time again like he does. With that being the case, I'm not gonna say why Idom won this, because it came down to last game, last round, and it could have easily went either way. At the end, you had a bit of an Idom round right there.
Right.
But with that being the case, I feel like that set, it was immaculate, and if it went down to like a 1st to 10, it would have continued going back and forth the entire time. Amazing set from both players.
Yeah, we always got to point out that Idom is just above and beyond the best Laura on the planet. It's just hard to compare him to anyone else, and I feel like it's very misunderstood, that level of mix that he applies. It's not just Laura that gives him that. It's hard to replicate with anybody else. And we especially see that with this matchup because G beats Laura. Like, I can confidently say that. You can kind of smack any button on the stick. Those neutral buttons control the ground game. And you saw that how Idom was trying to approach. He always kind of forces the option. I might do a random elbow here, hope for a counter hit. I'm going to risk the jump here and there. If you anti-air me, what am I going to do? Sit there and get smacked around by Fierce Punch, crouching medium kick that you represented? Literally every button that G has goes underneath the fireball. I mean, you just pick one, it'll beat the fireball. It's still Idom won. And that's because on paper, this matchup, Laura should never get in. Idom finds a way. It is one of the most volatile matchups in Street Fighter, and I thought Smug might have the edge here, especially when Idom went for the poison counter pick. When you win the counter pick match, it started out with G Laura. When you win the first counter pick match with your bad matchup,
Momentum.
that is huge for you. It means it's back to the wheel of counter picking, and you won the matchup you weren't supposed to win. But that said, Idom said, I'm going to go with the bad matchup because I know if I can force the one entry, it's not even resource dependent. Once Laura knocks G down, no 3-frame, no reversal, nothing to really get out of the mix. She has so many ways to rinse and repeat the plus frames from one hit, and that's how you saw those Idom rounds starting to add up, and that's how Idom closed it out. I mean, that last round was one touch, it was over. That shouldn't happen, but Idom finds a way.
I can sense some personal trauma in there as well.
There's a lot of it.
There's a lot of downplay, whole lot of downplay, bro.
Yeah. Look, we have our last match coming up next, and this is going to be Daigo versus Gachikun.
That's going to be
obviously we're all very excited about. I'm going to go to you second because I know your position on this thing, but
that's the best one of the night.
I'm just looking for anything new because Daigo, I think beyond just being one of the most, the largest personality, one of the biggest winners in fighting games of all time, he just always finds a way to evolve and keep learning, and I think that's what people in the FGC and outside of it really appreciate about Daigo. He really represents that mindset of never being comfortable, never being stagnant, always pushing the meta, looking for new ways to grow stronger, switching his controller. This guy grew up in the arcades. He switched to a hitbox to try to find a new way to switch up his playstyle and grow even stronger. So I don't know what to expect. I'm kind of favoring Daigo in this matchup right now, but really what I'm looking for is him to show us something new. And Gachikun as well, I don't want to leave him out on that. He's another player who, Capcom Cup champion, right? We saw him kind of falter in the beginning of the 2020 season. He kind of fell back behind losing to Fudo's Poison and some of the qualifier matches, and then he came right back showing new tech, and I think he's always evolving as well, so I'm just looking forward to anything new between these two players.
3 matches, guys. Daigo versus Problem X. Daigo versus Problem X. In that one, I think that was NCR. We saw Daigo just walking forward, holding forward on the stick, and he got the victory against him. You remember that one?
Oh, yeah.
The match against Takedo, in that one, the 1st to 10. Daigo with some new tech, just standing there the entire time, never really holding down charge, never walking back, just holding his space. Daigo wins. And the last one was Daigo up against, I'm not remembering the last one. Actually, no. That was up against Fudo, the Poison and CPT Online. And on that one, Daigo's playing a much more traditional Gao. Remember that one moment, Daigo's in the corner. He can't take one more hit. He sits there for like 30 seconds, literally, and then is able to make the comeback. So if I was to tell you how this Gachikun match was gonna go, that would be a sign that I don't know anything about Street Fighter, because if you know anything about Street Fighter and about Daigo, the absolute GOAT of this fighting game thing, then you know we don't know what strategy he's gonna bring today, and that's why he's so exciting. But I do know, well, I don't know, but I am confident that Daigo will get the victory today.
Well, I just think historically it's hard to bet against Daigo in these long sets when he knows that he's going to land against a certain person. He's got a fantastic record But Gachikun is somebody who can do that kind of work as well. We'll have that matchup coming up very soon.
Let's see what happens.
Go beyond the battle.
Get ready.
Destroy. Begin.
Let's go.
Disappear. Kneel. You do not have the strength to crush the spirit of the king.
All right. I really like to exercise, and training is a lot of fun.
Time to meet your death. 5 insect.
Pull out all the stuff.
Hadouken! Witness the power of the continental. This is the power of the king. Round 1, fight!
We've come down to this very moment for the 2020 season final. It's all down to Japan's region. We have Daigo Umehara versus Gachikun, Capcom Cup champion for 2018. F-word, Logan Sama. We got to talk about these two titans, right?
So it's an interesting one this year because Daigo has been leveling up as he always does.
When you look at the time and effort he was putting in the specific environment that he was going to be playing in, by the way, because there's only so much training you can do for offline when you're not offline. He was doing online training regimes, preparing for online tournaments. I was very confident in saying Daigo's going to take this, right? And that was not an obvious pick because he hadn't won an event like this for so long. And suddenly on the day, so many little factors, so much of his training, you saw playing out in match, like just incredible. And the fact that he exposes that to everyone, if you're not following Daigo's stream and you're trying to level up, you're missing a massive trick. Go follow that stream.
Absolutely. And then conversely, you look at Gachikun and his growth this year. Gachikun, of course, announced himself on the world stage by winning Capcom Cup.
Gachikun's going to be your Capcom Cup champion, ladies and gentlemen.
He kind of had an off year in 2019. He didn't look great. Didn't look great at the start of 2020 as well. A lot of people had difficulty adjusting to the online. Not only do they want to get used to playing, they want to make the most of their environment. And that means that these two guys today, in this head-to-head, they're going to take it very seriously.
Gachikun stays alive in this first set, takes it 2-1. Couldn't find much history of them head-to-head at the same time.
There's no matches in CPT, well, in 2020.
This is a really exciting one because we're going to finally see Umehara after a while. Gachikun, former Capcom Cup champion.
The thing I'm most looking forward to in this matchup is which Daigo shows up. Is it going to be Brick Wall Daigo, that is just an impenetrable zoning machine ready for everything? Or is it going to be the Daigo that makes the most of these Guile normals and just completely throws you off? Is Gachikun going to be able to stand up to this pressure that Daigo is able to psychologically put on his opponents? I'm kind of in the middle about who's going to win this one. I don't know how you feel, Vicious.
It's completely unpredictable for me. One thing is for certain, that it's going to be a ridiculous outcome. We're going to see how it plays out. This is the match of Japan. This is going to be a ridiculous one. And again, F word, Logan Sama. I'm just excited as you guys are. Let's get into it.
Welcome back to the CPT 2020 season finals. It's the last match of the day, so I gotta do it. Itimasho!
That's what I'm talking about. We are just as excited as ever for this final match with the two titans from Japan. It's going to be Daigo versus Gachikun.
This last set is going to be phenomenal. Gachikun is one of my players that I've been looking at for a while. Me and Seijan both said his name as he won Capcom Cup, and in all honesty, I feel like what Logan said is true. He did not have the best time the year following, right? It was really hard, and on top of that, the adjustment was a little bit iffy. However, Daigo has consistently been streaming, playing all these different characters, experimenting, finding new tech, as Daigo always will do. What do you do to prepare for Daigo? How do you prepare for the beast? Who do you talk to?
You know what's funny? There was so many instances in Street Fighter League Japan as well where they kind of tried to avoid each other in their matchups too. So I mean, I don't know how much more experience Gachikun has had against Daigo outside of something like that, because already in and of itself in Street Fighter League he didn't get to play him that often, right? I don't know what the stats were because again that was a really long process, but at the same time, it's hard to tell. I don't even know how Gachikun has prepared himself for the match.
I mean, maybe people haven't seen it, but there was a little bit of a exhibition that they had a couple weeks ago, or maybe a couple months ago. Time is not a factor to me.
It's difficult.
It's difficult. But what's not difficult is how Daigo dealt with Gachikun in that long set. First to 10 or whatever it was, all I saw was Daigo just going in. And I feel like, though, Gachikun gets put these moments where he's like, damn, that hurt. And then goes back to the lab and comes back. We saw it in the first CPT where he failed to get the spot. Second one, got it done. And to me, I feel like even though I'm not 100% sure what he'll be able to do to get that, get that run back going, I feel like he'll be working to find the answer. We may not be able to find the answer straight off the bat. We don't know. But I know Gachikun has found something, at least to fight back, at least in an equal standing.
So for the most part, we can be expecting the Rashid pick going up against Guile, right?
Oh yeah, most definitely. I mean, his Rashid, so I stated yesterday that we don't see many Rashids, but the Rashids that are still playing and that stick to Rashid are hella good. And Gachikun is one of them. He's a Capcom champ, hella good, So if you think about the fact that he has been playing in this atmosphere, right? We don't talk about how many Rashids we see over in Japan. It's Gachikun. So like you said, he is the person you're going to look at to see what he's going to bring to the table in this matchup. He's going to be an innovator in this matchup versus Daigo, and I'm very interested to see it.
Yeah, we do have the inside look as to how Gachikun and Daigo prepared for this match. Why don't we take a look at both of their interviews?
Up next, we have a man who needs no introduction, the legend himself, Daigo the Beast Umehara. Do you feel any sort of pressure going up against Gachikun?
年末に日本で彼と10先の試合をしましたけど、その時は勝てましたけど、逆に言うとそれを受けてまた似たような形式の勝負をするので、前回以上に厳しい戦いになると思うんで、気を抜かずに取り組まなきゃなと思ってます。
Capcom Cup champion of 2018, Gachikun. That moment you hit that grand finals position in the qualifier and taking home that win, how did it feel for you in that moment?
The critical art, this is going to do it. Gachikun is your Capcom Pro Tour East Asia 2 champion.
優勝した時はすごい嬉しくて、今回オンラインでの大会だったんで、家からの参加だったんですけど、 一人で大声を上げて、よっしゃーっつって、喜びました。やっぱりこう、なかなか感情を出すことっていうのが普段ないんですけど、やっぱこの大会はすごい、まあ頑張ってきたっていうのもあったし、すごい辛いトーナメントだなと思ってたんで、やっぱ勝った時の嬉しさが、そのまま出ましたね。
I gotta ask you, man, how does it feel to be here at the end of the 2020 season final, preparing for your matchup against Daigo?
梅原さんと対戦するっていうので、プレッシャーは、今は特にないですね。昔はやっぱり、まあ、普段から一緒に練習だったり、大会に回るっていうことがなかったんで、梅原大吾っていう名前を聞くだけですごい緊張はあったんですけど、今はやっぱ、割と近い距離で練習だったり、まあ、お仕事とか、ね、大会とかもやらせてもらったんで、昔ほどのプレッシャーはそんなにないかなっていう感じで、むしろなんかこう倒してやりたいっていう気持ちの方が大きいんで、楽しみにしてます。
So for the most part, it seems that it would be your Guile going up against Gachikun's Rashid. What is your strategy going into this match, and how do you go about approaching a player like Gachikun?
特別、なんていうんですかね、こう、なんていうんでしょう、変わったことというか、奇をてらったことをするつもりはないですね。まあ、今回のバージョンで言うと、ガイルが有利な組み合わせだと思ってますから、その組み合わせ通りの展開に持っていくように努めるっていう、そういう、戦略ですね。
梅原さんのプレイスタイルはまず、そうですね、対戦相手に対しての、その、動きの変え方で、まあ、スパーリングだったり、大会だったりで、こう、対戦する中で、自分が持ってきた対策を、最初の1戦、2戦は通用するんですけど、だいたい3戦目、4戦目あたりぐらいから、やっぱその技に対応してきたり、その対策に対応してきて、次の手をすぐ持ち出してくるんですよね。で、やっぱそれって、対戦だっていうか、その、相手もそういう知識がないと、普通対戦というか、対策できんところをすぐにやってくるんで、やっぱそういうのは、梅原さんがこう、20年やってきたっていう、その経験がそこで生きたのかなっていうふうに思います。で、まあ大会とかでも、すごい割り切った行動もしてくるし、僕らが想像もつかんような、
Man, I cannot wait to see Daigo play. This guy is a legend.
まあ現役でこう、トップで頑張ってるプレイヤーたちも、梅原さんの
I always enjoy watching him play.
これとかをしてくるんで、そういう意味ではちょっとまだまだ、僕も追いかける存在としては足らん部分が多いなと思わされるんですけど、まあでもそこは僕もこのゲーム、同じ競技、まあ e スポーツプロゲーマーとしてやっていく中で、やっぱ越していかないといけない存在だと思うんで、そこは胸を借りるじゃないですけど、今回のこのエキシビジョンでは、そこを超えて勝ちたいと思っています。
So y'all got to catch the words from these character specialists who are at the top of their game. To be honest, Daigo the best Guile player, and Gachikun the best Rashid player. And I'm saying it. I'm just saying it right now. It is what it is. That's why they're here today. That's why they came to play, and that's why they're the main event of tonight.
That was the best in any character. With any character, he's the best.
Them facing off in SFL Japan. You know, one of the biggest things about Team Aurora is that they wanted to make sure Gachikun didn't face off against Daigo too often against Team Gold, right? So that in and of itself is already saying, you know, Gachikun, you still have a lot to learn. And Gachikun himself mentioned it. He still feels kind of like a baby when it comes to playing against Daigo. There's 20 years of layers, of fighting game layers that are in his strategies, right? So you have to kind of like peel it little by little. But will you have enough life to do so? Will you have enough rounds to do so in this first of 4 best of 7, right? It's going to be pretty difficult because it's going to be a battle of attrition for Gachikun. Whereas Daigo, he's just calculating the next move even before you even think of yours.
I mean, once again, that's why I ask, who do you talk to prepare for Daigo, you know? And Gachikun is definitely one of the strongest Rashid players in the world, and obviously has tech to bring to the table on his own. But we saw during SFL, shout outs to Hameko and Aru, by the way, who did an amazing job for SFL Japan, big fans. I already know. Ameko, I still owe you an ass whooping in Street Fighter. But either way.
True.
But the fact of the matter is that watching SFL play out that way and seeing how they deal with personal matchups as well as player matchups, right? Like character matchup versus player matchup is something that like kind of unfolded very organically. And seeing that matchup happen ourselves and be like, man, this is how they feel about it, definitely expands upon like that, you know, that Japan lore of how these players view each other. Because like you said, they didn't even want them to play anymore after that. That's a very important thing to keep track of.
So we're going to have, as we just been saying before, Daigo on the Guile and then Gachiko on the Rashid. They've been playing so much. They've honestly been playing on ranked Battle Lounge, as we saw in Street Fighter League. If it is exhibition matches here and there, this is the finality of this rivalry. I feel like Gachiko has a lot more to prove out here. He's got a lot more he's got to do to take down Daigo, but he's sitting in his home element right here. He's fully powered up. This is, for him, prime position to take it.
Look, man, I'm going to tell you right now. In my eyes, Daigo is one of the greatest players of all time.
Without a doubt.
Greatest players of all
He
time.
is.
And for
the
me,
greatest.
I feel like it's always going to be a test no matter what person you are. Whether it's Tokido, whether it's Punk, it does not matter. Daigo is a problem. Daigo will always be a problem. And I just want to see what Gachikun has for him.
I mean, here we go. Gachikun being one of the Capcom Cup champions, facing off against the test of time of Daigo Umehara. Pretty much Japan's Mr. Street Fighter.
Look at the offense already in the big jump over the boom.
Yeah, firing right back immediately after the wall of booms, right? Daigo, again, just wasn't ready for it. One misplaced boom. Yeah, V-skill 2, you got to take note of that.
Just noticed. Just noticed.
You have to. Exchanging of fireballs, projectiles, I should say.
Gachikun is in a position right now. These neutral jumps are starting to add up, and you see he's doing it a little bit out of range, not worried about the flash kick, not worried about the boom, using the angles of V-skill 2 to keep Daigo locked down in this corner, and the life lead is definitely in favor of Gachikun right now.
It's like he's V-shifting early. He's doing it mid-air.
Oh, he's already doing it? In the air, though.
Oh,
that's our one baby boom. I love the way.
Oh, he already adapted to it.
My
He's seen it like, what,
God.
3 or 4 times in that round. He's like, I know the timing.
He's
and I
like,
know the
oh,
pace.
got it, thanks.
Dude noted.
Oh, standing medium kick. What did I say? I know you're a decent Rashid at the least if you're using standing medium kick. My man used stand medium kick confirm into V-trigger. He's ready for this. First round versus Daigo goes to Gachikun.
But this is a whole different kind of beast, right? I know it's V-Beast, but when it comes to exhibition, Daigo is top-notch. But Gachikun, he's making him look a little silly right now. Not silly, but a little different. He's making him bleed.
Who uses V-skill 2 with Rashid still?
Gachikun has been using it a couple of times.
Right? That's what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's one of those people. He's definitely consistent with it.
Big.
Oof. I got one too. Trying to change up the trajectory this time around. You see him delay that jump, delay that approach, the little mini shimmy right now.
Man, it just looks so clean, but here comes Daigo with the pressure. A lot of plus frames incoming. He tried to traverse past
Bro,
it.
why was he ready for that? He has another answer for it already. Another answer for it. He had 3 different responses after going through this. But
he ran into the boom ball. He just ran right into it. He was like, hey, is anybody
Oh, wow.
Boom.
Man, don't mess with Daigo.
To the face in waves of a sonic boom. He just ran into it. What happened?
Thought it was a pitch, bro. He was trying to hit a home run. You don't see the outfit? Get your ass out this air. What are you doing?
Who told you to leave
Using his speed skill. Who told you to do this? Okay, that was a smart adjustment. He's seen Daigo go up and meet him in the air a couple times, had a few answers, and now he's starting to adjust. That upside down kick, little small walk backwards. Okay, back throw, Gachikun. 1 round apiece in this first game. My man just did a whiff punish with the medium kick with a jab. Are you serious?
He'll take any bit of damage he can get. He's not letting anything go unpunished. Dang! And speaking of punishes, that sweep was clean from Gachikun.
You see Daigo switching up the pace of those booms is going to change up those neutral jumps coming from Gachikun, and that's the kind of things that happen. You overextend, and it puts you in this situation where you have to block a boom when you hit. And almost got caught again, text to throw, and I just realized Daigo's using V-skill too as well.
He's not going to land into it. He has the answers.
Man.
He has the answers.
I'm telling you. Hey, Peter, thanks for watching.
Daigo, 100% ready for it.
I really don't play Fortnite.
There's got to be a switch of V-skill.
I don't think so.
I don't really care much about that
You might
game.
need to use V-skill 1 to go under.
But man, Daigo, what I love about Daigo is his style. He does use he's a very classic style. Where he's like a few years younger than I, but the guy looks younger, of course.
But
He's a few years younger than I.
Make him think about it. If you say, hey, all I got to
But
do
man,
is
he's from
then
the
he's gonna start jumping.
from that
Is that
era.
what you want?
Yes.
Cause I don't want that. I don't
So
want that.
when he
We've seen,
plays,
every
he's
jump in,
clearly
he's
good at it.
He's been calculating them so well. He's like, oh, okay, you like using
He
these skills
literally
too.
saw it 3 to 4 times and is like, you know what?
He clearly is from that era. His style and everything.
Numerous amount of times.
You know, the way he plays, more precise.
We've seen it, and he's applying.
He's not too
it again.
frontal.
He is the lab monster. Daigo has put this scenario to the test, and it's been again stored.
He's waiting for your attacks. That's what God. When you play God, you have to really wait for
into the pool
to counteract every move. You cannot really be too offensive with it. You have to be very tactical.
It must be in the back of the closet because nobody's really using that V skill too. Like only one of my homies is out here. You know, shout out to Lizard Man out here using the V skill too. He's been using it for a long time, but not many other Rashid players are. So to deal with something like that and be like, okay, I see it now. I know how to deal with it and calculate that so immediately just shows you the prowess of Daigo. I can't even right now. You never even see that before. It's like, was that DLC? I don't care. I'm taking it down.
3 different answers. He had 3 different answers to
All
stop
right.
what he was doing.
He hit him with the SAT. All of the above.
All of the above. He hit D. All of the above, and he hit D because he's dead. All right, here we go.
Bars.
Oof.
Man.
Walkbacks are starting to add up, and Daigo in game 2 has already put himself
Oh,
at a range
whiff
where
punish.
he can whiff punish and make sure that Rashid plays a lot more respectful. We're not seeing any crouching heavy punches.
Yeah, with Gal, you have to be responsive. That's what you gotta be.
To the trigger.
Oh,
Burning straight again.
oh, it burns up.
Even Gil got up. He was like, man, get that dude a grape, man. That was so.
Yeah, you see, he's not opting for the Sonic Boom blade from Daigo. Big
Whiff
whiff
punch.
punish from Gachiku.
No, you're right.
Man, he's holding his own.
Right, keeping it to the ground game, just slugging it out with normals to normal, and the whiff punish yet again from Gachikun, forcing Daigo in these awkward positions, right? He thinks he's in range to hit with any normal, but Gachikun just taking those micro steps back and forth to kind of misplace those normals and whiff punish to throw, does find the mark. Sonic Boom's finally coming out. I feel like once in a long time.
Oh, wow. That's it.
That's exactly what you thought was going to happen. You're
Bro.
like, you're thinking a Sonic Boom's coming out, right? No.
Man.
No. No, I like the read though. I was thinking the same thing. And you can tell Gachikun was looking for the boom because he walked into this range and Daigo was like, oh, there it is. That's where you want to go, huh? Well, guess what? I got an angle for that too. Flash kick.
A little bit more compact where he wants to throw normal shoulders instead. That was a nice counter in comparison to Gachikun's forward medium punch. Ooh. Straight. Oh!
Yo, I've never seen that before. Okay, that was sick. That also,
You thought it was over?
I thought it was over. That was a godlike.
That's how you know what got seized when you get them out of it.
I was like, oh, excuse me?
Oh, wow.
Beg pardon.
Getting a little bit of a turtle out, but it's still Gachikun finds the mark again.
Oh, that was god. That
Oh, wow.
Can somebody did
That was good.
clip that and send it?
That
to
was
me
good.
ASAP. I'm gonna need
That
to
was
use
good.
the reference.
Listen, if you're a Rashid main, you better steal that.
Right?
That was actually immaculate. Countering the fire.
Yes, it was.
I've never seen the interaction with B skill 2 and B trigger 1 like this. I've never seen it.
Oh, and just at the very height of getting that EX Eagle spike. Right at the 8. Ooh. Oh, I like that. He was trying to bait out the flash.
HP spinning mixer keeps the corner. Life lead in favor of Gachikun.
Stutter step. And he
Oh, wow. I think Daigo is against the corner right now. Ooh, wow.
I'm not too sure about this one though.
The reactions from Daigo.
I don't know about this one.
Do it again. Do it again.
Get your ass back in this corner. I'm not done. Jump again so I can hit you with these boots.
Oh, that's military grade. It doesn't matter for a baseball player. Those are going to slow you down.
Wow.
They're going to slow you down. You're trying to
Man.
get to home. You got to get past me first.
Speaking of diamonds, my man Gachikun looking like the ace over here, bro. I'm just saying, if you got that, you're a good one. Either way, all I'm saying is the switch ups with the fact that he's using V skill 2 powered up by V trigger 1. I've never seen some of I'm telling you right now, I've never seen some of these interactions before. And it's making it so he has multiple ways of entry versus Daigo. So once we were saying like, hey man, he's gonna switch, You're not getting that kind of movement with V-Skill 1. It's not going to happen. You have to make him think about that approach. Make him think about throwing those booms, because if you have a way over them, he's not going to commit to them. He's not going to commit to them.
Yes. I feel like there's a lot of reward that you see now too. The extensions that you get, there's the damage that comes from these exchanges. That the extension from these from all these hits, they add up so much more. And that low health of Guile gets him dusted just a little easier. Obviously, you got to deal with the booms and the zoning. That's always going to be a problem. But the great neutral jumps and the great timing from Gachikun, and when he spins his bar to get through the fireballs, or just neutral jumping that and getting out of the way, it's all coming into play. It's all coming together now.
Yeah.
Daigo has to find some more answers. You might look at the back of the book, dog. Might be scoping down like this, like, oh, okay.
Oh man, he's got a cheat.
He's got a cheat.
It's funny that you mentioned that. That's the thing, though. It's just that Daigo's the professor of every single class that you go to. Even if you have the answers of one book, you have to change to the next period. And he's like, well, it's time for math. You were looking at history. It's time for the mathematical question.
Daigo is sitting in the class, and he's the teacher at the same time.
Yes,
hey, did you get notes? You look up, and Daigo's at the
All right, let's see.
He's like, hey, do you have the answer to number 3? Hey, listen, I'm also the teacher, man. You just got got.
Once again, you have to change up the speed of those booms, and I think Gachikun is kind of banking on that. That's why this V-Skill 2 really helps him out, but the timing, the change-up time...
Ooh, sit up down!
Back.
You thought you were clear for takeoff? That is Colonel Guile. He is not clearing you for takeoff.
He's in the Air Force, right? Why would you take to the air?
Silly questions, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, why would you do that?
Even Gil got up after that air throw. He's like, yo, damn, for real? Oh, bro.
Is that how you do things on Earth? I see. You are worthy.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So, again, back to the fireball game. Gachikun is starting to get a good rhythm, or at least a good sense of Daigo's rhythm.
Oh, no.
Oh, no!
Oh, missed opportunity right there.
The recovery on that got boosted, I think, what, season 3? I don't know if it's stuck through season 4 yet.
Daigo has so much life ahead. Significant amount.
Oh, yeah.
That's some of the punishes from Guile. Just coming in raw, jump roundhouse, flash kick. It's a 2-hitter, but man, it's a beast. It's a beast of a 2-hitter. That's a 2-piece.
Get out of the air. Fly jets, bro. You're no jet. You're no jet.
I break the sound barrier with my arms alone.
Right?
Oh, flash
Oh, wow.
Mixer to get back to the corner. I like what we're seeing.
Oh, just outside of range.
Oh, wow.
Mix up.
Drop puts himself in
Man, he couldn't connect there.
Goes for a little shimmy right there. That bazooka knee starting to come out. Daigo trying to hold the corner.
He's trying to keep it there for as long as possible, but the problem is Daigo does not have the threat of V-trigger 1, so he's going to be hitting a lot of straight hits before he can try to force Gachikun to make this error. Okay, so I like that. Yeah, he's backing off just a little bit to get these errors out.
And you can tell that's been part of the game. He's just been backing up, letting Gachikun whiff, and then taking advantage of it, right? Set a boom on top of it, maybe just back up and look for the whiff punish, and he's making sure to stay at that range. Medium kick, he can hit it right now. You're looking at a burning straight. This is burning straight range. So if you miss something, the glass is gonna break.
This is kind of tough. Will Gachikun draw another
Oh, wow.
Daigo to block to get that V-trigger? I know he's at the life deficit, but still.
I can see it. I can see
You know
it
what I'm
from
saying?
a mile
Look, he's
away.
very reluctant to do so. He's looking for counter pokes more so than just closing the gap.
I'm telling you, looking for burning straight. He's gonna go straight into the 80.
Oh!
Oh, yeah.
It still has trigger, but it's a knockdown, so it can't do anything.
Yeah, and that was the thing. He was very aware of that. He wasn't trying to close the gap against Daigo too much. He wasn't trying to like force the issue. He wanted to make
Man, Daigo's good, man. He's very technical, super technical.
because if he got
Very
Daigo
old school
off the
too,
opening
with the movement.
He still could have been able to.
Yeah, like it still would have been better for Daigo to get that V trigger off. So we saw that instance just now. If Daigo manages to have bar V trigger, he's gonna go for that activation immediately and then take your life out through via chip.
And you saw him going back to this range where almost every Rashid normal would have whiffed, outside of maybe forward medium punch, right? We saw no medium kick, nothing big coming from it, and he just kind of hovered at that range. He had full CA, and you know, guys.
I want to say thank you to those who are watching. And if you like the, the contents of this channel, you like the live stream, don't forget to like and to leave a comment. But thanks to everyone that is taking time to watch.
Especially if it's gonna get the kill.
It's been really an interesting night.
Slow it down.
And I think so far this is the best match.
If I was his corner man, I'd be like, You want me to throw the towel in? I don't know
That's
what
the
to
only
tell
thing.
him.
He's coming. He's coming to you. He's like, I see 3 of them out there. The best thing you can say is hit the one in the middle.
Hit
like,
the
what
one
else-
in the
what else
middle.
are you supposed to say, right?
I mean, at this point, maybe it's a V-skill switch, but it's just
Right.
Daigo also at the same time is so smart about using that bar usage. You guys were talking about that. That meter management is super important. And always be in this one-touch situation, or at least if he has critical art, to put you on the back foot. And we saw previously he was just holding on to that bar and making sure that the job is done if he gets that one touch, that one hit to do it.
Yeah.
Gachikun might have to switch to the V-skill because he's falling on these fireballs and eating so much of this damage. Like at this point, it might be a switch-up. Might need a flip mode.
Yeah, he went from math class, and I feel like he's going to turn it into science class. Okay, he's about to show him the physics of dial.
All right, let's do this.
Rashid's still in a PE mode, he still doesn't play baseball, but let's get it real serious now. Again, using that from Gachikun, and what a punish. Forward heavy punch. Check the time.
Right? Seiko? The Seiko wrist watch?
Those things are massive. Oh, burning straight. Finding an arc, go forward, does instead. Gachikun still trying to rebuttal. And again, Daigo's taking it to most of the normals when he's in this space. Now he changes it up. He's really keeping Gachikun on his toes, but it's enough to get that trigger activation early. But that's something Daigo wants, right? Look at the amount of life he has. He's not afraid to just take that mix-up and block.
Yeah, I was about to say, you just walk into it, negate the option of even getting mixed up or opened up at any point.
Oh.
Shimmy out low forward, gets the mixer, the MP mixer. Oh, shimmy.
And that's been very
yeah.
consistent. That's the second time he caught the shimmy against Daigo. Stun is a
Oh, wow.
He's gonna go for all throws now. Oh, yeah, nice interruption on the EX whirlwind shot.
You see him just walk out a little bit, do crouch jab, not even looking for a whip, just trying to make him block so he can walk out of the corner. The full CA and trigger. Resources at the max for Daigo.
How are we gonna see the activation?
Back dash, off the boom.
Oh,
you're
yeah,
dead.
yeah.
You're actually dead.
Ah.
Daigo, the Air Force
that was masterful.
finishing it off with the critical art. That is
Yeah.
Daigo, and Daigo can be at. Again, activation of the boom, and you have to guess what's coming through afterwards. Gachikun, again, just falling a little short by the wayside. Still critical art on deck, though.
Booms. No normals whatsoever. He's not letting them get any of them out. And on top of that, Gachikun blocking those booms. He's not going to walk across the screen.
Oh, yeah.
Opening anyway, though.
How many Eagle spikes was it? That was 3, I believe.
Backing up a little bit, back to the neutral jumps. Man, I feel like that's the first crouching heavy punch we've seen this entire set.
Okay,
Punish.
a little bit too close.
Takes the knockdown. Goes for the big heavy kick right there as well.
Oh, away, caught the other fierce instead. Daigo now pushing Gachikun more towards the corner with that back throw. There's a negative knee bazooka. It is too close.
Still, this is really close. This can be done by Gachikun, and he needs this round if he doesn't want Daigo to have a potential chance to take this set during the next match. He needs this match.
And look at how aggressive Daigo is. Even with a slight life deficit, he's moving forward a lot more than not, right? He's trying to keep it at least within pace of Gachikun's life.
I'm gonna tell you right now, there's not a lot of people that I feel like take in that gray life to account. And I think Daigo is always, he's one of those players who's always paying attention to it. So even though he's not getting no hits.
Oh, he almost did it again.
Oh.
You're actually dead. You're actually
Oh,
dead.
yeah. He's dead.
Oh, one.
Oh, what? Look at that.
Okay, so
wow.
Man.
even if he's not dead, right? There's a lot of scaling involved. I thought he was dead, but there's still 8 seconds. No.
Wow.
Swing and a miss, strike 2.
I felt that in my heart. That wake up EXTP, like, dog, I'm just.
Yeah.
At this point, I know it's not gonna kill. I'm just mad. I'm just upset right
Gotta
now.
exhale.
Oh, you gonna go outside?
Get off of me!
Yeah.
And you just do it.
He's got to switch. Gachikun, listen to me. You gotta switch. This V-skill ain't working out. You're not getting to the fireballs. You're getting held down in the distance. You gotta switch, dog. Please. Please. Please for me.
Gachikun is in big trouble right now.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna make it.
This next
But that was a good combo right there. The whole thing, the way he did it.
Spell the end for Daigo.
In a positive note.
For Gachikun. In
I
a
was gonna
positive
say,
side,
I
right?
was gonna say.
If you think about it, though, it's not completely undoable.
Looking
It's
to
the fact
school on that
he's
one.
right the uphill climb. That's the only thing. And it's not, he's been finding these spots where he can get damage. He can get control. But the minute he does, Daigo's like, you know what? Let me go stationary for a little bit. Get these hits, use this gray life, put myself back in standing, and then he goes back to his game. This dude Daigo is just ridiculous, man.
It's kind of wild to see how Daigo has put so many different play styles in motion, different sorts of strategies in motion in such a small amount of time. You barely see the switch ups, but when it happens, you could tell that Gachikun gets a little bit caught off guard. There were so many instances where Daigo switches it up from just very simple. Let's put it very simply, right? He'll change from a fireball game to a normals game. He'll be a little bullish, then he'll be a little bearish, right? He's playing all the wheels for the stock market game that is Guile. He's making dividends at this point. But here we are at finals week for Daigo versus Gachikun. Is Gachikun going to be able to graduate this year?
Look, man, we're about to find out. Because it ain't going to be with a baseball scholarship if you keep playing like this.
That's true, man.
Stand medium kick. Oh, Burning Straight gets the crush. And Daigo just takes
You
that
love
ground.
to see those. I love
That is
seeing that
terrifying,
connection.
bro.
Off the stand short into the flash kick.
Yo, even Daigo right there giving Gachikun a little head nod for like, okay,
Yeah, that was AP physics.
Oh, shimmy. Stun getting pretty big up there. Don't go for the throw. Daigo knows. Upside down kick gets the stun down just a bit.
Oh, sit him down. Oh, the gray line. Did you see how much damage that did? Not as much as this full on combo for the jumping. Here comes the trigger, taking 2 away from the tornado, but it's still coming your way.
He goes to this empty jump low multiple times. It does not close out the round, but the next one does. Another round on the board. Gachikun getting started.
I will say Gachikun does a great job of knowing or identifying when Daigo wants to throw instead of move back for defense. He's done a great job of catching him with all of these walk backs throw attempts.
Upside down kick.
Okay, yeah, playing around with the idea.
Eating a bunch of these booms. People be like, yo, man, why would you use a different boom? Because that throws off the pacing. Uh-oh, back throw. Tries to jump out, eats a boom because of it. Crouching strong. Oh, I like that up tech. Gives him a combo. Switches sides on the corner. Reset.
Defense from Daigo caught him low once again. The low medium kick finds the mark. Stun is imminent. Nice tech from Daigo.
Oh, jump. Thought it was going to be an air to air, but it didn't work out. Burning Straight has him in the corner. Gachikun walking out of the corner. Uses the B skill to move around a bit.
Oh my god, this is so dangerous. Any activation, there we go, into the trigger. He's trying to bait something from Gachikun. Gachikun. Oh no! Oh
what
yeah!
a punish! Oh my gosh! Bro, did you see that punish? Are you serious?
Wow.
Set point Daigo versus Gachikun right now.
And this is hefty. This is such a tall order to fill. You have a full critical art Daigo against, less than a bar Rashid Gachikun. He's gonna have a lot in his inventory to throw out there.
Oh, short. Man, these booms are doing the perfect job of controlling the screen. Their job. They're doing their job right now.
You can imagine. They only gave Guile 2 moves. He didn't need more than that.
Right? Oh!
That's such a great way to spend it.
Man.
Honestly, it was as if it was your anniversary. He went all out. No expenses saved on that one.
That's how you know he loves you.
That was anniversary money. It really was. Oh, yeah.
Oh, man, this is not...
And he's giving him plenty of hugs. Daigo is looking to take it all the way, but Gachikun still fighting for his life out here in the streets.
My man's got a fingernail worth of life. Gets the spinning mixer.
Oh my god, if that was a flash kick.
Oh! And Daigo Umehara takes it over Gachikun. He's going to take it 4-1, and it was not for lack of trying. Daigo holding up to the name, the Beast, and there you have it. Man.
I think any other person, any other Guile player out there would have got absolutely decimated by this V-skill pick.
Yes.
But not Daigo. He learned during the match. See that? He has an anti-air. As you guys
He had three different options.
ones. Just cycling them.
Look at that.
Look at that, yeah.
Kick ender. And
He showed off 2 quick options in the same round, and then Gachikun was just like, I think I'm stunned. Oh, wait, I'm not.
And he still had that point later on in the round where Gachikun was about to actually stun Daigo, right? It was like this could have been a tie turner and drops it. I feel like that's also when his, when that mental break happened. I was like, man, I done messed this up.
Yeah.
Dang. And I felt that in my chest, and I could see that Daigo just like definitely had the grip on this entire match.
There's so many chances for, and Daigo makes these chances. He made so many instances to make Gachikun repeat some of these instances, right? He's like, yo, oh, you like to take to the air? Let me show you what happens if you continue to do that. And he kind of put him in the maze, and then he closed off all of his options, and he left them at the start. He was like, you know what? That was cute and all, but now you're not going to be able to use V-Skill 2 anymore, right? Now you're not going to be able to cross me up anymore. And I feel like some of that comes from the fact that Gachikun put himself in the corner, right? And when you get down to the last little bit of life, you're like, well, they're never going to expect me to put myself in the corner. And every time, Daigo was like, oh, thanks. Thank you for doing that, because now you're stuck here. You're not leaving, and you have to deal with this offense.
I wish we just had a couple more matches.
I do. I so wish we had more matches.
I know that Gachikun was slowly starting to figure it out, but Daigo, again, was just too far ahead of him to let him catch up. Honestly, that was a prime example of some of the best Street Fighter we could ever ask for. And honestly, I still couldn't really tell how to call it. It could have gone down to the wire, but for the most part, I believe the analysts were correct, or at least Rob TV finally got his W in predictions. So let's see how he feels about it over at the analyst desk.
Before we watch the match, I talked about Daigo's history and how it's just so difficult to bet against him in long sets where he knows who he's going to play against. He's just been so strong, and he did the same thing today.
Yeah, you know, I gotta say, it was great to finally see Rashid V-Skill 2 graduate from Diamond Online rank and get some real usage here in the Capcom Pro Tour Season Finals on the big stage, but it didn't really kind of go the way Gachikun thought. I can only guess that V-Skill 1, those extended pressure strings that Rashid usually gets, might just be too obvious for someone like Daigo to shut down. So we saw a lot of usage of that to get over booms, to try to mix up his approaches, but Daigo had all the answers. And, you know, we talked about Daigo coming with something new every time. Well, what makes him so great is when he knows when to stick with something that just works. He even said in the interview, Guile beats Rashid. I don't need to do anything new. Gachikun was the one who had the pressure to mix things up, experiment with that V-Skill 2, and it just wasn't enough. I mean, Daigo, he just ran a clinic on footsies and spacing with those booms.
Even from the very beginning, you know, you could see round 1, game 1, we saw Daigo ready for that V-Skill 2. When he punished with jump roundhouse into super, into flash kick into super, right? He was ready right away.
That was a beautiful thing. I feel like we haven't really seen Rashid's V-Skill 2 at a high level in tournament probably ever. Maybe just like the first, when it first came out, before everyone came to the conclusion that it wasn't a strong V-Skill. But one thing that I want to make sure I point out with Gachikun, outside of just how amazing his neutral was, the whiff punishing with sweeps and things of that nature, is the fact that even after Daigo started punishing that V-Skill 2, he did not switch over to V-Skill 1, and I think that's a beautiful thing and it's admirable. A lot of times I feel like in tournaments, when it comes to more, I would say, mid-level players, they might try to go for a V-Skill like that in hopes that you don't know what gimmick is going to come behind it or whatever. Right. Whereas they don't have an actual strategy. The reason Gachikun stuck to that is the same reason why Infectious stuck to his old Zeku the entire time against Takamura. These guys are going in with a clear and concise strategy that they could write a book on if they needed to, and it turns out that Daigo read the book on V-Skill 2.
You read it on Gachikun as well. We're going to take a short break, but trust me when I say you are going to want to stick around.
Round 1, fight!
Paraneuro device expansion completed. Pseudo personality asset is imported properly.
Man, that was pretty cool, actually.
Well now, little piece of junk.
We'll come back to this and see what happens.
Well, Jody, who is a piece of junk? Show me something worth taking. Your data will reside in me for eternity. The curtain falls.
I'll take you downtown. That's how you start the fight and finish it quickly.
Let's have some fun.
Let me zap you. Here we go. With that's that.
Terrific wing!
What a day of matches. In fact, what a weekend of matches at the CPT season final. We knew that these were going to be good. Again, I feel like this was a day where we knew these were all going to be heavy hitters. All these matches would be great. And I think it did live up to that, but let's go back and talk about them. So at the beginning, we had SKZ versus Cien.
Yeah, SKZ, that is my buddy, my guy Neil. We play chess together and everything, but like I said, today it did look like he might have been playing checkers when going up against my guy Shin. Shin's just too strong, an Evo champion. I feel like in that match, as we talked about a bit earlier, I feel like SKZ just probably needed to slow down a bit because remember, he got a whole lot of damage going up against Shin. It's just that in those clutch situations, when it was like a clutch situation, Shin will always seem to close it out. Shin didn't take to the air as much. But my big takeaway from that one right there is that you guys need to make sure you keep following my guy SKZ's journey because he is on the come up right now, just did work at Street Fighter League, qualified for Capcom Cup, and he's doing big things. So SKZ, I am proud of you and much props to Shin, the Evo champ.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to a lot more SKZ. My personal favorite, Seth, I know Cien kind of made quick work of him today, but I love SKZ's play style. The bully style didn't work out today, and Cien really demonstrated why discipline is a key element to dominating in Street Fighter and fighting games in general. And I think that just showed through every time there was an opportunity to challenge and maybe risk something. Cien just laid back, played it cool, and got the guaranteed damage when he could to get that checkmate situation to claim a victory.
Yeah, I go back to that quote that we had from SKZ. I have never beaten him in a tournament setting before. Having had too long a history with Cien in fighting games, he simply understands me too well. I think that remains true. The next match that we had was Angry Bird versus Big Bird.
This was one of the biggest surprises to me today, not with just the result, but the characters. Big Bird has a great G, and he's been showing that off in Street Fighter League, and I've been watching him level up that character this season, but I was just shocked that he chose that, and I was kind of shocked with how Angry Bird didn't really adapt to the playstyle like I thought. In the beginning, it was looking pretty good. I thought the way he was approaching with the jumps and getting the pressure going, G is pretty tall. Sometimes the air approaches with Seth are difficult to manage, but Big Bird's neutral was just phenomenal. When he landed those hits, they mattered so much more than the little bit of interactions that were happening in between. And once G lands that first big hit, it's mix-up city. So I was really surprised, but I was just very impressed with Big Bird's G.
Yeah, that G pick definitely surprised me as well. I think the most shocking thing there was just how on point Big Bird was. Even though Big Bird was the captain of the Street Fighter League team, Team Nasser, who ended up doing amazing and ended up being one of the final two teams. And of course, an Evo runner-up going up against Bonchan and everything, an amazing player. Angry Bird came off looking like he might have been the best player at Street Fighter League. Him and Punk were pretty much neck and neck there. But with that being the case, Big Bird showed us why he was the captain in the first place. His neutral was just so crisp, completely on point. Remember that crouch fierce with punish on the forward medium punch. The back fierce against the heavy Tatsu. Right. He just was completely on point, and it's no surprise that he won playing that immaculately.
I thought one of the most fun ones to watch today was Kaba versus Mena RD, which is the one that we had just after that. It was 4-2, but the way that Mena played it, the little comeback that Kaba had in the middle of it, then the way that Mena went back to Birdie and blitzed, I thought was really fun to watch.
Yeah, that may have been the most fun set to watch. It was the most action-packed. It was probably the most fast-paced match. And Minna, like I said, we all had Kaba winning that one. Not like it's surprising to see Minna win, but that Gao, I didn't think that, especially with the birdie nerfs, I didn't think that Minna had a character that was going to contest Gao well. I do not think that Karen beats Gao in this season. I think it's at least slightly Gao's favor because of the throw loop nerf for Karen in the corner. You know, she has more space, so there's not as much of an advantage for women.
Oh, wow.
But in the end of the day, the way Minna played today, it was just too much. Amazing jump in, great timing.
Yeah, that was a
and
fun
then when he
match.
went that birdie, he filled up space so well with those medium punches, the sweeps. Minna just showed his play style immaculately today, and I feel like it was great to see a change of pace from the regular slow neutral to something more active. Very well played by Minna, DR's Capcom Cup champion.
Well, I gotta say, never trust a Karen player to talk about Karen, because listen, the tools that he was using with Karen, it's not just meta. He knows what tools to pick from the character to exploit his opponent's tendencies. And like you said, Birdie's not really packing the same punch versus Gal, so I think Meta came in with a real strategy to win. We saw they got 3-0'd last time by Cabo when they met in the CPT qualifier. So you know coming in, he had to go deep into his bag of tricks and his bag of characters to pull something out unexpected. But yeah, I agree. It's not a matchup that Karen wins long term, but I don't think that was the plan. I think the plan was, I'm going to go in, I'm going to dominate this space with the low forward, I'm going to be guessing with my meter, just throw out that EX command dash and get through, force the jumps. I'm going to be playing the odds early on until you catch on, cash out on my wins, then switch to my bread and butter and finish the job. And I thought the strategy overall was amazing.
Well, look, I was amazed as well by the match that happened after that, which was Infectious versus Takamura. The precision I think that those two players played with, you look at it and it's 4-2. But honestly, I really think that it could have been a victory for either player.
It was 4-2, but those two wins that got Takamura ahead were last hit, last decision, and insane clutch moments. I mean, we were over here popping off.
We were definitely popping off.
Yeah. This is the highlight of the night for me personally. I mean, the interactions that they showed off were just unreal. Infectious sticking with that old Zeku with that immaculate slow zoning style, and then Takamura finding ways to bulldog in, guessing with those parries. You're going to Graham here, I'm in, time to run the offense. I mean, I was just surprised with every interaction I saw, and that was just some of the highest level of Street Fighter we've got to see in a while.
Yeah, generally speaking, I would say that actually for sure, that was my favorite match of the night. And usually when I'm doing something like, hosting or something on the media side, I'm super locked in on that, and I'm not really worried about the player side of things. It's not like my competitive juices are flowing. That is a match that made me want to get a setup immediately and go to training mode, get some matches in, practice, study my games. That was pure top level Street Fighter. As you said right there, the way that it ended up playing out, 4-2 does not tell the story in that set. The jump at the end over the DP on Infectious Wake Up, and the V skill on the stand light kick, that was completely that was amazing, super clutch. And I feel like that match, the biggest thing that I took away was there was almost no damage on Oki's situation.
Right, that's right.
It was pretty much all in neutral. Remember in the interview, Takamura said, I'm gonna take my time this entire set. And immediately we could see that it was true. That round went down to like 25 seconds. And when he put Infectious in the corner for the first time, he just sat there. He waited. Infectious fought his way out, but it took him a good, 20 seconds? So the way that match went, I think that they both played super low risk and high reward. It was beautiful.
Well, one match that definitely was about Oki and pressure and making big comebacks was the one that happened after that, which was Idom versus Smug. For me, this was my favorite. It was the closest one that we had today. It was just about as close as it gets after all, and it was a blast to watch.
I almost want to call Idom versus Smug a tie. But I had to get Idom his credit, because when Dame Lillard hits his clutch shot, when Mike used to hit his clutch shots, then in the end of the day, their team got the victory. So Idom, all respect to you. But with that being the case, that set could have easily just went either way. It was really a beautiful thing to watch. I think that matchup-wise, I'm not surprised that Smug didn't go with the Balrog, just because in the end of the day, the Laura is a very bad matchup for Balrog because he doesn't have any good wake-up game, doesn't have good options up against Clap, as Brian brought up earlier. And at the end of the day, G has pretty much, to an extent, he has what Laura has on offense, in my opinion. It's a bit different because he doesn't have EX Clap and things of that nature, but one hit and it can be game over. So in the end of the day, that one came down to an extremely explosive match and was supposed to be coin flips, but when it comes to Idom, it's not a coin flip. It's not a 50-50, it's an 80-20.
Yeah, the IDOM dice is loaded. I don't understand it.
Yeah.
I don't understand it. That matchup should be free for G. I mean, honestly, I mentioned it before. You slap any button on the stick, it beats Laura's options in neutral. IDOM has to take the risk to get started. But if he lands that one approach, if he lands that jump, if he lands that V-skill, if he lands that elbow and it counter hits and he gets a knockdown, the IDOM train picks up some steam and it does not stop. And that's how it ended. I mean, we saw the IDOM round happen at the end. It was a close match. It was super fun to watch. Might have been my favorite if Smug win. I'm too biased. I'm sorry. Yeah, Broken. I'm looking to Smug. Teach me the ways. How do we stop IDOM? We didn't find out today.
Last one that we had today, last one of the weekend, the last one of the season final was Daigo versus Gachikun. We all knew that was going to be good, and I think we were all expecting a lot of interesting stuff to happen in it, but still that V-Skill 2 pick, I'd love to ask Gachikun what it's about. I think you're probably right that it is about, you know, Daigo's ability to react to Whirlwind into V-Skill 1, that kind of stuff, but still very interesting to see that idea.
Yeah, I mean, it was interesting to see. I could see sort of the strategy evolving when you landed certain hits in neutral, which the neutral was superb by both players. They were sitting in that close, fierce punch range, and both with punching each other back and forth. You can get extra damage and extensions with V-Skill 2. You also saw a lot of representation of neutral jumps in ranges where the booms would come. V-Skill 2 gives you those extra air options, and then it mix up, am I going to come from the high arc with the regular jump, am I going to stop short with the dive kick? But it didn't really matter because round one, what did Daigo do? Jump, heavy kick, flash kick into super immediately. That happened twice in the first game. Into the full super conversion, that's more than half your life gone. So I felt like he was trying to represent situations that Daigo wouldn't be as familiar with and to try to capitalize on his footsies more, but it wasn't enough in the end. Daigo's footsies and the spacing of the booms, it was just immaculate. That was a clinic.
Yeah. Don't try to lie to me now. Because when you call out the haters and the doubters, they always say, what? Who said anything about Daigo? Who said anything about LeBron? Plenty of people. I've seen the Daigo hate for too long now. Of course, he's mostly beloved, but time and time again, I remember at the beginning of Street Fighter V, people were doubting Daigo. Remember that? When he was using his Ryu and everything, and people were talking about Daigo's washed up, so on and so forth. You do not doubt the GOAT. You don't doubt Ali in his time, right now, Floyd Mayweather, TBE.
Hey, this guy likes to compare a lot of...
And you do not doubt Daigo the Beast Umehara or Tom Brady. But you do not doubt Daigo the Beast Umehara. You know, when you look at that match, when you try to go for those V-Skill 2s, we have not seen V-Skill 2 from Rashid at high level in what, over a year, if ever. We've seen him maybe when it first came out, people were just trolling with it, trying to see what the V-Skill was about. But at the end of the day, Daigo had to have labbed that out, what, maybe back then? The stuff he was doing was not freestyle. You know what I mean?
No, yeah,
that was all lab work right
ready.
there.
He was ready.
And he still had that ready in his notes. And just like Jay-Z goes into the booth and he doesn't actually write down his raps, I'm sure Daigo he doesn't write anything down. He doesn't use notes or anything like that. Daigo just writes that down back in the back of his mind. And you know what the thing is, in the back of you guys' mind, if you really search far enough, deep enough, then you will remember Daigo with the old, I'm not gonna say the brand because he's not with them anymore, but with those stripes on his chest, that black t-shirt, young Daigo at Evo, going up against Justin Wong with the blue polo with that big drip and smoking stuff with everybody being against him, and he still put in work. This is why Daigo Umehara is the GOAT. I will never mess your name up again. This is why Daigo Umehara is the GOAT. That's why he got that victory today, and it should inspire you to never doubt my mans again.
I like how for you little kid, that was young Daigo from 2000.
That's my young Daigo. That's my young Daigo.
Young Daigo for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'd been doing it for a dozen years already. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, the guy's been doing it since the 90s.
Said something like, you know,
It was in 1997, 1995 is when he started playing professionally, but he was playing since it was like 10.
Say anything against that? Yeah. We basically all.
The guy was born in what, 1981? Just a few years younger than I, that's all.
Got it. Well, look, he put on quite a clinic.
I was born in the late 70s. I was born in 1978.
Today, but also yesterday as well. We had a blast watching this. Super fun. Thanks a lot for the analysis, you guys. I think you both did really well. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Super fun to do it with you. Super fun. We're going to send it back to the desk for some additional words.
All right.
It's been a real wild journey, honestly.
It has been.
Day 2. Steve couldn't even think about what he was going to say on the way in. He was just like, wait, what? We're done? Yeah, you know what? Unfortunately, that's it. We've gone through a full weekend of Street Fighter V action for some of the best to represent not only the game, but the regions themselves. Let's talk a little bit about what happened in day 1. In day 1, we saw a good amount of folks that haven't really been to a Capcom Cup scenario, right? Given this opportunity during the pandemic of 2020 and continue continuing on into 2021, they took what they were given with and ran with it, and it was absolutely impressive. We're looking at day one, right? A lot of the story revolved around the underdogs. We were looking at a majority of these qualifiers going into it, and we saw the record as to how they qualified. We were looking at it, we're thinking, okay, in the qualifying rounds, these guys have met up numerous times, and the person who fell short ended up being the victor in the run back. That was one of the major themes of day one.
Look, when we go back and we talk about it, we've seen like a couple of them before, right? And I've talked about going over to their respective territories and seeing them. But the overall goal is to get here. They want to get to Capcom Cup. That's what we're all fighting for. I'm glad that Rob had that amazing intro to bring us here, because it's true. We talk about what happened from 2019 to 2020, and the fact that Capcom, I want to say shout outs to Capcom, because they made an amazing pivot to make this happen. To make this happen took a lot, and the people involved with designing this was amazing. We don't get to see this kind of Street Fighter often. A lot of people are so caught up in the CPT tour that they don't get to see this. Not only did they do that, but SFL still went down as planned, and we saw amazing Street Fighter all throughout the year, and it was because of those moves. But it's also because of the players that stayed dedicated. The fact that I was watching Daigo every day go into the lab and learn characters, even if it was with that busted ass Honda. David, I don't know how you said that. Even if it was with that busted ass Honda, I still think that like it's beautiful. It's beautiful to see. Right? It's beautiful to see that you have players that dedicated to their respective fields. And of course, Daigo is one of the greatest of all time. Duh, but it's more about the fact that you have so many other players that are still vying for that spot, that still know how good it is to be able to beat somebody like Daigo, a Tokido, a Gachikun, an Infectious, any one of these players that you saw here. If you see him in your bracket, I guarantee you sweating. And if you're not, you have not been playing Street Fighter. You have not been paying attention to what's been happening. And personally, I just feel like it's really a thing to see that we still have this evolution, you know?
So on my side of things, you know, look at these matches. You're seeing the pinnacle, the end point of the meta. And it's a little sad that we can get some of this offline. We did for Street Fighter League, which is absolutely fantastic, by the way. Got to see it, you know, a taste of it there. But not get it, you know, on the offline scene is unfortunate. But to see it at any case in the online scene, see people still grinding, and to have Capcom come through and say, listen, this is something you guys can play for. The prize and the pride on the line. You guys have something that you guys can swing for. And now all these regions are getting like a lot of attention. A lot of y'all didn't know who VXBow was. You do now. Now you do. SKZ out there making waves too. Even if he didn't win, you understand who that dog is. And now you have all this attention, all these regions, like a reminder that this is a game about being a world warrior. They can come from anywhere. It doesn't matter where it's at.
True. And that's the thing about the fighting game community, right? We stay fighting no matter how many times you nerf us or try to, whatever the circumstances be, we always tend to adapt, and that's going to be an ongoing thing. You know, it's hard to put it any other way, but again, this game has changed the lives, and not even just like this game, just the fighting game community has changed the lives of so many people here. And again, without those people, us coming together as a unit, none of this would be possible. So of course, we would like to thank each and every one of you for tuning in to the fantastic Street Fighter that we just witnessed this weekend. And of course, be safe.
Hold on now. Hold on, AO Production.
Turn the lights back on.
Go back out to your boy. Zoom in real quick on your boy.
I thought I was done.
Here. No, you're not done, because we're not done. People in the chat, hope you haven't left yet, because guess what? There's a special message from the developers of Capcom. Yo, roll it, production. We'll see you later.
Cool.
Hey, that's the homie, yo.
カプコンプロツアーシーズンファイナル、皆さん楽しんでいただけましたか？2日間、素晴らしい試合を繰り広げていただいた選手の皆さん、本当に、ありがとうございます。そしてカプコンプロツアー2021年間を通して、見ていただいた皆さん、そして携わっていただいた皆さん、本当に、感謝申し上げます。ありがとうございます。さて、ストリートファイター5、このメンテナンス終了後にいよいよシーズン5がスタートします。本当に熱いシーズンになるというのを確信しています。まずこのシーズン、口火を切るのはこのファイターから。
I think that's gonna be Dan, perhaps. Yeah, it's Dan. I think the trailer was already out earlier today.
Dan Hibiki, back after the ultimate improvement. Father! Psycho! What's up?
Yeah, Dan's gonna be fun to play with. Oh yeah.
Psycho! The legend has now begun. Burn this in your memory. Psycho! Whoosha! To honor father, Big Bro will do his best.
Oh well. Cool. Season in March. So the season starts now in March. Well, guys, I want to say to everyone that watched this with me tonight, thank you very much for your support. Thank you for really taking time to be here and really supporting this channel. If you're the first time here, don't forget to leave a like, to subscribe to the channel. Follow me on social media: Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, jpsarri. You can follow my main channel, which is jpsarrireviews, where I talk about comics and collectibles and entertainment. Of course, this is just for gaming. But I want to say to all of you, thank you very much for the time. And if you watch this later on, just let me know and let me know. But thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity, to be here with you and share all of this. So my friends, have a good night. God bless.